Chapter 1 of Across America by Motorcycle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Across America by Motorcycle by C.K. Shepard. Chapter 1. Traffic in New York. I spent the better part of 2 days in the survey of New York City from all points of view. In the Pullman from Niagara, I had decided that America would probably be just as bad as any European country for robbing the alien. I would therefore simulate the gentle habits and customs of these hitherto worthy people. Having some slight knowledge of their language, I would endeavor to acquire perfection in the art of American self-expression. I would cultivate the correct pose of the hat and wear boots with knobbly toes. Only a little practice would be required before I should be able to gyrate a cigar at the accepted velocity from one corner of my mouth to the other. In a little while, methought, I should feel much more at ease in tight-fitting clothes with ridiculously small sleeves and 3 inches of projecting shirt cuffs. Maybe I should improve my outlook on the world if I viewed it through a pair of large, round, ebony-rimmed spectacles. There was just a possibility that I should some day appreciate the soothing charm of a much overworked morsel of chewing gum. With all these splendid accomplishments, I could no doubt dispense with the less attractive habits of modern America. Let me say at the outset that I proved a dismal failure. I would sooner master the Chinese and the American lingo. The infinite variations of nasal accomplishment outnumber by far the tribal dialects of India, and leave the poor student to wonder and despair. Why, the number of orthodox ways of translating the plain English word yes is probably beyond the scope of mathematical deduction. The shades and blends between yep and yeo alone are sufficient to put a spectrograph of the sun to shame. For 4 months I traveled through the wilds of New York, Ohio, and Illinois, and even into the civilized states of Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, in a vain search for the man who pronounced yes with a final S. In the end, I found him lurking in a little restaurant in Los Angeles. I gazed in wonderment intense and rapturous when I heard it. I have his pedigree. He said he came from Boston. Boston, according to all well-informed Bostonians, represents the acme of perfection in all things relating to education, etiquette, and propriety. As such, it is unassailable by any other city in America. There was a time early on when I thought I was succeeding well. I found that I did better by dispensing with speech altogether. If I dressed in a Palm Beach suit, walked on people's feet, elbowed my way through passers-by, and continually repeated to myself, "The earth is mine and all that therein is," there was never any doubt but that I was a native son. It is superfluous for me to say, however, that after many trials and more rebuffs, I ultimately abandoned the idea of becoming Americanized. After all, thought I, what sane Englishman wants to be an American? The project had been but a brain wave to combat the H.C. of L. To the uninitiated, that is the recognized Hearst abbreviation for the high cost of living, a topic which so frequently appears in American newspapers that editors were forced to face the question of either referring to it in symbols or of cutting out the want ads. Finally, therefore, I consoled myself that it was better for hotel bills, cinemas, ice cream sodas, petrol, and other necessities to rise 200% on my approach than for me to lose my own soul. Incidentally, virtue does not always have its own reward. On my return to England, I heard many accusations against me. "What an awful American accent you have," was the greeting of many of my one-time friends. Some have recovered, others are still in hospital. It took me some time to get accustomed to the traffic of New York. Rather should I say to its habits and practices. New York itself consists of a network of streets and avenues, ingeniously arranged on an island which is about 5 or 6 times longer than it is broad. The avenues run the length of the island, and the streets run at right angles across them. In addition, Broadway wobbles across from one end of the island to the other, cutting the avenues at a weird angle of anything between nothing and 20 degrees. At all the important street crossings was stationed a traffic cop, whose duty was apparently to hold up the most inconvenient intervals all the traffic going one way until all the traffic going the other way had passed. Then he blew his whistle, and hey, presto, the traffic in the other street began to move. It was fatal to move before the whistle was blown. I didn't know that. I had been sailing down Sixth Avenue, just trying the machine for the first time, as a matter of fact. Everything went smoothly. I felt at peace with all the world. Here was I on my iron steed of 10 little horses, about to begin a long holiday wherein I should forget the Kaiser and his deeds and the 4 or more years of my existence that had gone in helping to bring about his everlasting undoing. But all of a sudden, "Why the juice don't you stop, you gol darn young son of a gun?" bellowed an irate "cop" who gesticulated but a few feet from my front wheel. "Well, why the blankety blank should I blankety well stop anyway?" I returned, not to be outdone, as I pulled up in the exact center of 34th Street, 6th Avenue, and Broadway. I could see a crowd beginning to collect. I don't like crowds at any time. I have a keen antipathy for publicity. My friend the "cop" drew nigh. "See here, young feller, whar you from?" he inquired, evidently anxious to investigate further the mental condition of this unique defier of the law. To cut a long story short, I was finally constrained by good judgment to avoid further constabulary hostilities, and in accordance with the somewhat over ardent desire of the "cop," retired like a whipped schoolboy to the corner, where there was already a long queue of waiting automobiles and taxis. In a few seconds the whistle was blown and the procession sailed across 34th Street, headed by a much humbled motorcyclist. I should explain at this juncture that a motorcyclist is an altogether despised individual in America. Motorcycles are not popular over there. With few exceptions, they are owned by delivery men, newspaper boys, traffic cops, and sundry other undesirables. Personally, I do not wonder at it. The roads and streets in the cities are bad enough to ruin the constitution of any but the most confirmed young blood who does not mind risking a few broken bones. I have seen places in Broadway where the tram lines wander 6 or 7 inches above the surface of the road, and where the potholes would accommodate comfortably quite a family of dead dogs within their depths. So much for the cities. The roads that traverse the country are with few exceptions nothing better than our fifth-rate country roads on which no self-respecting Englishman would ride. Here and there, in the far east and the far west, are found stretches of concrete or macadam. Somehow, the Americans think they are great road builders. A couple of inches of concrete laid over a garden path or a sheep track, with the cracks filled in with tar, represents the zenith of road construction in this country of 90-odd million inhabitants. I should like to see some of those concrete roads when they have had a few years' solid wear with heavy lorries and occasional traction engines. 95% or more, however, of America's highways are dirt roads, or what they are pleased to call natural gravel. In many cases they comprise merely a much worn trail, and as often as not a pair of ruts worn in the prairie. Very often, instead of being a single pair of ruts, there are 5 or 6 or perhaps 10, where individual cars have manifested their own personality. When this multiplicity of ruts crosses and recrosses in a desperate attempt to achieve the survival of the fittest, the resultant effect on the poor motorcyclist is somewhat disconcerting. But of this more anon. Suffice it to say that on the whole journey of 4,500 miles from one coast to the other, I only saw 4 other motorcyclists on the road anywhere. So the reader will perhaps understand why the poor human who travels in this fashion is to be pitied, and why his associates in the towns and cities are despised by the rest of the community. When I had acclimatized myself to the traffic of New York, and could worm my way successfully in and out of the hold-ups or dart between trams, taxis, cars, and other impedimenta without danger either to the community or to myself, I felt that it was time for me to commence my peregrinations in earnest. I decided first, however, to visit Coney Island, which is within easy reach of New York. It is only a few miles away, and with a plentiful supply of trains, trams, and buses, is fed with a never-ending stream of pleasure-seeking humanity. It has one avenue of perhaps a couple of miles' length running parallel with the beach, and every nook and corner on both sides accommodates a fun palace of some kind. There are dancing halls by the dozen, mountain railways, switchbacks, and roundabouts by the score, soda fountains by the hundred. Fronting the beach are hotels, boarding houses, and restaurants of all types, save the best. Coney Island is decidedly not a place for the elite. Hither flock young couples, married or single, representatives of the American democracy, for a weekend of frivolity. The beach is at all times sprinkled, as by a human pepper box, with specimens of the genus Anthropomorpha of all sizes, of all ages, of all shapes, and in all stages of dress and undress. I opined that indeed 'twas no place for me, and with one push of the starting pedal the motor was a living thing. Enough is as good as a feast, and an hour at the playground of New York was an hour well spent, but I left it forever behind me without the slightest desire or intention of ever returning to its whirl of plebeian gaiety. Arrived once more at New York City, I prepared to make my adieux. I had two handbags only, one a beautiful new dressing case, resplendent with pigskin writing pads, ebony brushes, and glass bottles, and the other, a slightly larger one, which accommodated my spare clothing, boots, etc., and the miscellaneous collection of junk that every globe trotter inevitably carries around with him. Now I have an inherent contempt for sidecars, although had one been available at New York when I bought the machine, I should have taken it and carried all my luggage with me. That would have been the acme of luxury. As it was, however, I contented myself with a good strong carrier and with many straps. The dressing case, surrounded by a good thick blanket, was securely attached to the back of the machine. The other bag I shipped on by train to my predetermined stops across the country. That dressing case must have weighed 50 or 60 pounds, and with the blanket around it looked an alarming size when in situ. There was no hope for it. I'm that kind of individual who always likes plenty of silk shirts and pajamas and things, so it didn't occasion me the slightest worry if the people did stare wildly at me as I passed through their towns and villages. And they sure did. End of chapter 1.
Capítol 1 de L'auca del senyor Esteve. Aquesta és una gravació de LibriVox. Tots els enregistraments de LibriVox són de domini públic. Per a més informació o per presentar-vos voluntaris, visiteu LibriVox.org. L'auca del senyor Esteve, de Santiago Rossinyol. Quan naixia l'Estevet no feia calor ni fred. L'Estevet, capítol 1. Del modo natural que l'Estevet va arribar en aquesta vall de números. El jorn que va néixer l'Estevet, el seu pare, el senyor Ramon, després d'esperar anys i anys aquella criatura tardana, per les contingències del comerç, no va poder estar perenne al costat de la seva esposa. Les compradores batxilleres semblava que s'havien avingut per no deixar-lo complir com a pare, i allí, a la Puntual, la botiga de vetes i fils de més crèdit i de més giro de 4 carrers de llarg a llarg, que ara una cana de transilla, que ara una ruixa, que ara 4 pams de floc. Entre compra i tafaneria el van tenir entretingut a darrere del taulell, mentre la pobra muller, allí sobre, a l'entresol, complia la missió materna de donar fruit a en Ramon, amb la llevadora a l'alcova i 2 veïnes a la sala. A fora de l'alcova plovia, una pluja fina, una polsina d'humitat que anava enfangant el carrer, la cera i la puntual. Al davant, en el quartel d'artilleria, no hi havia ni aquell sentinella ni aquells oficials que es gronxen en els balancins de la porta. Els dos rengles de finestres simètriques i en formació a cap de la fatxada estaven disciplinadament tancades. La faixa de groc del quartel que decora aquells edificis regalimava cara avall de les parets. Les mules, els soldats i els canons semblaven tancats en una piscina. I fins la flaire de cuina, de quadre i d'home que surt d'aquests establiments de pólvora era una flaire aigualida. La tarda no podia ser més trista per tenir lloc un naixement. Però el senyor Ramon no tenia temps i ni es podia dar el luxo d'estar trist. Una orella a les compradores per saber el que demanaven i una altra a l'entresol per si li cridaven quart i ajuda. El pensament li saltava del llit de la seva dona a la cana de transilla. Lo que passava a dalt era molt sèrio, ser pare. Lo que passava a la botiga era tan sèrio com lo altre, el negoci. No estar pel fill que tenia de venir era faltar a un deber sagrat. I no pensar en el despatx de la tenda, que era el pervindre d'aquell fill, era faltar a dos de devers. El deber de baix i de dalt. I entre les dues obligacions es repartia els sentiments del millor modo que sabia. L'atenció comercial per les dones del despatx. El cor de pare per les angoixes de sobre. De tant en tant pujava un moment, donava coratge a la dona i tornava a vendre cap d'ells. De tant en tant baixava una de les veïnes. Li deia que ja acabaven, que era cosa de mitja horeta, que aviat seria pare, que no descuidés la venda, que elles ja es cuidaven de tot. De prompte, entre cana i cana, un dubte, un qui sap, li va passar pel pensament. Serà noi? Serà noia? La llevadora havia assegurat que seria un bordegàs, la lluna ho marcava. Una amiga de la dona, que havia tingut 5 filles, deia que seria noia. Ella sabia per què ho deia. El metge havia dit que no ho sabia ni ho podia assegurar, per estalviar-se compromisos. I ell, que no era ni llevadora ni metge, però que era vetes i fils, només sabia una cosa, esperar, i que fos el que Déu volgués. Si fos noi, el posaria a la botiga. Si no ho fos, cercar un gendre botiguer i interessar-lo en el negoci. Ell, això sí, estava tot lo serè que pot estar el que compleix una missió, encara que aquesta missió siga vendre, perquè esperava una senyal, un crit, un plor d'infant, un gemec nerviós de dona que li anunciaria el moment. L'acte solemnial de ser pare, un fet tan important per ell i per la puntual, no podia ser un moment de quietud. No s'és pare així com així, quelcom tenia d'avisar-lo que començava una planeta. La gent no ve a la Terra sense avisar d'un modo o altre, que diantre. I considerant tot això, ell es deia puntualitzant. Despatxem, que per això vam nascut. Però així que senti donar el crit, baldament se m'enduguin els prestatges, pujaré de correguda. No vull que siguin mans forasteres les que hagin de rebre l'infant. Però aquell infant no venia, i les compradores no deixaven de venir. Entraven d'una a una, de dues en dues, a colles. Venien per tafanejar, però de passada feien gasto. Feia anys que la puntual no s'havia fet tan calaix. Si cada dia tingués fills, es deia el senyor Ramon, amb uns quants fills i amb uns quants anys em faria home respectable. En un moment de calma que hi va haver, va tornar a pujar a vora d'ella. Li va estrènyer la mà, commogut, corprès, digne, com si li vingués a dir «Encara que sigui a baix, ja saps que pots disposar com a marit amb tot i per tot». Va cercar una paraula tendra que l'encoratgés per la lluita. Però com que amb el tràngol del comerç no havia tingut temps d'aprendre'n d'això de paraules tendres, no n'hi va venir cap a la boca i li va tornar a estrènyer la mà. No sabia què fer ni què dir. Volia donar ordres i no sabia qui donar-les. Volia que es veiés que era un home enter, serè, actiu. Sobretot això, un jefe de família actiu. I com que no podia activar, hauria volgut ser llevadora per no tenir-se d'estar en vaga. A la sala ja no eren dues dones, ni 3 les que ajudaven a bé parir. Eren 6, 8, tot un rotllo, que amb l'entreclaror que hi havia, i sent totes iguals com eren, formaven una faixa negra a tot al voltant de la saleta, una faixa de mig dol, que amb les mans a sobre la falda, a cada gemec que sentien contestaven amb un sospir, espècie d'hora pro nobis de la lletania del viure. El senyor Ramon tampoc era apte per això del ram de sospirar. El senyor Ramon destorbava. I la llevadora va llevar-lo, dient-li que anés al despatx i que no estés inquiet, que en sent pare ja ho sentiria. Un cop a baix va despatxar 2 troques, 4 agulles de fer mitja i 2 sivelles, i com que varen sortir les dones, es va quedar altre cop en vaga. «Pujaré a dalt?», va preguntar-se. «No, que faig nosa», es va respondre. «Fins a ser hora val més que no em mogui. S'assemblarà a mi o a la Roseta?» «Aviat ho sabrem», va contestar-se. «Avisaré en els padrins que vinguin?» «Ja vindran, no ens precipitem. Què he de fer?» «Esperar el crit. Esperar el crit que m'avisarà que ja sóc pare». I tot esperant el crit, i com que ja no entrava ningú, es va posar a arreglar les capses. Les de la dreta a l'esquerra, les dels cabdellets a baix, aquestes dels botons al costat. Aquí la llana, allí el cotó, més lluny les transilles i les vetes. Un cop llest va sortir a la porta. Encara plovia. Plovia sempre. Un canaló de més avall feia un soroll de sofregit. Passava algun carro al galop amb el carreter amb un sac al cap. Per sota de les barbacanes passava gent enfangada. El cel era llis com de plom. La terra era un mapa de roderes. I allí davant de la botiga, les finestres del quartel semblaven les d'una fàbrica amb les màquines parades. De sobte, un cop de trompeta va ressonar com la del judici a dintre la fredor de les sales i van anar arribant soldats. El senyor Ramon, d'esma, els comptava a mida que anaven entrant. 40, 42, 50, 58... «Què fa? Que no puja?» va cridar la llevadora. «Ja està?» va exclamar el senyor Ramon corprès. «Jesús, no en fa pas poca d'estona. Ha nascut mentre es tocaven a ranxo». Fi de l'Estevet, capítol 1, de l'auca del senyor Esteve. Llegit per Rafael, Ferran i Peralta. Mollet del Vallès, 14 d'abril de 2024.
Chapter 1 of dogmatu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr dogmatu by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Chapter 1. Rzym, 9 stycznia. Przed kilku miesiącami spotkałem kolegę mego i przyjaciela Józefa Śniatyńskiego, który w ostatnich czasach zajął wybitne stanowisko między naszymi piszącymi. W rozmowach, jakie prowadziliśmy o literaturze, Śniatyński przypisywał ogromne znaczenie pamiętnikom w ogóle. Mówił, że człowiek, który zostawia po sobie pamiętnik, źle lub dobrze pisany, byle szczery, przekazuje i daje przyszłym psychologom i powieściopisarzom nie tylko obraz swoich czasów, ale jedynie prawdziwe, ludzkie dokumenty, którym można zaufać. Przewidywał także, że przyszłą formą powieści będzie wyłącznie forma pamiętnikowa. Twierdził na koniec, że kto pisze pamiętnik, ten tym samym pracuje dla swego społeczeństwa i zjednywa sobie prawo do zasługi. Ponieważ mam lat 35, a nie przypominam sobie, abym kiedykolwiek zrobił coś dla mego społeczeństwa, choćby dlatego, że życie moje od ukończenia uniwersytetu upływało z małymi przerwami za granicą, ponieważ dalej, pomimo całego humoru, z jakim o tym wspominam i całego sceptycyzmu, jakim jestem na kształt gąbki przesiąknięty, niemało jest goryczy w tym wyznaniu, postanowiłem przeto pisać pamiętnik. Jeśli to ma być istotnie pracą i zasługą, niechże choć w ten sposób się zasłużę. Chcę być jednak zupełnie szczerym. Biorę się do tego pamiętnika nie tylko z powyższych względów, ale i dlatego, że ta myśl mnie bawi. Śniatyński utrzymuje, że gdy raz się człowiek przyzwyczai do spisywania swych wrażeń i myśli, to potem stanowi to jedno z najmilszych zajęć w życiu. Jeśli się okaże przeciwnie, to Boże zmiłuj się nad moim pamiętnikiem. Zwodziłbym sam siebie, gdybym nie przewidywał z zupełną pewnością, że urwie się on jak zbyt naciągnięta struna. Gotówem dużo znieść dla społeczeństwa, ale nudzić się dla społeczeństwa? O nie, tego nie zrobię, bo nie potrafię. Natomiast postanowiłem nie zrażać się pierwszymi trudnościami. Popróbuję przyzwyczaić się i zasmakować w tej robocie. Śniatyński w ciągu naszych rozmów powtarzał mi ciągle: tylko nie wpadaj w żaden styl, nie pisz po literacku. Mała rzecz. Rozumiem to dobrze, że im pisarz znakomitszy, tem mniej pisze po literacku, ale ja jestem dyletant i nie panuję nad formą. Wiem to z własnego doświadczenia, że człowiekowi, który myśli wiele i odczuwa mocno, zdaje się nieraz, że tylko spisać po prostu to, o czym myśli i co odczuwa, a powstanie jakaś rzecz niepowszednia. Tymczasem, gdy się do tego zabierze, wpada natychmiast w jakieś formy stylistyczne i choćby pisał sam dla siebie, w jakąś prozę, w pospolitą frazeologię, myśl nie chce spływać przez ramię, palce i stalówkę na papier i można rzec, że nie głowa pióro, ale pióro głowę prowadzi i prowadzi w sposób płaski, czczy, sztuczny. Tego się boję dla siebie, głównie z tego powodu, że jeśli brak mi wprawy, języka, malowniczości, prostoty pisarskiej itd., to z pewnością nie brak mi smaku i mogę sobie zbrzydzić własny styl do tego stopnia, że robota stanie mi się wprost niemożliwą. Ale to się pokaże później. Obecnie zamierzam poprzedzić właściwy pamiętnik krótkim wstępem biograficznym. Nazywam się Leon Płoszowski. Mam lat, wspomniałem i wyżej, 35. Pochodzę z rodziny zamożnej, która do ostatnich czasów zachowała fortunę znacznie więcej niż średnią. Co do mnie, jestem pewien, że majątku rodzinnego nie powiększę, ale też go nie utracę. Położenie moje jest tego rodzaju, że nie potrzebuję się wspinać na żadne wyżyny, ani też nigdzie wkupować. Co do kosztownych i rujnujących uciech, jestem życiowym sceptykiem, który wie, ile co jest warte, albo inaczej mówiąc, który wie, że wszystko jest diablo mało warte. Matka moja umarła w tydzień po wydaniu mnie na świat. Ojciec, który kochał ją nad życie, dostał po jej śmierci napadów melancholii. Wyleczywszy się z niej w Wiedniu, nie chciał już wracać do rodzinnego majątku, tamtejsze bowiem wspomnienia rozdzierały mu duszę. Odstąpił Płoszów siostrze swojej, a mojej ciotce, sam zaś przeniósł się w roku 1848 do Rzymu, z którego przez 30 kilka lat ani razu nie wyjechał, nie chcąc oddalać się od grobu matki. Zapomniałem bowiem nadmienić, że trumnę matki sprowadził z kraju i pochował ją na Campo Santo. Mamy na Babuino własny dom, zwany Casa Osoria, od rodzinnego herbu. Wygląda on trochę na muzeum, ojciec bowiem ma niepospolite zbiory, zwłaszcza z pierwszych wieków chrześcijaństwa. Obecnie stały się one przewodnią ideą jego życia. Za młodu był to człowiek niezmiernie świetny, tak pod względem powierzchowności jak umysłu, że zaś nazwisko i wielka zamożność otwierały przed nim wszystkie drogi, rokowano o jego przyszłości wielkie nadzieje. Wiem to od tych, którzy kolegowali z nim na Uniwersytecie Berlińskim. Zajmował się wówczas bardzo filozofią i powszechne było wówczas mniemanie, że nazwisko jego zagrzmi z czasem przynajmniej równie głośno jak Cieszkowskiego, Libelta, etc. Życie towarzyskie i niesłychane powodzenie u kobiet odciągnęło go później od ścisłej pracy naukowej. Nazywano go w salonach Léon l'Invincible. Mimo tych niepowodzeń nie przestał jednak zajmować się filozofią i wszyscy spodziewali się, że lada dzień wystąpi z jakim znakomitym dziełem, które uczyni go sławnym w Europie. Nadzieje te zawiodły. Z dawnej świetności zewnętrznej pozostało tyle, że dziś jeszcze jest to jedna z najpiękniejszych i najszlachetniejszych głów, jakie w życiu spotkałem. Malarze są tego samego zdania, a niedawno jeszcze jeden z nich mówił mi, że doskonalszego typu patrycjusza trudno sobie wyobrazić. Pod względem naukowym ojciec mój był i pozostanie bardzo zdolnym i bardzo wykształconym szlachcicem dyletantem. Wierzę do pewnego stopnia, że dyletantyzm jest przeznaczeniem wszystkich płoszowskich i rozpiszę się o tem później, gdy mi przyjdzie mówić o sobie samym. Co do mego ojca, wiem, że przechowuje w biurku pożółkły już traktat filozoficzny o troistości. Rękopis ten przeglądałem i znudził mnie. Pamiętam tylko, że są tam jakieś zestawienia trójcy realnej, tlenu, wodoru i azotu, z trójcą transcendentalną, skrystalizowaną przez chrześcijaństwo w pojęciu Boga Ojca, Boga Syna i Boga Ducha. Oprócz tego pełno analogicznych trójek, począwszy od dobra, piękna i prawdy, a skończywszy na logicznym sylogizmie, złożonym z premisy większej, mniejszej i wniosku. Dziwna mieszanina idei heglowskich z ideałami Henewrońskiego. Wysiłek myśli bardzo kunsztowny, a zupełnie czczy. Jestem też przekonany, że ojciec nigdy nie zechce tego drukować, choćby z tego powodu, że filozofia spekulatywna zbankrutowała pierwej jeszcze w jego umyśle niż w całym świecie. Przyczyną tego bankructwa w jego umyśle była śmierć matki. Ojciec, który mimo swego przezwiska L'Invincible i mimo swej opinii pogromcy serc był człowiekiem niezmiernie tkliwym i który matkę moją po prostu ubóstwiał, postawił zapewne mnóstwo strasznych pytań swej filozofii, a nie otrzymawszy żadnej odpowiedzi ani żadnej pociechy, poznał jej całą czczość i jałowość wobec życiowego nieszczęścia. Musiała to być istotnie bajeczna tragedia w jego życiu, gdy naraz odjęło mu dwie podstawy, gdy naraz rozdarło mu się serce i mózg. Wpadł wówczas, jak wspomniałem, w melancholię. Potem, wyleczywszy się, wrócił do uczuć religijnych. Powiadano mi, że był czas, iż modlił się dzień i noc, że klękał na ulicy przed wszystkimi kościołami i dochodził do takich religijnych uniesień, że w Rzymie jedni mieli go za obłąkanego, drudzy za świętego. Widocznie jednak znalazł w tem więcej pociechy niż w swoich filozoficznych trójkach, bo stopniowo uspokoił się i zaczął żyć życiem rzeczywistym. Serce jego zwróciło się z całą siłą uczucia ku mnie, a zamiłowania estetyczne i umysłowe ku pierwszym czasom chrześcijaństwa. Umysł jego żywy i lotny potrzebował pokarmu. Po roku pobytu w Rzymie począł zajmować się archeologią. Przez studia zaś dodatkowe doszedł do znajomości czasów starożytnych. Ksiądz Calvi, mój pierwszy guwerner, a zarazem wielki znawca Rzymu, popchnął stanowczo ojca w kierunku studiów nad wiecznym miastem. Przed kilkunastu laty zawarł ojciec znajomość, a w końcu przyjaźń z wielkim Rossim, z którym całe dnie przepędzał w katakumbach. Dzięki swym niezwyczajnym zdolnościom doszedł wkrótce do takiej znajomości Rzymu, że niejednokrotnie zadziwiał samego Rossiego swoją wiedzą. Zabierał się też nieraz do pisania, ale jakoś nigdy nie kończył tego, co zaczął. Może być, że uzupełnianie zbiorów zabierało mu wszystek czas, a jeszcze prawdopodobnie dlatego nie pozostawił nic po sobie prócz zbiorów, że nie ograniczył się na jednej epoce, ani na jednej jakiejś specjalności w zakresie swych badań. Zwolna średniowieczny Rzym baronów począł go pociągać z równą siłą, jak pierwsze czasy chrześcijaństwa. Była epoka, że miał pełną głowę kolonnów i Orsinich, potem zbliżył się do renesansu i rozkochał się w nim zupełnie. Od inskrypcji, grobowców, pierwszych zabytków chrześcijańskiej architektury przeszedł do czasów dalszych, do bizantyjskich malowideł, do fiezolich i glottów, od nich do innych quattro i cinquentistów i tak dalej. Rozmiłował się w rzeźbach, obrazach. Zbiory na tem korzystały niezawodnie, ale wielkie dzieło w naszym języku o 3 Rzymach, o którym z początku marzył, przeszło do krainy niespełnionych zamiarów. Co do swych zbiorów ma ojciec szczególniejszą ideę. Oto chce je po śmierci zapisać Rzymowi, z tym tylko warunkiem, by były umieszczone w osobnej sali i by ta sala nosiła napis Muzeum Ozoryjów Płoszowskich. Naturalnie stanie się wedle jego woli. Dziwi mnie tylko, że ojciec jest przekonany, iż tym sposobem odda daleko większą usługę swemu społeczeństwu, niż gdyby swe zbiory przeniósł gdzie do kraju. Przed niedawnym jeszcze czasem mówił mi: widzisz, tam nikt by ich nie widział, nikt by z nich nie korzystał, a tu cały świat przyjeżdża i każdy przeniesie zasługę jednego z członków społeczeństwa na całe społeczeństwo. Nie wypada mi rozstrząsać, czy w tem nie ma trochę próżności rodowej i czy myśl, że nazwisko Płoszowskich zostanie wyryte na marmurze w wiecznym mieście, nie była rozstrzygającą w tej sprawie. Krótko mówiąc, sądzę, że tak było. Ostatecznie jest mi to dość obojętne, gdzie te zbiory zostaną umieszczone. Natomiast ciotka moja, do której, mówiąc nawiasem, wyjeżdżam w tych dniach do Warszawy, oburza się na myśl pozostawienia zbiorów w Rzymie, a ponieważ jest to osoba, której nic w świecie nie zdoła wstrzymać od wypowiedzenia tego, co myśli, wypowiada więc swoje oburzenie bez żadnych ogródek w każdym liście do ojca. Przed kilku laty była w Rzymie i kłócili się z ojcem z tego powodu codziennie, a byliby się może pokłócili na dobre, gdyby przywiązanie, istotnie niezmierne, jakie ciotka ma do mnie, nie było hamowało jej zapędów. Ciotka moja starsza jest o kilka lat od ojca. Ojciec, po nieszczęściu, jakiego spotkało, wyjechawszy z kraju, wziął przy działach majątkowych kapitały, jej zaś zostawił majątek rodzinny Płoszów. Ciotka zarządza nim od lat 30 i zarządza doskonale. Jest to osoba niepospolitego charakteru, dlatego poświęcam jej słów kilka. Mając lat 20, była narzeczoną młodego człowieka, który umarł za granicą właśnie wówczas, gdy ciotka wybierała się za nim w podróż. Od tej pory odrzucała wszelkie partie i pozostała starą panną. Po śmierci mojej matki towarzyszyła ojcu do Wiednia i Rzymu, gdzie przemieszkiwała lat kilka, otaczając brata najtkliwszym przywiązaniem, które potem przeniosło się na mnie. Jest to w całym znaczeniu wielka dama, nieco despotyczna, wyniosła i weredyczka, mająca tę pewność siebie, jaką daje majątek i wysokie położenie towarzyskie, w gruncie rzeczy zaś uosobiona zacność i poczciwość. Pod szorstkimi pozorami kryje ona złote, pobłażliwe serce, kochające nie tylko swoich, nie tylko mego ojca, mnie, domowników, ale ludzi w ogóle. Jest tak cnotliwa, że doprawdy nie wiem, czy to stanowi jakąkolwiek jej zasługę, bo nie potrafiłaby być inną. Dobroczynność jej weszła w przysłowie. Pędza dziadów i baby jak konstabl, a opatruje jak święty Wincenty a Paulo. Jest bardzo religijna. Nigdy żaden cień zwątpienia nie wkradł się w jej duszę. Co czyni? Czyni z mocy niewzruszonych podstaw, dlatego nigdy nie waha się w wyborze drogi. Z tego także powodu jest zawsze spokojna i ogromnie szczęśliwa. W Warszawie nazywają ciotkę z powodu jej szorstkości le bourreau bienfaisant. Niektórzy, a zwłaszcza niektóre, nie lubią jej. Powszechnie jednak zażywa wielkiego miru we wszystkich warstwach społecznych. Płoszów leży w pobliżu Warszawy, w której ciotka ma swój własny dom. Z tego powodu zimę spędza w mieście. Co zimę też usiłuje mnie ściągnąć do siebie, by mnie ożenić. Teraz właśnie otrzymałem tajemny i naglący list, pełen zaklęć, bym przyjeżdżał. Trzeba będzie zresztą to zrobić, bo od dawna nie byłem w kraju. Ciotka zaś pisze, że się starzeje i że chciałaby mnie widzieć przed śmiercią. Wyznaję zaś, że nie zawsze rad jeżdżę do kraju. Wiem, że najdroższym zamiarem ciotki jest ożenić mnie. Otóż za każdym moim pobytem sprawiam jej pod tym względem gorzki zawód. Strach mnie bierze na myśl o akcie tak stanowczym, po którym trzeba by rozpocząć jakby drugie życie, podczas gdy ja, tem pierwszym, jestem porządnie zmęczony. Na koniec jest coś kłopotliwego dla mnie w stosunku do ciotki. Jak dawniej znajomi na ojca mego, tak ona dziś patrzy na mnie jak na człowieka wyjątkowych zdolności, po którym wielkich rzeczy należy się spodziewać. Pozwolić, by pozostała przy tym mniemaniu, wydaje mi się nadużywaniem jej dobrej woli. Oświadczyć jej, że nie tylko wielkich rzeczy, ale niczego nie ma się po mnie spodziewać, byłoby to przesądzać przyszłość tylko prawdopodobną, a zatem zadać staruszce cios stanowczy. Może na nieszczęście dla mnie wielu bliższych mi ludzi dzieli mniemanie ciotki. Wzmianka o tem pozwala mi przejść do skreślenia mego wizerunku, co nie będzie rzeczą łatwą o tyle, że jestem istotą rzeczywiście w wysokim stopniu złożoną. Przyniosłem na świat nerwy bardzo wrażliwe, wydoskonalone przez kulturę całych pokoleń. Pierwszymi latami mego dzieciństwa zajmowała się ciotka, po jej odjeździe zaś, jak zwykle w naszych rodzinach, bony. Ponieważ mieszkaliśmy w Rzymie, w otoczeniu obcem, ojciec zaś chciał, bym znał dobrze swój język, przeto jedna z moich bon była Polką. Mieszka ona dotychczas w naszym domu na Babuino i zarządza gospodarstwem domowym. Ojciec zajmował się mną także bardzo dużo, zwłaszcza od 5. roku mego życia. Chodziłem na rozmowy do jego pokoju, które rozwijały mnie niepospolicie, a może nawet przedwcześnie. Później, gdy studia i poszukiwania archeologiczne oraz dopełnianie zbiorów pochłaniały ojcu wszystek czas, przyjął do mnie nauczyciela, księdza Calvi. Był to człowiek już stary, z wiarą i duszą nadzwyczaj pogodną. Kochał on nad wszystko sztukę. Sądzę nawet, że religię odczuwał przede wszystkim przez jej piękność. W muzeach wobec arcydzieł lub słuchając muzyki w kaplicy sykstyńskiej zapamiętywał się zupełnie. W tych głębokich upodobaniach jego do sztuki nie było jednak nic pogańskiego, gdyż nie wspierały się one na sybarytyzmie, na używaniu zmysłowym, ale na uczuciu. Ksiądz Calvi kochał po prostu sztukę tą czystą i pogodną miłością, z jaką mogli ją kochać de Fiesole, Cimabue lub Giotto, a co więcej, kochał ją także z pokorą, bo sam nie miał najmniejszego talentu. Natomiast im mniej mógł, tem więcej odczuwał. Nie umiałbym nawet powiedzieć, która ze sztuk pięknych była mu ulubioną, zdaje się bowiem, że głównie kochał we wszystkim harmonię, która odpowiadała jego wewnętrznej harmonii. Nie wiem sam dlaczego, ale ile razy przypomnę sobie ojca Calvi, tylekroć przypomina mi się zarazem ów starzec, stojący obok świętej Cecylii Rafaela i zasłuchany w muzykę sfer. Między moim ojcem a księdzem Calvi prędko zaczęła się przyjaźń, która trwała aż do śmierci tego ostatniego. On to utrwalił w ojcu zamiłowanie do poszukiwań archeologicznych i w ogóle do wiecznego miasta. Łączyło ich, prócz tego, przywiązanie do mnie. Obaj uważali mnie za dziecko wyjątkowo uzdolnione i zapowiadające Bóg wie jaką przyszłość. Przychodzi mi nieraz na myśl, że stanowiłem dla nich także pewnego rodzaju harmonię, pewne dopełnienie świata, w którym żyli i że kochali mnie poniekąd takim samym uczuciem, jakim kochali Rzym i jego zabytki. Taka atmosfera, takie otoczenie nie mogły nie wywrzeć na mnie wpływu. Chowano mnie w sposób nieco oryginalny. Chodziłem z księdzem Calvi, a często i z ojcem, po galeriach, muzeach, za Rzym, do willi, ruin i katakumb. Ksiądz Calvi równie wrażliwy był na piękność natury jak sztuki. Wcześnie więc nauczył i mnie odczuwać poetyczną melancholię kampanii rzymskiej, harmonię, z jaką łuki i linie zrujnowanych wodociągów rysują się na niebie, czystość zarysów pinii. Zanim umiałem dobrze 4 działania, zdarzało mi się w galeriach poprawiać Anglików, którym nazwisko Carracci i Caravaggio mieszały się w głowach. Wcześnie i łatwo nauczyłem się po łacinie, bo język włoski, którym jako mieszkaniec Rzymu władałem biegle, ułatwił mi tę naukę. Mając lat 11, wypowiadałem swoje poglądy na mistrzów włoskich i zagranicznych, które, mimo całej naiwności, nie przeszkadzały księdzu Calvi i ojcu rzucać na się zdumionych spojrzeń. Nie lubiłem na przykład Ribeiry, bo był mi zanadto czarny i biały, przez co wydawał się trochę straszny, a lubiłem Carla Dolce. Słowem, uchodziłem w oczach ojca, księdza Calvi i w znajomych nam domach za cudowne dziecko. Słyszałem nieraz, jak mnie chwalono i to podniecało mą próżność. A swoją drogą nerwy moje w tym otoczeniu i w takiej atmosferze wyrobiły się wcześnie i pozostały raz na zawsze wrażliwe. Dziwna jednak rzecz, że wpływy powyższe nie były ani tak głębokie, ani tak stanowcze, jakby się można było spodziewać. Że nie zostałem artystą, to się tłumaczy tem, że zapewne nie miałem talentu, jakkolwiek moi nauczyciele muzyki i rysunku byli przeciwnego zdania. Ale zastanawiam się nieraz nad tym, dlaczego ani ojciec, ani ksiądz Calvi nie potrafili mi wszczepić nawet swoich zamiłowań w tym stopniu, w jakim mieli je sami. Czy odczuwam sztukę? Tak. Czy potrzebuję jej? Także tak. Ale oni ją kochali, ja zaś odczuwam ją jak dyletant, potrzebuję jej zaś jako dopełnienie wszelkiego rodzaju przyjemnych i rozkosznych wrażeń życiowych. Należy ona w ogóle do rzędu moich upodobań, nie do rzędu moich namiętności. Nie mógłbym się może obejść bez niej w życiu, ale całego życia bym jej nie oddał. Ponieważ stan szkół włoskich w ogóle wiele pozostawiał do życzenia, ojciec oddał mnie do kolegium w Metz, które ukończyłem z małym trudem, a natomiast ze wszystkimi odznaczeniami i nagrodami, jakie tam można otrzymać. Na rok przed ukończeniem uciekłem wprawdzie do Don Carlosa i przez 2 miesiące włóczyłem się z oddziałem Tristana po Pirenejach. Wyszukano mnie za pośrednictwem konsula francuskiego w Burgos i odstawiono do Metz na pokutę. Należy jednak wyznać, że pokuta nie była zbyt ciężka, albowiem i ojciec mój, i przewodnicy duchowni w skrytości duszy dumni byli z mojej wycieczki. Zresztą świetne powodzenia egzaminowe prędko wyjednały mi przebaczenie. Oczywiście wśród kolegów, których sympatie w takiej szkole, jaka istniała w Metz, musiały być po stronie Don Carlosa, uchodziłem za bohatera. Że zaś jednocześnie byłem pierwszym uczniem, wodziłem więc rej w całej szkole i nikomu nie przyszło do głowy spierać się ze mną o to stanowisko. Rosłem w mimowolnym przekonaniu, że i później, na szczerem polu, tak samo będzie. Przekonanie to dzielili nauczyciele i koledzy. Tymczasem faktycznie tak jest, że wielu z moich towarzyszów szkolnych, którym do głowy nie przychodziło wówczas, żeby kiedykolwiek mogli współzawodniczyć ze mną, zajmuje dziś we Francji wybitne stanowiska, bądź na polu literackim, bądź naukowym, bądź politycznym, podczas gdy ja nie wybrałem sobie zawodu, a poprawdzie byłbym w kłopocie, gdyby mi kazano go wybrać. Stanowisko moje towarzyskie jest doskonałe, odziedziczyłem już majątek po matce, odziedziczę kiedyś po ojcu, będę gospodarował w Płoszowie, Będę administrował mniej więcej mądrze albo niemądrze całą fortuną, ale już sam zakres tych zajęć wyłącza nadzieję, żebym mógł kiedykolwiek odznaczyć się w życiu i odegrać jakąś rolę. Nie stanę się nigdy świetnym gospodarzem i administratorem. To wiem z pewnością, bo jakkolwiek nie mam zamiaru uchylać się od tych zajęć, nie mam także ochoty poświęcać im życia. Z tego prostego powodu, że aspiracje moje są rozleglejsze. Czasem stawiam sobie pytanie, czy my, płoszowscy, nie łudzimy się co do naszych uzdolnień. Ale gdyby tak było, łudzilibyśmy się sami. Ludzie zaś obcy, obojętni, nie pobadaliby w ten błąd. Zresztą ojciec mój był i jest istotnie niepowszednio uzdolnionym. Co do mnie, osobiście nie chcę się nad tym rozwodzić, żeby to nie wyglądało na głupią próżność, ale jednak mam najszczersze przekonanie, że mógłbym być czymś nieskończenie większym niż jestem. Oto na przykład w Uniwersytecie w Warszawie. Ojciec i matka życzyli sobie, bym uniwersytet ukończył w kraju, kolegowałem ze Sniatyńskim. Obaj czuliśmy w sobie powołanie literackie i próbowaliśmy sił na tem polu. Nie mówię już o tem, że byłem uważany za studenta zdolniejszego od Sniatyńskiego, ale dalibóg to, co pisałem wówczas, było lepsze, bardziej obiecujące od tego, co pisał Sniatyński. A dziś co? Sniatyński się wybił względnie wysoko, ja zaś nie przestałem być wielce obiecującym panem Płoszowskim, o którym tu i ówdzie ludzie mówią, kręcąc głowami, gdyby się tylko do czegoś wziął. Ludzie nie liczą się z tem, że trzeba umieć chcieć. Myślałem nieraz, iż gdybym nie miał żadnego majątku, to musiałbym się do czegoś wziąć i zapewne musiałbym w jakiś sposób zarabiać na chleb, ale wewnętrznie jestem przekonany, że i w takim razie nie wyzyskałbym swoich uzdolnień w 20 części. Zresztą taki Darwin, taki Buckle to byli ludzie bogaci. Sir John Lubbock jest bankierem. Większość znakomitych ludzi francuskich opływała w dostatki. Pokazuje się więc, że majątek nie tylko nie przeszkadza, ale pomaga do zajęcia stanowiska na wszystkich polach. Przypuszczam nawet, że mnie osobiście oddał on wielką przysługę, bo uchronił charakter mój od wielu zwichnięć, na które naraziłoby go ubóstwo. Nie chcę powiedzieć przez to, żebym miał charakter słaby. Z drugiej strony walka mogłaby go nawet zahartować. Ale bądź co bądź, im kto więcej znajduje na drodze kamieni, tem mu łatwiej uniknąć potknięcia lub upadku. Próżniactwu nie przypiszę także mojej nicości. Posiadam w równym stopniu łatwość przyswajania sobie wiadomości, jak i ciekawość. Czytuję wiele i pamiętam wiele. Być może, iż nie zdobyłbym się na żelazną wytrwałość, na pracę długą, powolną, rozległą, ale ten brak wytrwania powinna właśnie łatwość zastąpić. Wreszcie nic mnie nie obowiązuje do pisania słowników, jak to czynił Littre. Kto nie umie świecić z wytrwałością słońca, może przynajmniej zabłysnąć jak meteor. Ale ta nicość w przeszłości, ta prawdopodobna nicość w przyszłości. Cierpko mi się robi i nuda poczyna mnie gnębić, więc urywam na dziś pisanie. End of chapter 1 of Bez dogmatu.
Chapter 1 of The Book of the Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by Peter Yearsley. The Book of the Cheese, being traits and stories of Ye Olde Cheshire Cheese, compiled by T.W. Reed. Chapter 1. Early History of Ye Olde Cheshire Cheese. Time consecrates, and what is grey with age becomes religion. Schiller. Old London is fast disappearing off the face of the earth. One by one its ancient taverns have gone, or, if the names familiar to our ancestors have been retained, the hand of the builder has been laid remorselessly on the structures our forefathers knew, and they have been transformed beyond recognition. One of them, however, survives, untouched by the hand of time, spared by the vitality of the traditions, literary and other, which it enshrines, and that is the Cheshire cheese. Though its story reaches back long before the 18th century, it is with the memory of Dr. Johnson and his more brilliant contemporaries that it is very largely associated in the minds of men. It is, in a special sense, London's living memorial of the great lexicographer. Amid the changes which have altered Fleet Street almost beyond recognition by the Doctor and his contemporaries, it stands safe still, its old activities in full swing, in the narrow backwater of Wine Office Court, a venerable reminder of the past. That men should be possessed with an unwearying curiosity about the old tavern which was so much the haunt of the mighty literary potentate who was the patron and friend of Goldsmith is but natural. They feel for it what the devotee feels for a shrine. Dr. Johnson was not himself indifferent to a sentiment of the sort, and just as we take an intense interest in the Cheshire cheese which he frequented, so he, in his day, was sympathetically curious as to the places which Dryden, half a century or so before the Doctor's time, had made sacred to literary memory by his presence. "When I was a young fellow," he says, "I wanted to write the life of Dryden, and in order to get materials I applied to the only two persons then alive who had seen him. These were old Swinney and old Cibber. Swinney's information was no more than this, that at Will's coffee house Dryden had a particular chair for himself which was set by the fire in winter, and then called his winter chair, and that it was carried out for him to the balcony in summer, and then called his summer chair. I went and sat in it." Thanks, therefore, to the fact that we have one specimen of the Johnsonian tavern remaining practically the same as it was in the Johnsonian days, we can still depict for ourselves, with but the slightest effort of the imagination, what must have been the scene at the Cheshire Cheese in the Doctor's time. Johnson is there in his favourite seat, mouthing and talking as who should say, "I am Sir Oracle, and when I ope my mouth let no dog bark." One or other of his friends is never wanting to keep him company, Burke or Goldsmith, or it may be Langton or Beauclerk, but the inn is with us, though the men of the 18th century are gone. Even then the tavern, as a club, was beginning to fall into comparative decay. Fashion was voting for the club proper, proprietary or otherwise, and the habit of ceasing to live in the city carried away the old frequenters of the Fleet Street taverns into the suburbs or the more distant environs of London. Washington Irving gives us in his sketch-book a charming account of one of the City of London hostelries as it was at the beginning of the 19th century. The opening of the description would serve for the Cheshire Cheese of today. "This has been a temple of mirth and wine from time immemorial. It has always been in the family, so that its history is tolerably well preserved by the present landlord. It was much frequented by the gallants and cavalieros of the reign of Elizabeth, and was looked into now and then by the wits of Charles II. The members of the club which now holds its weekly sessions there abound in old catches, glees, and choice stories that are traditional in the place. The life of the club, and indeed the prime wit of the neighbourhood, is mine host himself. At the opening of every club night he is called in to sing his Confession of Faith, which is the famous old drinking troll from Gammer Gurton's Needle." Washington Irving gives the words of the 4 verses of the song with chorus, the first of which, as a specimen of the old-time city tavern song, may suffice to be produced here. Quote, "I cannot eat but little meat, my stomach is not good, but sure I think that I can drink with him that wears a hood. Though I go bare, take ye no care, I nothing am a cold, I stuff my skin so full within, with jolly good ale and old." Chorus, "Back and side go bare, both foots and hand go cold, but belly, God send thee good ale enough, whether it be new or old." End quote. But from the time of Dr. Johnson down to the present day, unbroken links of tradition connect the Cheshire Cheese of the 20th century with the Cheshire Cheese of the 18th, and through that with all the taverns in Story, which begin with the Tabard and pass on through the Mermaid and the rest to the old house in Wine Office Court. This venerable survivor of a vanished race has a double interest. To the lover of antiquity in general, it appeals as the type of the place our forefathers loved. To the lover of the Johnsonian cycle, as enabling him to picture to himself what that race of giants did, where they ate and drank, and where they talked. That they had reason for their choice of an inn, and could give a reason for that choice too, is plain from a well-known passage in Boswell, which runs as follows, quote, "There is no private house in which people can enjoy themselves so well as at a capital tavern. Let there be ever so great plenty of good things, ever so much grandeur, ever so much elegance, ever so much desire that everybody should be easy. In the nature of things it cannot be. There must always be some degree of care and anxiety. The master of the house is anxious to entertain his guests. The guests are anxious to be agreeable to him, and no man but a very impudent dog indeed can as freely command what is in another man's house as if it were his own. Whereas at a tavern there is a general freedom from anxiety. You are sure you are welcome, and the more noise you make, the more trouble you give." Note: we should remember that this was said in the rougher world of the last century. End note. "The more good things you call for, the welcomer you are. No servants will attend you with the alacrity which waiters do, who are incited by the prospect of an immediate reward in proportion as they please. No, sir, there is nothing which has yet been contrived by man, by which so much happiness is produced, as by a good tavern or inn." End quote. Although the origin of the old Cheshire cheese, formerly spelt ye olde Cheshire cheese, note, cheese spelt C-H-E-S-E, end note, is not altogether involved in obscurity, there is a decided want of complete or even semi-complete details as to its very early history, but it is much more affluent in literary anecdote. It was in the old Cheshire cheese that the dispute arose about who would most quickly make the best couplet. One said, "I, Sylvester, kissed your sister." The other's retort was, "I, Ben Jonson, kissed your wife." "But that's not rhyme," said Sylvester. "No," said Johnson, "but it's true." A later poet, Lord Tennyson, was himself a frequenter of the cheese in his young days, while it was there that Isaac Bickerstaff made the epigram, quote, "When late I attempted your pity to move, what made you so deaf to my prayers? Perhaps it was right to dissemble your love, but why did you kick me downstairs?" End quote. In fact, the cheese was famous for epigrammatists. Who would not like to have seen the face of the old glutton and scandalmonger, when, in the cheese, the following lines were solemnly presented to him, quote, "You say your teeth are dropping out, a serious cause of sorrow, not likely to be cured, I doubt, to-day or yet to-morrow, but good may come of this distress, while under it you labour, if, losing teeth, you guzzle less, and don't backbite your neighbour." End quote. That Samuel Johnson, Oliver Goldsmith, and other distinguished men were in the habit of frequenting the old Cheshire cheese, there can be no manner of doubt, and they knew what they were about in choosing their place of rendezvous, for I find in a brochure entitled Round London, 1725, that the house is described as Ye Old Cheshire Cheese Tavern, near Ye Fleet Prison, an eating house for goodly fare. Wine Office Court, where the Cheshire cheese is situated, took its name from the fact that wine licenses were granted in a building close by. The present wine office of the old Cheshire cheese is exactly at the junction of the court and Fleet Street. "In this court," says Mr. Noble, "once flourished a fig tree planted a century ago by the vicar of St. Bride's, who resided at number 12. It was a slip from another exile of a tree formerly flourishing in a sooty kind of grandeur at the sign of the fig tree in Fleet Street." End of chapter 1 of the Book of the Cheese.
Kapitel 1 von Das Buch vom Eppele, eine Schelmen- und Räuberchronik aus Franken. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Das Buch vom Eppele, eine Schelmen- und Räuberchronik aus Franken, von Karl Bröger. Kapitel 1: Eppeles Geburt und wie er sogleich den Pfaffen Isidor taufte. Herr Arnold von Geiling, Rechtslehmann auf Festewald bei Gunzenhausen und Burgherr von Geilnau, Illesheim, Röllinghausen und Rammeisel im fränkischen Land, durfte sich nur etlicher Wochen seines erstgeborenen Sohnes freuen. Seine fromme Frau Jutta nahm dieses Schicksal für eine Mahnung des Himmels und gelobte die nächste Frucht ihres Leibes der heiligen Kirche, welcher gottgefällige Verspruch nicht ohne die kräftige Nachhilfe des Burgkaplans Isidor geschah. Herr Arnold von Geiling hatte sich zuletzt brummend in das Gelöbnis gefügt, zumal auch der tapferste Ritter nicht bestehen kann, wenn Frau und Pfaffe gegen ihn verbündet sind. Insgeheim hoffte Herr Arnold, der nächste Spross seiner Lenden möchte ein Maidlein werden, durch welchen Wunsch er gewiss keinen Betrug am Himmel beging, in dessen Macht es wohl steht, ob Knabe oder Mädchen. Als aber die Nachricht kam, Frau Jutta wäre glücklich wieder eines Sohnes entbunden, zupfte Herr Arnold von Geiling unwirsch den rabenschwarzen Bart und maß dröhnend die Burgstube von Schloss Illesheim auf ihre Länge und Breite. Hinter ihm ging wie ein verkrüppelter Schatten der Pater Isidor und erinnerte mit vielen gewundenen Worten an den Verspruch der edlen und frommen Dame Jutta. Dabei vergaß Pater Isidor jedoch auch der sehr weltlichen Vorteile dieses Seelenverkaufs nicht und stellte Herrn Arnold eindringlich vor, welches geruhige, aller Sorgen und Anfechtungen enthobene Leben sein eben geborener Sohn einmal führen würde. Ein Ritter und kleiner Lehnsmann müsste sein Brot schon bald auf der Landstraße holen. Einem Chorherrn von Würzburg aber trügen es die Leute gern und reichlich an den Tisch. Herr Arnold dürfte doch nur des eigenen Bruders Erkenbrecht gedenken, der doch als Chorherr im Würzburger Stift St. Burkhard an Fülle des Geistes wie des Leibes wahrlich nur gewonnen hätte. Ritter Arnold, des Wortes wenig mächtig, doch von gesundem Verstande, nahm die Rede des Mönches ohne viel Gegensprache hin und wog bei sich nur ab, was darin etwa von weltlichem und geistlichem Nutzen sein könnte. Die Zeitläufte mussten jedem einsamen Ritter zuwider sein. Alle standen gegen alle, und nicht einmal das kaiserliche Haupt heiligen römischen Reiches deutscher Nation war vor Gewalttat sicher. Hatte nicht vor 3 Sommern erst der Habsburger Albrecht unter den Schwerthieben des eigenen Neffen Johann von Schwaben ausgeblutet? Nun war der Luxemburger Graf Heinrich zwar zu Aachen gekrönt, doch in welchen Stadt mochte er zur Zeit Hof halten? Frecher, immer frecher wuchsen die Städte auf, pochten auf eigene, vom Reich verliehene Rechte und maßten sich freie Fahrt auf Fluss und Straße an, wo doch seit Alters der Ritter bürtige schatzen durfte, was ihm gefiel. Ging nicht der Bauer in Wehr und Waffen, als wäre es nicht mehr seine gottgesetzte Pflicht, den Pflug zu führen und den Zehnten ordentlich am Geldtage zu entrichten? Und führte das alles nicht dahin, dem edelbürtigen Ritter die Notdurft zu schmälern, dass er bald selbst den Pflug in die Hand nehmen oder Krämerei wie die Nürnberger Pfeffersäcke treiben sollte? Einen mächtigen Zug aus dem Humpen voll Frankenwein musste Herr Arnold von Geiling tun, um all dieses Widerwarts der Zeiten Herr zu werden. Dem Kaplan Isidor schien der Augenblick günstig, den Ritter festzupichen auf seiner Ehefrau Gelöbnis, doch empfing er auf alle Anzapfung nur die unerwartete Rede. Er, Arnold von Geiling, der Vater, wollte das Kind erst einmal sehen. Es war kein sonderlich ansehnliches Stück Menschenfleisch, das da an Frau Jutas Seite im Wochenbett lag und quäkende Nasenlaute von sich gab. Herr Arnold betrachtete den Sprossen, nachdem er sein Weib innig geküsst hatte, aufmerksam und nachdenklich, und spürte einen gelinden Stich unter seinem Herzen. Dieser 3 Spannen lang würde kaum je ein Pferd tummeln und ein Schwert schwingen können, mochte ihn also die Kirche behalten, der er schon vor Geburt zugesprochen war. Pater Isidor rief in seiner Freude alle Heiligen des Himmels an, dass sie die Rede des ehrenwerten Ritters von Geiling bezeugen möchten, und Frau Jutta reichte dem Beichtvater bewegten Herzens den Sohn, ihn doch vor der Taufe zu segnen. Damit schien jedoch der jüngste Geilinger ganz und gar nicht einverstanden, sondern hub ein Zetern an, wovon die Wände der Wochenstube bebten. Der Burgkaplan erklärte dieses Geschrei sogleich für ein günstiges Zeichen des Himmels, da eine starke Stimme doch zum allernötigsten Rüstzeug eines Gottesmannes gehöre, um die Schrift laut und vernehmlich zu lehren. Auch sonst entdeckte Pater Isidor an dem Säugling nicht wenige Merkmale des künftigen Priesters und verbreitete sich salbungsvoll über solche Merkmale. Der junge Geilinger achtete dieser frommen Reden gar nicht, sondern schrie, was aus dem Halse ging, und zappelte wild in den fleischigen Mönchshänden. Und da geschah es denn, als Pater Isidor eben die rechte Hand hob, den jüngsten Diener der Kirche zu segnen, rieselte es silbernhell aus dem natürlichen Brünnlein auf und ergoss sich warm über Hand und Knie des Pfaffen. Pater Isidor schwieg plötzlich. Herr Arnold von Geiling guckte erst und prustete dann dröhnend los, und Frau Jutta verbarg ihr Lächeln schämig hinter dem hohen Betthimmel. So hatte Eppelein von Geilingen den Pater Isidor getauft, ehe denn er selbst zum Taufwasser und zu einem Namen gekommen war. Ende von Kapitel 1 aus. Das Buch vom Eppele. Eine Schelmen- und Räuberchronik aus Franken.
Chapter 1 of The Four Men, a Farrago. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Four Men, a Farrago by Hilaire Belloc. Chapter 1. The 29th of October 1902. 9 years ago, as I was sitting in the George at Robertsbridge, drinking that port of theirs and staring at the fire, there arose in me a multitude of thoughts, through which at last came floating a vision of the woods of home and of another place, the lake where the Arun rises. And I said to myself inside my own mind, "What are you doing? You are upon some business that takes you far, not even for ambition or for adventure, but only to earn. And you will cross the sea and earn your money, and you will come back and spend more than you have earned. But all the while your life runs past you like a river, and the things that are of moment to men you do not heed at all." As I thought this kind of thing, and still drank up that port, the woods that overhang the reaches of my river came back to me so clearly that, for the sake of them, and to enjoy their beauty, I put my hand in front of my eyes, and I saw, with every delicate appeal that one's own woods can offer, the steep bank over Stoke, the valley, the high ridge which hides a man from Arundel, and Arun turning and hurrying below. I smelt the tide. Not ever, in a better time when I had seen it of reality and before my own eyes living, had that good picture stood so plain, and even the colours of it were more vivid than they commonly are in our English air. But because it was a vision, there was no sound, nor could I even hear the rustling of the leaves, though I saw the breeze gusty on the water-meadow banks, and ruffling up a force against the stream. Then I said to myself again, What you are doing is not worthwhile, and nothing is worthwhile on this unhappy earth except the fulfilment of a man's desire. Consider how many years it is since you saw your home, and for how short a time, perhaps, its perfection will remain. Get up and go back to your own place, if only for one day, for you have this great chance that you are already upon the soil of your own county, and that Kent is a mile or two behind. As I said these things to myself, I felt as that man felt of whom everybody has read in Homer with an answering heart, that he longed as he journeyed to see once more the smoke going up from his own land, and after that to die. Then I hit the table there with my hand, and as though there were no duty nor no engagements in the world, and I spoke out loud, for I thought myself alone. I said, I will go from this place to my home. When I had said this, the deeper voice of an older man answered, and since I am going to that same place, let us journey there together. I turned round, and I was angry, for there had been no one with me when I had entered upon this reverie, and I had thought myself alone. I saw then, sitting beyond the table, a tall man and spare, well on in years, vigorous. His eyes were deep set in his head. They were full of travel and of sadness. His hair was of the colour of steel. It was curled and plentiful, and on his chin was a strong full beard, as grey and stiff as the hair of his head. I did not know that you were here, I said, nor do I know how you came in, nor who you are. But if you wished to know what it was made me speak aloud, although I thought myself alone, it was the memory of this county, on the edge of which I happen now to be, by accident for one short hour, till a train shall take me out of it. Then he answered in the same grave way that he had spoken before, For the matter of that, it is my county also, and I heard you say more than that. Yes, I said more than that, and since you heard me, you know what I said. I said that all the world could be thrown over, but that I would see my own land again, and tread my own county from here and from now. And since you have asked me what part especially, I will tell you. My part of Sussex is all that part from the valley of Arun, and up the western Rother too, and so over the steep of the Downs to the Norwood, and the lonely place called No Man's Land. He said to me, nodding slowly, I know these also. And then he went on, A man is more himself if he is one of a number, so let us take that road together, and as we go, gather what company we can find. I was willing enough, for all companionship is good, but chance companionship is the best of all. But I said to him first, If we are to be together for 3 days or 4, since it will take us that at least to measure the whole length of Sussex, tell me your name, and I will tell you mine. He put on the little smile that is worn by men who have talked to very many different kinds of their fellows, and he said, My name is of a sort that tells very little, and if I told it, it would not be worth telling. What is your name? My name, I said to him, is of importance only to those who need to know it. It might be of importance to my masters, had I such, but I have none. It is not of importance to my equals, and since you will not tell me yours, and we must call each other something, I shall call you Grizzlebeard, which fixes you very well in my mind. And what shall I call you? He said, during so short a journey. You may call me myself, I answered, for that is the name I shall give to my own person and my own soul, as you will find when I first begin speaking of them, as occasion serves. It was agreed thus between us that we should walk through the whole county to the place we knew, and recover, while yet they could be recovered, the principal joys of the soul, and gather, if we could gather it, some further company. And it was agreed that as our friendship was chance, so chance it should remain, and that these foolish titles should be enough for us to know each other by. When, therefore, we had made a kind of pact, but not before, I poured out a great deal of my port for him into a silver mug which he habitually kept in his pocket, and, drinking the rest from my own glass, agreed with him that we should start the next day at dawn, with our faces westward along the Brightling road, that is, up into the woods, and to the high sandy land, from which, first a long way off, one sees the downs. All this was on the evening of the 29th October in the year 1902. The air was sharp, but not frosty, and outside drove the last clouds of what had been for 3 days a great gale. Next morning, having slept profoundly, without giving a warning to anyone who had engaged us, or whom we had engaged, but cutting ourselves quite apart from care and from the world, we set out with our faces westward to reach at last the valley of the Arun and the things we knew. The end of The Four Men of Farrago. Chapter 1 of The Icknield Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Icknield Way by Edward Thomas. Chapter 1. On Roads and Footpaths. Much has been written of travel, far less of the road. Writers have treated the road as a passive means to an end, and honoured it most when it has been an obstacle. They leave the impression that a road is a connection between 2 points which only exists when the traveller is upon it. Though there is much travel in the Old Testament, the way is used chiefly as a metaphor. Abraham journeyed, going on still towards the south, says the historian, who would have used the same words had the patriarch employed wings. Yet, to a nomadic people, the road was as important as anything upon it. The earliest roads wandered like rivers through the land, having, like rivers, one necessity, to keep in motion. We still say that a road goes to London, as we go ourselves. We point out a white snake on a green hillside and tell a man, "That is going to Chichester." At our inn, we think, when recollecting the day, that road must have gone to Strata, Florida. We could not attribute more life to them if we had moving roads, with platforms on the sidewalks. We may go or stay, but the road will go up over the mountains to Llandovery, and then up again over to Tregaron. It is a silent companion, always ready for us, whether it is night or day, wet or fine, whether we are calm or desperate, well or sick. It is always going. It has never gone right away, and no man is too late. Only a humorist could doubt this, like the boy in a lane who was asked, "Where does this lane go to, boy?" and answered, "I've been living here these 16 years, and it has never moved, to my knowledge." Some roads creep, some continue merely, some advance with majesty, some mount a hill in curves, like a soaring seagull. Even as towns are built by rivers, instead of rivers being conducted past towns, so the first settlements grew up alongside roads which had formerly existed simply as the natural lines of travel for a travelling race. The oldest roads often touch the fewest of our modern towns, villages, and isolated houses. It has been conjectured that the first roads were originally the tracks of animals. The elephant's path or tunnel through the jungle is used as a road in India today, and in early days the wild herds must have been invaluable for making a way through forest, for showing the firmest portion of bogs and lowland marshes, and for suggesting fords. The herd would wind according to the conditions of the land, and to inclinations of many inexplicable kinds, but the winding of the road would be no disadvantage to men who found their living by the wayside, men to whom time was not money. Roads which grew thus by nature and by necessity appear to be almost as lasting as rivers. They are found fit for the uses of countless different generations of men outside cities, because apart from cities and their needs, life changes little. If they go out of use in a new or a changed civilization, they may still be frequented by men of the most primitive habit. All over England may be found old roads called Gypsy Lane, Tinker's Lane, or Smuggler's Lane. East of Caen, in Wiltshire, is a Juggler's Lane, and as if the ugliness of the uggle sound pleased the good virtuous country folk, they have got a Huggler's Hole, a little west of Semley and south of Sedgehill, in the same county. There are also Beggars' Lanes, and roads leading past places called Mock Beggar, which is said to mean much beggar. These little used roads are known to lovers, thieves, smugglers, and ghosts. Even if long neglected, they are not easily obliterated. On the fairly even and dry ground of the high ridges, where men and cattle could spread out wide as they journeyed, the earth itself is unchanged by centuries of traffic, save that the grass is made finer, shorter, paler, and more numerously starred with daisies. But on the slopes down to a plain or ford, the road takes its immortality by violence, for it is divided into 2 or 3 or a score of narrow courses, trenched so deeply that they might often seem to be the work rather of some fierce natural force than of slow-travelling men, cattle, and pack-horses. The name Holloway or Holway is therefore a likely sign of an old road. So is Sandy Lane, a name in which lurks the half-fond contempt of country people for the road which a good hard road has superseded, and now little used save in birds' nesting or courting days. These old roads will endure as long as the Roman streets, though great is the difference between the unraised trackway, as dim as a wind-path on the sea, and the straight embanked Roman highway, which made the proverb plain as Dunstable Road, or good plain Dunstable, for Watling Street goes broad and straight through that town. Scott has one of these ghostly old roads in Guy Mannering. It was over a heath that had Skiddaw and Saddleback for background, and he calls it a blind road. Quote, "The track so slightly marked by the passenger's footsteps that it can but be traced by a slight shade of verdure from the darker heath around it, and being only visible to the eye when at some distance, ceases to be distinguished while the foot is actually treading it." End quote. The making of such roads seems one of the most natural operations of man, one in which he least conflicts with nature and the animals. If he makes roads outright and rapidly for a definite purpose, they may perish as rapidly, like the new roads of modern Japanese enterprise, and their ancient predecessors live on to smile at their ambition. These are the winding ways preferred by your connoisseur today. Quote, "Give me," says Hazlitt, "the clear blue sky over my head and the green turf beneath my feet, a winding road before me, and a 3 hours' march to dinner, and then to thinking." End quote. These windings are created by the undulating of the land, and by obstacles like those of a river, curves such as those in the High Street of Oxford, which Wordsworth called the stream-like windings of that glorious street. The least obstacle might bring about a loop, if nothing more, and as even a Roman road curled round Silbury Hill, so the path of the Australian savage is to be seen twisting round bush after bush, as if it enjoyed the interruption, though it cannot purl like the river at a bend. Probably these twists, beside being unconsciously adapted to the lie of the land, were, as they are still, easeful and pleasant to the rover who had some natural love of journeying. Why go straight? There is nothing at the end of any road better than may be found beside it, though there would be no travel did men believe it. The straight road, except over level and open country, can only be made by those in whom extreme haste and forethought have destroyed the power of joy, either at the end or at any part of its course. Why, then, go straight? The connoisseur had something of the savage in him when he demanded a winding road. It is not, however, to a man walking for pleasure that we shall go for a sense of roads, but to one like Bunyan, Pilgrim's Progress is full of the sense of roads. See Christian going to Mr. Legality's house. It is a mountain road, and the hill overhangs it so much that he is afraid to venture further, lest the hill should fall on his head. When Goodwill points out the narrow way, he says it was cast up by the patriarchs, prophets, Christ and his apostles, i.e. made into a raised track bounded by ditches from which the earth was cast up to form the embankment. When Christian comes to the hill difficulty, you see the primitive man deciding to go straight uphill, turning not to the left by the way called danger into a great wood, nor to the right to destruction and the wide field full of dark mountains. How full of plain English country wayfaring is the passage where Hopeful and Christian take a road by a riverside, and then, when it turns away from the water, they see a stile leading into a path which keeps on, as a path would do, along the bank through Bypath Meadow. Only, as it happens, the river is in flood, and they must turn back again towards the stile. This man knew roads, and one of his temptations after conversion was to try his faith by bidding the puddles on the road between his own village and Bedford to be dry. Cervantes had the sense of roads. He begins, indeed, by making Don Quixote sally forth upon the plain, like any knight of chivalry, pricking o'er the plain, and taking the way chosen by his horse, because thus would adventures best be compassed. But it is upon a road that he and most of his knights, ladies, and enchanters travel. Malory's book would have less vitality in its marvel if it were not for the roads. The three highways, for example, where Sir Marhaus and Sir Gawain and Sir Uwaine were to separate for their adventures, each with his damoiselle, and the wild ways of Sir Launcelot, when he rode many wild ways, throughout marches and many wild ways, until he came to a valley, and a knight therein with a naked sword chasing a lady. Cymbeline, again, and some of the historical plays of Shakespeare give a grand impression of wide tracts of country traversed by roads of great purpose and destiny. More often in books we move, as I have said, from place to place, as in a dream, but it is a dream in the Mabinogion which gives one of the most majestic scenes of travel. I mean the dream of the Emperor Maxen. He dreamed that he was journeying along a river valley towards its source, and up over the highest mountain in the world, until he saw mighty rivers descending to the sea, and one of them he followed to a great city at its mouth, and a vast castle in the city. At the end of his journey the dreaming emperor found a girl so beautiful that when he awoke he could think of naught else, while years went by, except her beauty. He sent out pioneers to discover the road of his dream, and at last they brought him to the castle, and the same girl, Helen, sitting in the hall of it. She became his bride, and he gave her 3 castles, one at Arvon in North Wales, one at Caerleon, and one at Carmarthen in the south. Then, says the tale, Helen bethought her to make high roads from one castle to another throughout the island of Britain, and the roads were made, and for this cause are they called the roads of Helen Lythauc, that she was sprung from a native of this island, and the men of the island of Britain would not have made these great roads for any save her. It is natural to connect with this Helen the great ancient roads leading north and south across Wales, known as Sarn Helen or Ellen. Nothing could be more noble as the name of a mountain road than Sarn Helen, or Helen's Causeway. It suggests to the ordinary, fanciful and unhistoric mind the British Helena, mother of the Emperor Constantine, and that it suggested this long ago is clear from the old identification of Helen Lythauc with the only child of King Cole of Colchester. The name has more recently been explained as Sarn Achling, the road of the legions. Sir John Rhys insists upon Ellen instead of Helen, and believes her to be one of the pagan goddesses of the dusk. There is, he says, a certain poetic propriety in associating the primitive paths and roads of the country with this vagrant goddess of dawn and dusk. These wandering paths are to the hard white highways what dusk is to the full blaze of day, first perhaps trodden by the wild herd, and still without terrors for it. They might well be protected by a sort of Artemis, goddess of wildernesses and of forked ways, kind both to human hunters and the wild quarry. They belong to the twilight of the world. No doubt the sun shines no brighter at noon than it did then, on a perfectly wild earth, on flowers that were never gathered, on bright plumage that no hand had coveted. But all the forest and marsh of primeval earth form in the imagination mists to which the lack of history adds yet another veil. These mists lie over the world, to my mind, exactly as the white mist of summer lies, turning into a sea most of what once was land, and making islands of the woods on the steep, uncultivated tracts. The islands rising out of the mists of time are the hills and mountains, and along their ridges ran the first roads, and by them are the squares and circles of the first habitations, and the mounds of the first solemnized graves, used sometimes, it is thought, as guides for travellers. It is particularly easy to think of southern England as several chains of islands, representing the Downs, the Chilterns and Gog-Magogs, the Mendips, Cotswolds and Quantocks. I have more than once caught myself thinking of the broad elephantine back of Butster Hill, heaving up, spotted with gorse but treeless, between Petersfield and Portsmouth, as Ararat, though my unfaithful eyes fail to imagine the Ark. There are days now when the clear, suddenly swelling hills like Tarbury or Barrow Hill in Hampshire, or Clay Hill, or the knolls of Maiden Bradley in Wiltshire, or the abrupt promontories like Chanctonbury or Nor Hill near Selborne, or the long trooping ranges, seem to be islands or atolls looming dimly through the snowy still mists of morning, or the clouds of rainstorm. Even without mist, some of the isolated green hills rise out of the pale levels of cornland as out of the sea, and I have seen from near Bruton the far distant mass of Cadbury, the hill some call Camelot in Somerset, look like a dark precipitous isle. When the early roads along the ridges were made, the hills still more closely resembled islands emerging out of the forest and out of the marsh. The watersheds created the roads, as they still do, over hundreds of miles in Africa. The roads keep to the highland, and if this highland were to form a circle, they would follow it. And hunters say, as Mr. H. W. Nevinson tells us in A Modern Slavery, that the elephants do move in a kind of rough zone or circle from the upper Zambesi across the Kwando into Angola and the district where they passed me, and so across the Kwanza northward and eastward into the Congo, and round towards Katanga and the sources of the Zambesi again. Somewhere, too, I have met the tradition, probably a Welsh one, that this island of Britain was girdled by a road above its shores. The early nomads would descend from the ridges only with reluctance, for fear of the marsh and the dim forest. Doubtless their travelling oxen, especially if burdened, had the same horror of mud, when they are not free to wallow in it, as they have today. In a very early age it is likely that men would go down to the rivers only to water their cattle, and then return to the heights. There would be several drinking places, and at one of them they would discover a ford, unless the animals had already marked one, and then, if the river had not become a boundary, they might cross and continue their wanderings along a road upon the next island of hills. Thus island would be joined to island. The paths ran along the back of each one and branched over the spurs, and the linking up of these would tend to form highways of great length, like that trodden by Launcelot, far o'er the long backs of the bushless downs, to Camelot. It were easy to take such a route today from anywhere in Berkshire or Hampshire, travelling high and away from cities, except cities of the dead, like Avebury, far from towns and villages, through Wiltshire into Somerset or Dorset, on roads which are altogether turf, or have so goodly a border of grass and blossom that the wayfarer need never touch the hard white grit, which is the same on a metalled road, whether in London or in wild country. Down from the realm-long bridge of islands above the world, the traveller descended to cities of men. Thus Sir Launcelot, after long riding in a great forest, came into a low country of fair rivers and meadows, and saw before him the long bridge and the 3 pavilions on it, of silk and sendal of diverse hue. Thus Sir Bevis of Hampton, cheated of his patrimony by a cruel mother, and keeping sheep on the downs, looked and saw below him the town and the tower that should have been his. Thus Cobbett, looking from Portsdown Hill above Portsmouth, saw the sea for the first time, and the English fleet riding at anchor at Spithead, and his heart was inflated with national pride. And though he had walked 30 miles that day, he slept not a moment, but rose at daylight and offered himself for the sea on board the Pegasus. Thus we descend on Winchester or Salisbury out of the hills, glad to get there what we want, as we have for many days gladly wanted what we could get. It has been, let us say, a day that should be spring, and in the dark, wet copses there were thousands of primroses. All day the wind, and often rain and wind together, roared in the trees. The pale flowers were soaked and frayed and speckled with dust from the trees, and they hung down, or were broken from their soft stalks. But the high land and the neighbouring sky exalt us. Even the sight of these tender blubbering petals ruined in the drenched grass was pleasant. We should have liked better to see them unspoiled and wide in the sun, but we did not wish them to be so, and their distress did but add to the glory of the storm and to our defiance, just as did the cowering of birds, of bowed trees, of whole woods, under the wild shadowy swoop of the mist and rain, and the valleys below us, humbled, their broad fields, their upthrust churches and clustered villages, overwhelmed and blotted out, and everything annihilated save the wind, the rain, the steaming road, and the vigorous limbs and glowing brain, and what they created. Not that we did not welcome freely the minutes of dimly shining stillness that were as a secluded garden in a city when the storm paused, for then we drank in the blue sky and the dark revealed tracts of plain and hill that lay stunned and astonished, like a dreamer opening his eyelids after tumultuous dreams. We drank them with easy joy, as of a man reading a great adventure when the heroes of it have long been dead, for we ourselves were so much above all that expanse which, powerless and quiet, might almost seem to belong to the past or to a tale. We and the storm were one, and we were triumphant, and in mid-triumph we came down to the lighted streets. As the first roads were made by men following herds, either as hunters or as herdsmen, so ox and sheep have long helped to keep them up. The great road of pilgrimage from Damascus to Mecca is not a made road, but composed of the parallel strands of old hollow camel paths. These, says Mr. Charles M. Doughty in Arabia Deserta, one of the ancient Arabian poets, has compared to the bars of the rayed Arabic mantle. To our own day in England, drovers took the cattle lazily along the old roads of the watersheds and ridges. Ox drove is the name in several places of an old green road. Travellers in Wiltshire have noticed on the 1-inch Ordnance Survey map a British trackway running west-south-west out of the road from the Deverils to Maiden Bradley. A large tumulus stands in the first field, as if for a sign at the beginning of the track. Locally, this is known as the Ox Road, and is said to have been used by droves coming from Mid and East Somerset. It is a continuation of the hard road which it leaves at the tumulus, and following it and its continuations you may travel through Kilmington, and between the Jack's Castle tumulus and King Alfred's Tower, down King's Settle Hill, and on close to Cadbury Castle to Ilchester, and joining the Fosse Way, reach Devon and Cornwall. Only 1 mile of its course is marked in Old English letters British Trackway, and this is apparently not even a path, but a protracted unevenness of the ground, sometimes almost amounting to a ridge or terrace in the grass, for the most part following the hedges, and in one place entering a short nettly lane. The road, in spite of its romantic Old English lettering, is at this point a very humble specimen of an ancient road and ox drove, for it goes through meadows which are low, compared with the fine waves of down, White Sheet Downs and the Maiden Bradley Hills, on either side of it. A far better one is the ox drove which this joins at Kilmington. It is said to have been used as a road from London to Exeter. Farmers will tell you that the ox drove never touched water, which they will qualify by saying you could go from Monkton Peveril to Marlborough without touching water or crossing it, and if that also is impossible, at any rate they have the tradition of the road's character in their heads, seldom as they may use it. Along it, says Mr. J. U. Powell, came fat cattle from the Somerset pastures to London, and once, he thinks, it was a road leading to the lead of Somerset and tin of Cornwall. It goes through the orchards of Somerset as a good hard road, but often deprived of its right green borders. When these have been lost, they have not always disappeared, and its old breadth is shown probably by a long narrow field lying first on one side and then, after a zigzag, on the other, as near the Bull to the east of Bruton, sometimes with a green space beside the road or a depression behind the hedge, or an aimless avenue of oak trees, as at Redlinch, marking the old course. It is a narrow road going in a determined manner up and down, but with few deviations, and having a purpose obviously unconnected with the few cottages on its edge. Here it is called the Hard Way. The hard road is the countryman's admiring term for a made road, but it is suggested that the Hard Way is the Har or Harrow Way, and is a continuation of a road running east and west through Hampshire and Wiltshire. It crosses the little shaded River Brew, and ascends Kingsettle Hill between high banks of beech and oak and bluebell. It mounts, like a savage who does not mind being out of breath, straight up the steep wooded wall of the hill, until at the top it is 850 feet high, instead of 400, and takes you into Wiltshire. On the right is the huge square tower of brick, erected by one of the Colt Hoare family, in honour of King Alfred. The name Kingsettle Hill was thought by Colt Hoare to mark the pass of King Alfred, when, with the chief men of Somerset, he issued from Athelney after Eastertide in 878, and marched to Egbertstone in the east part of Selwood Forest. This stone, or cliff, has been supposed to be White Sheet Hill, a very conspicuous and noble place for the king to gather the people of Somerset, Wiltshire, and Hampshire, before leading them to the victory of Eddington. On the right, and like Alfred's Tower at the brink of the hill, is the big tumulus known as Jack's Castle, and from either you command Somersetshire nearly as far as the curvature of the earth allows. From the oaks and bluebells of the slopes beneath you stretches a low subdivided country of many oaks, and cuckoos calling from them, and the Hard Way penetrating it from the southwest. Colt Hoare calls the tumulus Selwood Barrow, a beacon above the great forest of Selwood, and possibly a direction post for travellers from the west to Old Sarum. In the northwest the land rises up to a ridge with a comb of beech trees, which is Creech Hill above Bruton, and at its feet the masses of Pink Wood and Norwich Wood. The Mendips are a dim cloud beyond it on the right, the Quantocks a dimmer cloud on the left, and in the low land between them is Athelney, and near it Glastonbury, standing above the full-grown Brew. Sometimes the wind-like sound of an invisible train ascends. The road takes you through the remains of Selwood Forest. Now it has a fair green border, often of considerable breadth. That you are in Wiltshire there can be no doubt on emerging from the trees, for in front, upon the left, are those gentle monsters, the smooth, long and little knolls above Maiden Bradley, smooth detached green dunes crested and fringed with beeches. Under this side of the long knoll is the tower of Kilmington Church among its trees. Lying across the road a few miles ahead are the bare White Sheet Downs, which are to be mounted, and farther to the right the wooded beacons above Fonthill Gifford and East Knoll. The road makes for the scar of a high quarry on the nearest slope of White Sheet, a little to the left of a lesser isolated hill, a smooth wooded knoll or islet. The road is gently and evenly rising, a hard white road, almost straight, between grassy borders with thorns and brambles under beeches that overhang from behind the hedge. They are good trees standing on a strip of turf, furrowed as if it had once been the road or part of it, and some young ones have been lately planted, so that all is not yet over with English country, though landlords say so. The road crosses another to Kilmington and Yarnfield, and at once it is older looking, hard but winding slightly among bushy and lush steep banks. You see flowers and ash trees, and a linnet on the tip of one, but nothing distant save white clouds and the blue. Here it is called Long Lane, and among its herbage is an old London milestone. Long Lane is often the title of a lane coming from somewhere afar off. There is one south of Hermitage, giving its name to a village in Berkshire, and one near Cucklington in Somerset, where there is a Tinker's Hill also. In another mile, Long Lane crosses the Maiden Bradley Road by a smithy and a Red Lion. Its name becomes White Sheet Lane, and it goes straight in sight of the high white quarry and the deep tracks up to White Street Castle. Like Long Lane, it is a parish boundary. Both are without a house. The road has hardly passed a house since Redlinch, save at a crossing, and those living in the houses use the road only for a mile or so on the way to a village on either side. Slanting uphill under the quarry, with a parallel green way hollowed beside it, goes the road's bolder self. The hedges and banks are low, and the cornland or meadow is open round about. The lane turns to climb White Sheet Hill, and beeches and some white-beam trees cool the beginning of the ascent. There are myriads of primroses in their season, and chaffinches singing. You pass a thatched house, and the lime kiln of Tom Gatehouse, lime burner, by the quarry, and another milestone showing 23 miles to Sarum, and a date like 1757, when Blake was born. Looking back, the knolls are on the right, and Alfred's Tower on the left among the woods. There are tumuli on the right, as the road comes clear out onto the hilltop and travels between the wired fences of the downland pasture. Here stand cows who do not often see a pencil sharpened. Peewits wheel over and before and behind. All along the high course of the road the peewits cry and wheel. The road is at first rutted, but is soon a green smooth track on the highest land, skirting the upper ends of combes dappled dusky gold by gorse, and commanding bare downland on the left and wooded hills on the right, and looking along a great bottom to the church tower of Mere, and Mere's beautiful long hill, and the wide arboured vale stretching away to the long ridge of Dorset. It is a high way, and a proud way. After crossing an ancient ditch, it is labelled British Trackway, and ahead it is seen going between a wire fence and a dark line of tussocks. Then it is divided into 3 or 4 parallel terraces grooved by wheels, but with a lark's nest in the green rut. It crosses the Mere road as 2 hollow ways side by side, but in a little while it is only a green track with single thorns on the left. Here is the 21st milestone from Sarum, the 99th from London, inscribed 1750, and it is called the London Drove Road. It is still in sight of Alfred's Tower, now protruding above white sheet ramparts. In one place it is so wide that the milestone stands out in the middle, like a traveller asleep or turned to stone among mole heaps that have blotted the signs of other travellers. On the left, as far as the main Wincanton road, part of the track is embanked. Entering the hard motor road to Amesbury and London, the old way is outlined chiefly by the thorns of old Willoughby hedge on the left. The road going hedgeless across the downland is but the thin backbone of the old green way. For a time the line of thorns diverges, and then, soon after the crossing of the Warminster road, they come slanting from the right to meet the road and cross it just before another milestone. Hereby are 3 milestones on different roads, all close together, which has caused the easy winning of merry wagers to run past 3 milestones in 3 minutes. The drove crosses several roads going to Hindon as a broad green track with or without a hedge, marked by its greater profusion of daisies and its paleness and lack of tussocks. Still there are peewits, and somewhere not far away a Peewit Castle. It is joined again by the main Amesbury road beyond Cold Berwick Hill, but presently deserted. The busier White Way going boldly off over the ridge and down to the Wylye River, and up again on to Salisbury Plain by Yarnbury, and so past Stonehenge to Amesbury. The green road winds along the south slope of the ridge. Now 2 lines of thorns show the course far ahead, or the white wheels of an ascent are seen. Now gorse encroaches on it, and at a crossway corned beef tins and grey embers mark an encampment of nomads. It passes thickets of thorn and wayfaring trees, burying an old milestone to Sarum. Turf or corn lies on either hand, or on both. It keeps along the edge of Groveley woods, and within sound of the nightingales, until it bends down to Salisbury. Once, probably, it or a higher parallel course went over a ford to Old Sarum, and evidently it is vastly older than the 18th century milestones, perhaps old enough to have guided the Hampshire men and some of the Wiltshire men to Alfred, a road such as Cobbett loved for the hammering of horses' hoofs on flints. Another fine ox drove, and dignified by that name and by old lettering on the Ordnance map, ran clear for a long stretch along the high land south of the Eppele River, from a point 4 miles south of Salisbury, and westwards by Winklebury to the south of Shaftesbury. It may some day be proved that one of the most famous of ancient roads, the Icknield Way itself, was an ox drove. There is said to be a charter mentioning the Icknield Way as the way the cattle go, and one writer has boldly derived the very name from the British Iken or Ichen, meaning oxen. Every district in the chalk country has its tradition of an old road now surviving in a footpath or in broken vertebrae of lane and footpath to provide walkers with endless theories. At Swindon, for example, it is said that the Holy Well stood on a road coming from the east and going westward past Bradenstoke Abbey into Somerset, and on another used by pilgrims to the shrine of St Anne's in the Wood at Brislington in Somerset, which went by Elcombe, Haylane Bridge, Bushton, Cliff, Carn, Studley, Chippenham, Pewsham Forest, Bradford, Keynsham Abbey, and Whitchurch to Brislington, which is in the south-east of Bristol, and has now a station called St Anne's Park. But this is not the place to give way to the fascination of a roll call of country names. Except that bridges superannuated fords, the conditions for the travelling of cattle cannot have changed much from Alfred's time until the day of railway trucks carrying thickets of moaning horns and square blocks of sheep. The turnpike system helped to preserve the old roads, because drovers using them could avoid the tolls. Their cattle could also feed by the wayside. Canon Jackson, in 1862, said that the Ridgeway of Berkshire and Wiltshire was part of the road used for ages, and to this day, for driving cattle from Anglesey into Kent. Mr. Walter Money, in a note to Miss Gossett's Shepherds of Britain, said much the same thing. Unfortunately, neither has told us anything of their route. I have no doubt they could have covered most of the distance on grass. I should like to have travelled with them. You will find Welsh ways all over England. Walker's or Workaway Hill, where the ridgeway descends southward from Wansdyke to the Pewsey Valley, is said to be a corruption of Wialaweg, and to have been called Walk Way or Welsh Way by a shepherd not long ago. There is a Welsh Way in Northamptonshire, making past Northampton for Wales by way of Banbury and the Cotswolds, and said to have been the route of Welsh drovers. There is a Welsh Lane in the Cotswolds, turning out of the Gloucester Road 3 or 4 miles from Cirencester, and going up the hill by 4 Mile Bottom towards Barnsley. I met an old man who remembered helping the Welsh drovers with their black cattle there 60 years ago. They were putting up nearby for the night, and they liked the boy because his name was David. In the downland, these roads would be practicable for the most part all the year round, but Defoe tells us that the clay roads of the Midlands used to be so bad that graziers sold their stock in September and October. They could then be taken to the neighbourhood of London and kept until midwinter to be sold at a high price. Cheshire men used to send their cheese to London, either all the way by sea or overland to Burton, and so by the river to Hull, and thence by sea. Gloucester men sent their goods by land to Lechlade or Cricklade, and then onward by the Thames, but their flocks doubtless could travel by Bath and go along the downways eastward. But he says that now the roads are good, and mutton comes straight from the country in December, and almost as cheap as in summer. I have not had the fortune to meet drovers from Wales, but where the Icknield Way through Buckinghamshire rounds the promontory beacon of the Ivinghoe Hills, I have seen men with sheep from Berkshire or Dorset journeying towards Dunstable, Royston, and the farms of Cambridgeshire and Suffolk. They have to go much on the hard grit to-day, and I have heard that they are kept off the unfenced ridgeway, lest the flock should eat too much of the pastures in their passage. The sheep dislike the grit as much as Mr. Burrows loves it, and I hate it. And what with the traffic and the harshness of the road, it is not surprising to hear of a Welsh flock taking a week to get from Warminster to Monkton Deveril. Where the high down roads are fenced, there could be no better wayfaring. The track is 20 or 30 yards wide or more. It is untouched by wheels, and grows nothing but grass and the most delicate flowers. Along similar droves doubtless the sheep go up to the alpine grass in summer, as the shepherd in California told Miss Mary Austin. We went between the fenced pastures, feeding every other day, and driving at night. In the dark we heard the bells ahead, and slept upon our feet. Myself and another herd boy, we tied ourselves together not to wander from the road. Whenever shepherds from the Rhone are met about camps in the Sierras, they will be talking of how they slept upon their feet and followed after the bells. The best time to meet travelling sheep is after one of the fortnightly markets at East Yearsley among the Berkshire Downs, or at the time of the Ram Fair there on August the 1st, or at the time of Tan Hill Fair on August the 6th, or Yarnbury Fair on October the 4th. Tan Hill and Yarnbury fairs are both held within the circuit of an old camp on the High Chalk. Yarnbury is a meeting place of trackways over Salisbury Plain. Tan Hill is close to the Great Ridgeway and other trackways. Tan is supposed by some to be connected with the Celtic tan, meaning fire, and with Celtic religious festivals having ceremonies of fire. This fair was held at a very early hour, and there is an obvious temptation to suggest a religious origin for the beacons said to have been lighted to guide the drovers. I do not know what number of sheep would be sold at this fair. Defoe says that as many as 500,000 were sold at Weyhill Fair, one farmer attending to represent 10 or 20 in his own county of Sussex or Oxfordshire. If this number came to Tan Hill, it was worth a night's drenching, to see the beacons and the multitudes arriving, to hear the bells and the sea of tired bleating, and the sharp chiding of the overstrung dogs, and the curses of the sleepy drovers upon that smooth bare mountain without house or hut or a white road or anything much newer than Wansdyke, except the square of mustard that began to dawn through the mist like a banner not far away. The Arab's answer to Mr. Doughty's question whether he knew all the strange spires, pinnacles, and battlements of the wind-worn sand-rock in the desert was that he knew as good as every great stone, in all his marches over 3,000 or 4,000 square miles, and there were drovers who could have said as much of the landmarks on the downs, the tumulus and camp, the furze thicket, the hawthorns, solitary or in line, the beech or fir clump, the church tower, the distant white wall or scallop of a chalk pit, the white horse carved through the turf into the chalk, the church towers of the valley, the long combes. Even when deserted, these old roads are kept in memory by many signs. The grass refuses to grow over the still stream of turf in the same way as at either side of it. A line of thorn trees follows their course, or the hedge or fence or wall dividing two fields. They survive commonly and conspicuously as boundaries between fields, between estates, parishes, hundreds, and counties. It is one of the adventurous pleasures of a good map thus to trace the possible course of a known old road, or to discover one that was lost. A distinct chain of footpath, lane, and road, lane, and footpath, leading across the country and corresponding in much of its course with boundaries, is likely to be an ancient way. By this means, much of the line of a road like the Icknield Way might be recovered if document and tradition had not preserved it. Without these signs, few men today could tell an old from a new road, though in fact there are not many great lengths of entirely new road, except in new towns and newly drained regions. Elsewhere the new roads have been made by linking up or improving old ones. The life of cities has destroyed at once the necessity and the power to judge the expanse of earth under our eyes, and few but soldiers educate whatever gift they have for this kind of judgment. If we learn to use a map, it is without fundamental understanding, without the savages or the soldiers or the travellers' grasp. We must have inherited glimmerings of the old power, but they help us chiefly to an aesthetic appreciation of landscape. Let a man take an old map, not a very old one which may be faulty or deficient, of his own district, and see if he can really grasp the system of the hills and rivers, and the bones of the land, and the essential roads, and not be long baffled merely by the absence of certain new roads and familiar names, for few old ones will have entirely disappeared. If he is not so baffled, he has cause for pride. Many are to be found who can hardly read a map when going from north to south, i.e. down the map instead of up it, with the east on the left and the west on the right and the north behind, and their difficulty is increased by being in a railway train. Such men may be very good walkers and very good men, though they be walking for exercise or to improve body or soul, which is a reason that has lately been condemned by Mr. Belloc. The detestable habit of walking for exercise, he tells us, warps the soul. He is, perhaps, assuming that the man always keeps this one object in view, and is always looking at his watch or feeling his pulse. But even a man walking for exercise may forget his object and unexpectedly profit. He may surprise happiness by the wayside, or beyond the third stile, and no man can do more, whether he have the best and the most Bellocian object in the world. Then he condemns also men who ride along the road and into an inn-yard and feel that they are like someone in a book. This is a rather serious matter. Authors have unintentionally persuaded simple men to suffer many blisters for the chance of drinking ale in the manner of Burrough, and meeting adventures in the hope of being heartily and Whitmanesquely democratic. Even Leslie Stephen half seriously lamented that he was unworthy of Borrovian adventures, for they never fell to him. A writer in the Gentleman's Magazine has made a good piece of prose in which he speaks of himself reading the essays of Elia in an old inn at Llandofri, as Hazlitt read La Nouvelle Eloise at Llangollen on his birthday. A great many must be walking over England nowadays for the primary object of writing books. It has not been decided whether this is a worthy object. Mr. John Burroughs also condemns a walk taken as a prescription, but goes so far as to regard walking itself as a virtue. He says that his countrymen have fallen from that state of grace which capacity to enjoy a walk implies, that they pride themselves on small feet, though a little foot never yet supported a great character. He says they could walk away from all their ennui, their worldly cares, their uncharitableness, their pride of dress, for these devils always want to ride, while the simple virtues are never so happy as on foot. He concludes by singing the sweetness of gravel and good sharp quartz grit. He must be singing the grit of yesteryear, or he never walked all day in the full blaze of summer upon the grit between Newmarket and Hitchin. Leslie Stephen thought the true walker one to whom walking is in itself delightful. He regarded walking as a panacea for authors, and believed that it could have cured Johnson and made Byron like Scott. A year or two ago, Mr. Harold Munro took a month across France into Italy, for a part of the time putting himself out of reach of letters, to prove to himself that he could do it. There are plenty of adventures in modern life, but we still crave for the conspicuous ones which look so splendid when their heroes are distant or in the grave. These are the only adventures which we deign to recognise as such, and walking being a primitive act, natural to man, as Mr. Belloc says, we feel restored to a pristine majesty, or Arcadianism at least, when we undertake it. Perhaps, if we walk long enough, we shall discover something about roads. There could be few better objects for walking, unless it be to meet a mistress or to fetch a doctor. We walk for 1,000 reasons, because we are tired of sitting, because we cannot rest, to get away from towns, or to get into them, or because we cannot afford to ride. And for permanent use, the last is perhaps the best, as it is the oldest. End of Chapter 1 of The Icknield Way.
Chapter 1 of Maria Chapdelaine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Maria Chapdelaine by Louis Aymon. Récit du Canada français. Chapter 1. Ite missa est. La porte de l'église de Péribonka s'ouvrit et les hommes commencèrent à sortir. Un instant plus tôt, elle avait paru désolée, cette église, juchée au bord du chemin sur la berge haute au-dessus de la rivière Péribonka, dont la nappe glacée et couverte de neige était toute pareille à une plaine. La neige gisait épaisse sur le chemin aussi et sur les champs, car le soleil d'avril n'envoyait entre les nuages gris que quelques rayons sans chaleur, et les grandes pluies de printemps n'étaient pas encore venues. Toute cette blancheur froide, la petitesse de l'église de bois et des quelques maisons de bois également, espacées le long du chemin, la lisière sombre de la forêt, si proche qu'elle semblait une menace, tout parlait d'une vie dure, dans un pays austère. Mais voici que les hommes et les jeunes gens franchirent la porte de l'église, s'assemblèrent en groupe sur le large perron, et les salutations joviales, les appels moqueurs lancés d'un groupe à l'autre, l'entrecroisement constant des propos sérieux ou gais, témoignèrent de suite que ces hommes appartenaient à une race pétrie d'invincible allégresse et que rien ne peut empêcher de rire. Cléophas Pézin, fils de Thaddée Pesant, le forgeron, s'enorgueillissait déjà d'un habillement d'été de couleur claire, un habillement américain aux larges épaules matelassées. Seulement il avait gardé pour ce dimanche encore froid sa coiffure d'hiver, une casquette de drap noir aux oreillettes doublées d'un pot de lièvre, au lieu du chapeau de feutre dur qu'il eût aimé porter. À côté de lui, Égide Simard et d'autres, qui, comme lui, étaient venus de loin en traîneau, agrafaient, en sortant de l'église, leurs gros manteaux de fourrure qu'ils serraient à la taille avec des écharpes rouges. Des jeunes gens du village, très élégants dans leurs pelisses à col de loutre, parlaient avec déférence au vieux Nazaire Larouche, un grand homme gris aux larges épaules osseuses, qui n'avait rien changé pour la messe à sa tenue de tous les jours, vêtements courts de toile brune doublés de peau de mouton, culottes rapiécées et gros bas de laine grise dans des mocassins en peau d'orignal. Eh bien, monsieur Larouche, ça marche-t-il toujours de l'autre bord de l'eau? Pas pire, les jeunesses, pas pire. Chacun tirait de sa poche sa pipe et la vessie de porc pleine de feuilles de tabac hachées à la main et commençait à fumer d'un air de contentement après 1h30 de contrainte. Tout en aspirant les premières bouffées, il causait du temps, du printemps qui venait, de l'état de la glace sur le lac Saint-Jean et sur les rivières, de leurs affaires et des nouvelles de la paroisse, un homme qui ne se voit guère qu'une fois la semaine à cause des grandes distances et des mauvais chemins. Le lac est encore bon, dit Cléophas Pesant, mais les rivières ne sont déjà plus sûres. La glace est fendue cette semaine à ras-le-banc de sable en face de l'île, là où il y a eu des trous chauds tout l'hiver. D'autres commençaient à parler de la récolte probable, avant même que la terre se fût montrée. « Je vous dis que l'année sera pauvre, fit un vieux. La terre avait gelé avant les dernières neiges. » Puis les conversations se ralentirent et l'on se tourna vers la première marche du perron, d'où Napoléon Laliberté se préparait à crier, comme toutes les semaines, les nouvelles de la paroisse. Il resta immobile et muet quelques instants, attendant le silence, les mains à fond dans les poches de son grand manteau de loup-cervier, plissant le front et fermant à demi ses yeux vifs sous la toque de fourrure profondément enfoncée. Et quand le silence fut venu, il se mit à crier les nouvelles de toutes les forces, de la voix d'un charretier qui encourage ses chevaux dans une côte. « Les travaux du quai vont recommencer. J'ai reçu de l'argent du gouvernement et tous ceux qui veulent se faire engager n'ont qu'à venir me trouver avant les vêpres. Si vous voulez que cet argent-là reste dans la paroisse au lieu de retourner à Québec, c'est de venir me parler pour vous faire engager vitement. » Quelques-uns allèrent vers lui, d'autres, insouciants, se contentèrent de rire. Un jaloux dit à demi-voix: « Et qui va être un foreman à 3 piastres par jour? C'est le bonhomme La Liberté. » Mais il disait cela plus par moquerie que par malice, et finit par rire aussi. Toujours les mains dans les poches de son grand manteau, se redressant et carrant les épaules sur la plus haute marche du perron, Napoléon Laliberté continuait à crier très fort. « Un arpenteur de Roberval va venir dans la paroisse la semaine prochaine. S'il y en a qui veulent faire arpenter leur lot avant de rebâtir les clôtures pour l'été, c'est de le dire. » La nouvelle sombra dans l'indifférence. Les cultivateurs de Péribonka ne se souciaient guère de faire rectifier les limites de leurs terres pour gagner ou perdre quelques pieds carrés, alors qu'aux plus vaillants d'entre eux restaient encore à défricher les 2/3 de leurs concessions, d'innombrables arpents de forêt ou de savane à conquérir. Il poursuivait. « Il y a ici 2 hommes qui ont de l'argent pour acheter les pelleteries. Si vous avez des peaux d'ours ou de wison ou de rat musqué ou de renard
allez voir ces hommes-là au magasin avant mercredi, ou bien adressez-vous à François Paradis de Mistassini qui est avec eux. Ils ont de l'argent en masse et ils paieront cash pour toutes les pots de première classe. Il avait fini les nouvelles et descendit les marches du perron. Un petit homme à figure chafouine le remplaça. « Qui va t'acheter un beau jeune cochon de ma grande race? » demanda-t-il en montrant du doigt une masse informe qui s'agitait dans un sac à ses pieds. Un grand éclat de rire lui répondit. « On les connaît, ces cochons, de la grande race à Hormidas, gros comme des rats et vifs comme les écureuils pour sauter les clôtures. 25 cents, cria un jeune homme par dérision. 50 cents. Une pièce. Ne fais pas le fou, Jean. Ta femme ne te laissera pas payer une pièce pour ce cochon-là. Jean s'obstina. Une pièce. Je ne m'en dédie pas. Hormidas Bérubé fit une grimace de mépris et attendit d'autres enchères, mais il ne vint que des gobliquets et des rires. Pendant ce temps, les femmes avaient commencé à sortir de l'église à leur tour, jeunes ou vieilles, jolies ou laides. Elles étaient presque toutes bien vêtues, en des pelisses de fourrure ou des manteaux de drap épais, car pour cette fête unique de leur vie qu'était la messe du dimanche, elles avaient abandonné leurs blouses de grosse toile et les jupons en laine du pays, et un étranger se fut étonné de les trouver presque élégantes au cœur de ce pays sauvage, si typiquement française parmi les grands bois désolés et la neige, et aussi bien mises à coup sûr, ces paysannes, que la plupart des jeunes bourgeoises des provinces de France. Cléophas Paysan attendit Louis à Tremblay, qui était seul, et ils s'en allèrent ensemble vers les maisons le long du trottoir de planches. D'autres se contentèrent d'échanger avec les jeunes filles, au passage, des propos plaisants, les tutoyant du tutoiement facile du pays du Québec, et aussi parce qu'ils avaient presque tous grandi ensemble. Pete Gaudreau, les yeux tournés vers la porte de l'église, annonça. Maria Chapdelaine est revenue de sa promenade à Sainte-Prime, et voilà le père Chapdelaine qui est venu la chercher. Ils étaient plusieurs au village pour qui les Chapdelaine étaient presque les étrangers. Samuel Chapdelaine, qui a une terre de l'autre bord de la rivière, au-dessus de Honfleur, dans le bois? C'est ça. Et la créature qui est avec lui, c'est sa fille, hein? Maria? Ouais. Elle était en promenade depuis un mois à Saint-Prime, dans la famille de sa mère, des Bouchard, parents de Wilfrid Bouchard, de Saint-Gidéon. Les regards curieux s'étaient tournés vers le haut du perron. L'un des jeunes gens fit à Maria Chapdelaine l'hommage de son admiration paysanne. « Une belle grosse fille, dit-il. « Certain, une belle grosse fille, et veillante avec ça. C'est de malheur qu'elle reste si loin d'ici, dans le bois. Mais comment est-ce que les jeunesses du village pourraient aller veiller chez eux, de l'autre bord de la rivière, en haut des chutes, à plus de 12 milles de distance, et les derniers milles quasiment sans chemin? » Il la regardait avec des sourires Farrago, tout en parlant d'elle, cette belle fille presque inaccessible. Mais quand elle descendit les marches du perron de bois avec son père et passa près d'eux, une gêne les prit. Ils se reculèrent gauchement, comme s'il y avait eu entre elle et eux quelque chose de plus que la rivière à traverser et 12 milles de mauvais chemin dans les bois. Les groupes formés devant l'église se dispersaient peu à peu. Certains regagnaient leur maison, ayant appris toutes les nouvelles. D'autres, avant de partir, allaient passer une heure dans un des 2 lieux de réunion du village, le presbytère ou le magasin. Ceux qui venaient des rangs, ces longs alignements de concessions à la lisière de la forêt, détachaient l'un après l'autre les chevaux rangés et amenaient leurs traîneaux au bas des marches de l'église pour y faire monter femmes et enfants. Samuel Chapdelaine et Maria n'avaient fait que quelques pas dans le chemin lorsqu'un jeune homme les aborda. Bonjour, monsieur Chapdelaine. Bonjour, mademoiselle Maria. C'est un adon que je vous rencontre, puisque votre terre est plus haut le long de la rivière, et que moi-même je ne viens pas souvent par ici. Ses yeux hardis allaient de l'un à l'autre. Quand il les détournait, il semblait que ce fût seulement à la réflexion et par politesse, et bientôt il revenait et le regard dévisageait, interrogeait de nouveau, clair, perçant, chargé d'avidité ingénue. « François Paradis! » s'exclama le père Chapdelaine. « C'est un adon de fait, car voilà longtemps que je ne t'avais vu, François. Et voilà ton père mort de même. As-tu gardé la terre? » Le jeune homme ne répondit pas. Il regardait Maria curieusement et avec un sourire simple, comme s'il attendait qu'elle parlât à son tour. « Tu te rappelles bien François Paradis de Mistassini, Maria. Il n'a pas changé guère. »« Vous non plus, monsieur Chapdelaine. Votre fille est différent. Elle a changé, mais je l'aurais bien reconnue tout de suite. » Ils avaient passé la veille à Saint-Michel de Mistassini, au grand jour de l'après-midi, mais de revoir ce jeune homme après 7 ans et d'entendre prononcer son nom évoqua en Maria un souvenir plus précis et plus vif en vérité que sa vision d'hier. Le grand pont de bois, couvert, peint en rouge et un peu pareil à une arche de Noé d'une étonnante longueur, les 2 berges qui s'élevaient presque de suite en haute colline, le vieux monastère blotti entre la rivière et le commencement de la pente, l'eau qui blanchissait, bouillonnait et se précipitait du haut en bas du grand rapide comme dans un escalier géant. « François Paradis, bien sûr, son père, que je me rappelle François Paradis. » Satisfait, celui-ci répondait aux questions de tout à l'heure. « Non, monsieur Chapdelaine, je n'ai pas gardé de la terre. Quand le bonhomme est mort, j'ai tout vendu, et depuis j'ai presque toujours travaillé dans le bois, fait la chasse ou bien commercé avec les sauvages du grand lac à Mistassini ou de la rivière au Foin. J'ai aussi passé 2 ans au Labrador. » Son regard voyagea une fois de plus de Samuel Chapdelaine à Maria, qui détourna modestement les yeux. « Remontez-vous aujourd'hui? » interrogea-t-il. « Oui, de suite après dîner. Je suis content de vous avoir vu, parce que je vais passer près de chez vous en haut de la rivière dans 2 ou 3 semaines, dès que la glace sera descendue. Je suis ici avec les Belges qui font acheter des pelleteries aux sauvages. Nous commencerons à remonter à la première eau claire, et si nous nous tentons près de votre terre, au-dessus des chutes, j'irai veiller un soir. »« C'est correct, François, on t'attendra. » Les aunes formaient un long buisson épais le long de la rivière Péribonka, mais leurs branches dénudées ne cachaient pas la chute abrupte de la berge, ni la vaste plaine d'eau glacée, ni la lisière sombre du bois qui serrait de près l'autre rive, ne laissant entre la désolation touffue des grands arbres droits et la désolation nue de l'eau figée que quelques champs étroits, souvent encore semés de souches, si étroits en vérité qu'ils semblaient étranglés sous la poigne du pays sauvage. Pour Maria Chapdelaine, qui regardait toutes ces choses distraitement, il n'y avait rien là de désolant ni de redoutable. Elle n'avait jamais connu que des aspects comme ceux-là d'octobre à mai, ou bien d'autres plus frustes encore et plus tristes, plus éloignés des maisons et des cultures, et même tout ce qui l'entourait ce matin-là lui parut soudain adouci, illuminé par un réconfort, par quelque chose de précieux et de bon qu'elle pouvait maintenant attendre. Le printemps arrivait peut-être, ou bien encore l'approche d'une autre raison de joie qui venait vers elle sans laisser deviner son nom. Samuel Chapdelaine et Maria allèrent dîner avec leur parente à Zalma-la-Rouche, chez qui ils avaient passé la nuit. Il n'y avait là avec eux que leur hôtesse, veuve depuis plusieurs années, et le vieux Nazaire Larouche, son beau-frère.
Azalma était une grande femme plate, au profil indécis d'enfant, qui parlait très vite et presque sans cesse, tout en préparant le repas dans la cuisine. De temps à autre, elle s'arrêtait et s'asseyait en face de ses visiteurs, moins pour se reposer que pour donner à ce qu'elle allait dire une importance spéciale, mais presque aussitôt l'assaisonnement d'un plat ou la disposition des assiettes sur la table réclamait son attention, et son monologue se poursuivait au milieu des bruits de vaisselle et de poêlons secoués. La soupe aux pois fut bientôt prête et servie. Tout en mangeant, les deux hommes parlèrent de l'avancement de leur terre et de l'état de la glace de printemps. « Vous devez être bon pour traverser à soir, » dit Nazaire Larouche, « mais ce sera juste et je calcule que vous serez à peu près les derniers. Le courant est fort au-dessous de la chute et il a déjà plu 3 jours. » « Tout le monde dit que la glace durera encore longtemps, » répliqua sa belle-sœur. « Vous avez beau coucher encore ici à soir, tous les deux, et après souper, les jeunes gens du village viendront veiller. C'est bien juste que Maria ait encore un peu de plaisir avant que vous l'emmeniez là-haut dans le bois. Elle a eu suffisamment de plaisir à s'imprimer avec les veillées de chant et de jeux presque tous les soirs. Nous vous remercions, mais je vais atteler de suite après le dîner pour arriver là-bas à bonne heure. » Le vieux Nazaire Larouche parla du sermon du matin, qu'il avait trouvé convaincant et beau. Puis, après un intervalle de silence, il demanda brusquement « Avez-vous cuit ?» Sa belle-sœur, étonnée, le regarda quelques instants et finit par comprendre qu'il demandait ainsi du pain. Quelques instants plus tard, il interrogea de nouveau. « Votre pompe, elle marche-t-il bien ?» Cela voulait dire qu'il n'y avait pas d'eau sur la table. Azalma se leva pour aller en chercher, et derrière son dos, le vieux adressa à Maria Chapdelaine un clin d'œil facétieux. « Je lui conte ça par parabole, » chuchota-t-il. « C'est plus poli. » Les murs de planches de la maison étaient tapissés avec de vieux journaux, ornés de calendriers distribués par les fabricants de machines agricoles ou des marchands de grains, et aussi de gravures pieuses, une reproduction presque sans perspective, en couleur crue, de la basilique de Sainte-Anne-de-Beaupré, le portrait du pape Pie X, un chromo où la Vierge Marie offrait au regard, avec un sourire pâle, son cœur à la fois sanglant et nimbé d'or. « C'est plus beau que chez nous, » songea Maria. Nazaire Larouche continuait à se faire servir par parabole. « Votre cochon était-il bien maigre ?» demandait-il. « Ou bien, vous aimez ça, vous, le sucre du pays? Moi, j'aime ça sans raison. » Azalma lui servait une seconde tranche de lard ou tirait de l'armoire le pain de sucre d'érable. Quand elle se fâcha de ses manières inusitées et le somma de se servir lui-même comme d'habitude, il l'apaisa avec des excuses pleines de bonne humeur. « C'est correct, je ne le ferai plus. Mais vous aviez coutume d'entendre la risée, Azalma. Il faut entendre la risée quand on reçoit à sa table des jeunesses comme moi. » Maria sourit et songea que son père et lui se rassemblaient un peu, tous deux hauts et larges, gris de cheveux, des visages couleur de cuir, et dans leurs yeux vifs, la même éternelle jeunesse que donne souvent aux hommes du pays du Québec leur éternelle simplicité. Ils partirent presque de suite après la fin du repas, la neige fondue à la surface par les premières pluies et gelant de nouveau sous le froid des nuits était merveilleusement glissante et fuyait sous les patins du traîneau. Derrière eux, les hautes collines bleues qui bornaient l'horizon de l'autre côté du lac Saint-Jean disparurent peu à peu à mesure qu'ils remontaient la longue courbe de la rivière. En passant devant l'église, Samuel Chapdelaine dit pensivement « C'est beau la messe. J'ai souvent bien du regret que nous soyons si loin des églises. Peut-être que de ne pas pouvoir faire notre religion tous les dimanches Ça nous empêche d'être aussi chanceux que les autres. Ce n'est pas votre faute, soupira Maria. Nous sommes trop loin. Son père secoua encore la tête d'un air de regret. Le spectacle magnifique du culte, des chants latins, les cierges allumés, la solennité de la messe du dimanche le remplissaient chaque fois d'une grande ferveur. Un peu plus loin, il commença à chanter. J'irai la voir un jour, m'asseoir près de son trône, recevoir ma couronne et régner à mon tour. Il avait la voix forte et juste et chantait à pleine gorge d'un air d'extase, mais bientôt ses yeux se fermèrent et son menton retomba sur sa poitrine peu à peu. La voiture ne manquait jamais de l'endormir et son cheval, devinant l'assouplissement habituel du maître, ralentit et finit par prendre le pas. « Marche donc, Charles-Eugène !» Il s'était réveillé brusquement et étendit la main vers le fouet. Charles-Eugène reprit le trot, résigné. Plusieurs générations auparavant, un Chapdelaine avait nourri une longue querelle avec un voisin qui portait ses noms, et il les avait promptement donnés à un vieux cheval découragé et un peu boiteux qu'il avait pour s'accorder la satisfaction de crier tous les jours très fort en passant devant la maison de son ennemi. « Charles-Eugène, grand malvenant, vilaine bête mal domptée, marche donc, Charles-Eugène !» Depuis un siècle, la querelle était finie et oubliée, mais les Chapdelaine avaient toujours continué à appeler leur cheval Charles-Eugène. De nouveau, le cantique s'éleva, sonore, plein de ferveur mystique. Au ciel, au ciel, au ciel, j'irai la voir un jour. Puis, une fois de plus, le sommeil fut le plus fort. La voix retomba et Maria ramassa les guides que la main de son père avait laissés échapper. Le chemin glacé longeait la rivière glacée. Sur l'autre rive, les maisons s'espaçaient, pathétiquement éloignées les unes des autres, chacune entourée d'une étendue de terrain défriché. Derrière ce terrain et des deux côtés, c'était le bois qui venait jusqu'à la berge, fond vert sombre et de cyprès, sur lequel quelques troncs de bouleaux se détachaient çà et là, blancs et nus comme les colonnes d'un temple en ruine. De l'autre côté du chemin, la bande de terre défrichée était plus large et continue. Les maisons plus rapprochées semblaient prolonger le village en avant-garde. Mais toujours derrière les champs nus, la lisière des bois apparaissait et suivait comme une ombre, interminable bande sombre entre la blancheur froide du sol et le ciel gris. « Charles-Eugène, marche un peu !» Le père Chapdelaine s'était réveillé et étendait la main vers le fouet dans son geste habituel de menace débonnaire. Mais quand le cheval ralentit de nouveau après quelques foulées plus vives, il s'était déjà rendormi, les mains ouvertes sur les genoux et montrant les paumes luisantes de ses mitaines en cuir de cheval, le menton appuyé sur le poil épais de son manteau. Au bout de 2 milles, le chemin escalada une côte abrupte et entra en plein bois. Les maisons qui, depuis le village, s'espaçaient dans la plaine, s'évanouirent d'un seul coup, et la perspective ne fut plus qu'une cité de troncs nus sortant du sol blanc. Même l'éternel vert foncé des sapins, des épinettes et des cyprès se faisait rare. Les quelques jeunes arbres vivants se perdaient parmi les innombrables squelettes couchés à terre et recouverts de neige, ou ces autres squelettes encore debout, décharnés et noircis. 20 ans plus tôt, les grands incendies avaient passé par là, et la végétation nouvelle ne faisait que poindre entre les troncs morts et les couches calcinées. Les buttes se succédaient et le chemin courait de l'une à l'autre en une succession de descentes et de montées guère plus profondes que le profil d'une houle de mer haute. Maria Chapdelaine ajusta sa pelisse autour d'elle, cacha ses mains sous la grande robe de carriole en chèvre grise et ferma à demi les yeux. Il n'y avait rien à voir ici. Dans les villages, les maisons et les granges neuves pouvaient s'élever d'une saison à l'autre, ou bien se vider et tomber en ruine, mais la vie du bois était quelque chose de si lent qu'il eût fallu plus qu'une patience humaine pour attendre et noter un changement. Le cheval resta le seul être pleinement conscient sur le chemin. Le traîneau glissait facilement sur la neige dure, frôlant les souches qui se dressaient des deux côtés au ras des ornières. Charles Eugène suivait exactement tous les détours, descendait au grand trot les courtes côtes et remontait la pente opposée d'un pas lent, en bête d'expérience tout à fait capable de mener ses maîtres au perron de leur maison sans être importuné de commandements ni de pesées de guides. Quelques milles encore et le bois s'ouvrit de nouveau pour laisser reparaître la rivière. Le chemin dévala la dernière butte du plateau pour descendre presque au niveau de la glace. Sur un mille de berges montantes, 3 maisons s'espaçaient, mais celle-là était bien plus primitive encore que les maisons du village, et derrière elles on ne voyait presque aucun champ défriché, presque aucune trace des cultures de l'été, comme si elles n'avaient été bâties là qu'en témoignage de la présence des hommes. Charles Eugène tourna brusquement sur la droite, raidit ses jambes de devant pour ralentir dans la pente et s'arrêta net au bord de la glace. Le père Chapdelaine ouvrit les yeux. « Tenez, son père, fit Maria, voilà les cordeaux. » Il prit les guides, mais avant de faire repartir son cheval, resta immobile quelques secondes, surveillant la surface de la rivière gelée. « Il est venu un peu d'eau sur la glace, dit-il, et la neige a fondu. Mais nous devons être bons pour traverser pareil. Marche, Charles Eugène. » Le cheval flaira la nappe blanche avant de s'y aventurer, puis s'en alla tout droit. Les ornières permanentes de l'hiver avaient disparu. Les jeunes sapins, plantés de distance en distance qui avaient marqué le chemin, étaient presque tous tombés et gisaient dans la neige mi-fondue. En passant près de l'île, la glace craqua 2 fois, mais sans fléchir. Charles Eugène trottait allègrement vers la maison de Charles Lindsay, visible sur l'autre bord. Pourtant, lorsque le traîneau arriva au milieu du courant, au-dessous de la grande chute, il dut ralentir à cause de la mince couche d'eau qui s'étendait là et détrempait la neige. Lentement, ils s'approchèrent de la rive. Il ne restait plus que 30 pieds à franchir quand la glace commença à craquer de nouveau et ondula sous les pieds du cheval. Le père Chapdelaine s'était mis debout, bien réveillé cette fois, les yeux vifs et résolus sous son casque de fourrure. « Charles Eugène, marche! Marche donc! » cria-t-il de sa grande voix rude. Le vieux cheval planta dans la neige semi-liquide les crampons de ses sabots et s'en alla vers la rive par bonds avec de grands coups de collier. Au moment où ils atterrissaient, une plaque de glace vira un peu sous les patins du traîneau et s'enfonça, laissant à sa place un trou d'eau clair. Samuel Chapdelaine se retourna. « Nous serons les dernières à traverser cette saison, dit-il, et il laissa son cheval souffler un peu avant de monter la côte. Bientôt après, ils quittèrent le grand chemin pour un autre qui s'enfonçait dans les bois. Celui-là n'était guère plus qu'une piste rudimentaire, encore encombrée de racines, et qui décrivait de petites courbes opportunistes pour éviter les rochers ou les souches. Il grimpa une montée, serpenta sur un plateau au milieu du bois brûlé, laissant parfois un aperçu sur la descente du flanc abrupt, les masses de pierre du rapide, le versant opposé qui devenait plus haut et plus escarpé au-dessus de la chute, puis rentrant dans la désolation des arbres couchés à terre et les chicots noircis. Les coteaux de pierre, une fois contournés, semblèrent se refermer derrière eux. Les brûlés firent place à la foule sombre des épinettes et des sapins. Les montagnes de la rivière Alex se montrèrent 2 ou 3 fois dans le lointain, et bientôt les voyageurs perçurent à la fois un espace de terre défrichée, une fumée qui montait, les jappements d'un chien.
Ils vont être contents de te revoir, Maria, dit le père Chapdelaine. Tout le monde s'est ennuyé de toi. Fin du chapitre 1er de Maria Chapdelaine. Lu par Sandra en Nouvelle-Écosse, 2024.
Chapter 1 of Neighbourhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. Neighbourhood, A Year's Life in and About an English Village, by Tickner Edwards. Introduction and January Part 1. Introduction. If you love the quiet of the country, the real quiet, which is not silence at all, but the blending of a myriad scarce perceptible sounds, you will get it in Windlecombe, heaped measure, pressed down and running over, year in and year out. The village lies just where Arun River breaks the green rampart of the Sussex Downs. To the west, the lowest cottages dwindle almost to the water's brink. Northward and eastward, the highest buildings stand afar off, clear-cut against the blue wall of the sky, while in between, filling the deep, steep coombe, church and inn and every kind of dwelling-house, little or big, huddled together under their thatch and old red tiles, with the village green in their midst, and a thread of white road rippling through them all and up the steep coombe side, till it is lost in the sunny waste of the hills. But there is no way through Windlecombe. From the market town 4 miles off, the road is good enough, and good it remains until it reaches the highest human outpost of the village. But there it suddenly changes to a mere cart track, soon to vanish altogether in the green sward of the down. And therein lies Windlecombe's chiefest blessing. Far away on the great main road, when the wind is southerly, we can hear the motor bugles calling and see pale comet beams careering through the night. But these things come no nearer. At rare intervals, perhaps, a stray juggernaut will descend upon us and demand of some placid rustic the nearest way to Land's End or Aberdeen, returning disgusted on its tracks when it learns that there is only one road from here to anywhere, and that the road it came. But these ear-splitting, malodorous happenings are few and far between. At all other times, Windlecombe wears the quiet of the hills about it like a garment. The dust of the highway has no soaring ambition to whiten the hedgerows or fill the cottagers' cabbages with grit. It still keeps to its ancient, lowly work of smoothing the path for man and beast, and our children play in it unterrorized. Our old dogs lie in it at their slumberous ease. How wild and quiet the place is you can only realise by living in it from year's end to year's end, as has been my own privilege for longer than I care to compute. For how many ages a human settlement has existed in this wooded, sun-flooded cleft of the Downs, it is impossible to hazard a guess. Windlecombe is mentioned in Doomsday, but the stones of the old church proclaim it as belonging to times more distant still. Be that as it may, its clustered roofs and grey church tower have long been reckoned, in the traditions of wild life, as part and parcel of the eternal hills. Birds frequent Windlecombe as they haunt the beechwoods that hang upon the sides of the coombe. They use the rick yards and gardens, the very streets even, as they use the glades in the woodlands or the verges of the brooks. You may come out of a winter's morning and see a heron flapping slowly out of your paddock, or listen to a pheasant's trumpeting on the other side of the hedge. And in early summer you can sit on the garden bench and, looking up into the dim elm labyrinth overhead, watch a green woodpecker at work, cutting the hole for his nest straight and true into the heart of the wood. That the thrushes sing all day long from Michaelmas to Midsummer Day, that in June you cannot sleep for the nightingales, that there is never an hour of daylight all the year round when a lark is not carolling against the blue or stormy grey above the village, These things you take as part of your rightful daily fare, and are content. But life in an English village derives its charm only in part from its intimacy with wild nature and all her wonders and beauties, indispensable as these are to the daily lives of most thinking, working men. There is no error so disastrous, humanly speaking, as that which leads a man to seek happiness or sublimity out of the beaten track of his fellows. Neighbourhood, the daily interchange of thought and word and kindly deed, is a necessity for all healthy human life, and the natural medium of all true advancement, and nowhere will you find it of such sturdy growth, rooted in such nourishing yet temperate soil, than in the villages of modern England. Yet here it is necessary to discriminate, to mark conditions. If one's duty towards one's neighbour assumes a real and prime world's importance in village life, it is equally true that all men are not alike fit to be villagers, nor are all villages to be accounted neighbourly. It is an essential part of the life I would describe in these pages, that both the people and the place should depend for existence on the day's work done, as far as may be, on the soil from which all sprang, and to which all some day must return. The show villages, the little lodging-letting communities that are to be found here and there, must be excluded from the argument. Nor can men of private means, however modest, find a natural place in the true villager ranks, where to all men life is a series of laborious days, tired evenings, dreamless nights. You, lolling in the sunshine or playing at work, or, more fatal still, working at play, will be for ever a public anomaly. You will get civility, a patient, dignified tolerance from all, but you will not have a neighbour. Though you live until your feet have graven their mark into every stone of the place, you will be a stranger in a strange land. For my part, such as my work is, I have done it, every stroke, in Windlecombe for half a lifetime back, and may claim to have fairly won my villagership. And what it is worth to me, how it is sweetened by daily touch of kind hearts and grip of clean hands, what the country sunshine means, filtering through the vine leaves of my workroom window, and what the song of the robin that sits on the ivied gatepost without, or in winter-time comes fluttering and tapping at the old bull's-eye panes for crumbs. How the daily walk, in wood or meadow, or by riverside, brings ever its new marvel or revelation of unimagined beauty, and how, above all, the lives of the quaint, courageous, clever folk, in whose midst destiny has thrown me, overbrim with all traits human, delectably mortal, divinely out of place. These, and many other aspects of villagership, I have here tried to set down in plain words and meaning, believing that what has proved of interest and profit to one very human, always erring, often doubting soul may do the like for others, though journeying by widely sundered tracks. T.E. January, Part 1. I have just been to the house door to take a look at the winter's night. A change is coming. The long frost nears its end, so the old ferryman has told me every morning for a fortnight back, and his perseverance as a prophet has been rewarded at last. As I flung the heavy oak door back, a breath of air struck upon my face, warm it seemed as summer. All about me in the grey darkness there was an indescribable stir and awakening of life. The moon no longer stared down out of the black sky, a wicked, venomous bright beauty on her full-fed, rather supercilious face. Now she wore a scarf of mist upon her brows, and looked nun-like, dim-eyed and mild. The stars had lost their cruel glitter. I stepped forth and felt the grass yield beneath my tread, the first time for nearly a month past. And as I stood wondering and rejoicing at it all, some night-bird lanced by overhead, a note of the same relief and gladness unmistakable in its shrill jangling cry. Hard weather in the country has 1,000 enjoyments and interests for those who care to look for them, but when the frost holds relentlessly week after week, as it has done this January, the grimmer side of things comes obtrusively to the fore. There is too much shadow for the light. It is as though you rejoiced in the beauty of sunset beams on a wall, and it were the wall of a torture house. You lie awake at night, and in the death-quiet stillness hear the measured footfall of death, a dull, reiterated thud on the frozen ground beneath the holly hedge, each sound denoting that yet another roosting thrush or starling has given up the unequal fight. Roaming through the lanes in your warm overcoat and thick-soled boots, you note the loveliness of the hoar frost, at one step dazzling white, and at the next aglow with prismatic colour, and turning the corner you come upon the gypsy's tent, and realise that while you lay snug and warm, nothing but that pitiful screen of old rent rags has stood between human beings and the terror of a winter's night. On one of the hardest days I met the old vicar of Windlecombe, and regaled him with the story of how I had just passed along the riverway as the tide was falling, how at full flood, at the pause of the waters, the frost had sheathed the river with ice, and how, when the tide began to go down, this crystal stratum had remained aloft, held up by the myriad reed stems, until, at length, loosened by the sunbeams, it had fallen sheet by sheet, to the wildest, most ravishing music, each icy tympanum as it fell ringing a different, dear, sweet note. And, in return for my word picturing, the old man gave me a story of the same times to match it, how he had just learnt that certain ill-clad, ill-fed children, whom the law compelled to tramp every morning from Reedsdown, a little farming hamlet miles away over the frozen hills, to the nearest school at Windlecombe, and tramp back again every night, were given a daily penny between the three of them for their midday meal, and how, as often as not, the bread they needed went unbought from the village store because of the lure of the intervening sweetstuff shop. Later, in the red light of sundown, I met those children going home, as I had often met them, plodding one behind the other, heads down to the bitter blast. Each wore a great new woolen muffler, and had his pockets stuffed. I knew who had cared for them, and my heart smote me. Somehow the pure austerity of the evening, the radiant light ahead, the white grace of the hills about me, the star-gemmed azure above, no longer brought the old elation. The jingle of my skates, as they hung from my arm, took on a disagreeable sound of fetters. Though I carried them many a time after that, I never put them away without the honest wish that I should use them no more. But lucidly, these long spells of unremitting frost are rare in our country. Ordinary give-and-take winter's weather, the alternation of cold and warmth, gloom and sunshine, wind and calm, brings little hardship to any living thing. Country children have a wonderful way of thriving and being happy, even though their diet is mainly bread and dripping and separated milk. As for wildlife, we need expend no commiseration on any creature that can burrow, and while there are berries in the hedgerows and water in the brooks, no bird will come to harm. It is curious to see how nature ekes out her winter supplies, doling out rations, as it were, from day to day. If the whole berry harvest came to ripe maturity at the same season, or were of like attractiveness, it would be squandered and exhausted by the spendthrift happy-go-lucky hordes of birds, long before the winter was through. But many things are designed to prevent this. Under the threat of starvation, all birds will eat berries, but a great proportion of them will do so only as a last resort. At first it is the hawthorn fruit that goes. The soft flesh of the mayberry will yield to the weakest bill, and the whole crop ripens together in early winter. But even here nature provides against the risk of immediate waste that will mean starvation hereafter. The missel thrushes have been given a bad name because each of them takes possession of some well-loaded stretch of hedgerow and spends the whole day in driving off other birds. Yet on this habit of the greedy missel depends not only his own future sustenance, but that of all the rest. For all his agility, he cannot prevent each bird snatching at least enough to keep life going, and while he is so busy, he has himself no chance for gluttony. Other berry supplies, such as the privet and holly, seem to be preserved to the last because they are universally distasteful, though nourishing at a pinch. But it is the hips, or roseberries, which provide the best example of nature's way of conserving the lives of birds throughout hard weather, against their own foolish squandering instinct. These berries do not ripen all at once, whether late or early in the season. On every bush the scarlet hips soften in regular, long drawn-out succession, some being ready in early winter, and some not until well on in the new year. When the hip is ripe, the tenderest beak can get at its viscid fruit, but until it begins to soften, there is hardly a bird that can deal with it. The roseberries, with their scanty but never-failing stores, are really the mainstay of all in hard times. It is doubtful indeed whether the birds that die wholesale in prolonged frosty weather are killed by hunger at all. Probably their death is due rather to thirst. So long as the brooks run, bird life can hold against the bitterest times, but once silence has settled down over the countryside, the only real silence of the year, when all the streams are locked up at their source, then begins the steady footfall under the holly hedge, and you must needs turn from the crimson sunset light upon the wall. I have shut the heavy old house door and got back to my table by the workroom fire. The thaw has come in earnest now. I can hear the drip of the melting rime in the garden, far and near. The warm west wind is beginning to sigh down the chimney. The logs simmer and glow, but not with the greedy brightness of frost-bound nights. It is on these long winter evenings that solitude comes into her kingdom. Men are not all made alike, nor is solitude with all a voluntary condition, at least a self-imposed necessity, as it is with me, a something that I must fashion out of my own will and abnegation, weave about me as the tunnel spider weaves her lair. In this ancient house the walls are thick, yet not so thick but that an ear strain will just trip the echo of far-off laughter. If I but drew that curtain and set the door ajar, I could catch a murmur of voices like the sound of beehives in summer dark, and a dozen strides along the stone-flagged passage would yield me what I may not take for hours to come, tried and meet companionship, the flint and steel play of bandied jest, my own to hold, if I can, in brisk exchange of nerving, heartening thought. But these things in their season. Mine now it is to dip the grey goose-quill, to gird up for the long tramp over the foolscap country before me, that trackless white desert where I must lay a trail to be followed, whether by many or few or none, or with what pleasure or weariness, I may never certainly know, for the writer is like a sower that is ever sowing and passing on. He can seldom do more than take a hurried, fleeting shoulder glimpse at the harvest behind him, nor see who reaps, if haply it be reaped at all. Scratching away in the cosy fireside quiet of the old room, there comes to me at length a sound from the chimney corner, to which I must needs listen, no matter what twist or quirk of syntax holds me in thrall. You often hear aged country folk complain that the crickets no longer sing on the hearth, as they used to do in their childhood. My own crickets have always seemed to sing blithely enough, too blithely at times to help one forward with a difficult task. But I had always been glad to accept the statement as one more proof of the decadence of modern times. Hobnobbing one winter's evening, however, with the old ferryman in his riverside den, and noting how merrily the crickets were chirping in his chimney corner, I wondered to hear him give way to this same lament. Then, for the first time, I realized that not the crickets, but his old ears were at fault. Though the little smoke-blackened cabin rang with their music, the old man, who would on the loudest night have heard a ferry call from the other side of the water instantly, failed now to grip the high-pitched sound. And this set me to philosophizing. When the crickets cease to pipe in my own chimney corner, then, and not till then, I will admit I am growing old. But though we speak of the chirp or pipe of the cricket and grasshopper, it is well to remember that neither these nor any other insects possess a true voice. It would be nearer the fact to call the cricket a fiddler than a piper, for it is by sitting and drawing the corrugated rib of his wing case to and fro over the sharp edge of the wing beneath that his shrill note is developed, and it is only the male cricket who can chirp. The female carries upon her no trace of any fiddling contrivance. When all things were made, and made in couples, on the females of at least one numerous species, it is pleasant to remark, a significant and commendable silence was imposed. Solitude by a fireside in an old country dwelling, the murmurous night without, and within the steady clear glow of candles made by your own hands out of wax from your own hives. It would be strange if the evening's work failed to get itself done cleverly and betimes. Pleasant as it is to all pen-men to be achieving, there is no depth of satisfaction like that of leaving off. Then not to return incontinently to the sober, colour-fast world of fact, but to stay in your dream country, idling a while by the roadside, is one of the great compensations of this most exacting of lives. Your tale is done. You have scrawled "The End" at the bottom of the sheet and thrown it with the others. You have turned your chair to the fire, put up your slippered feet on the andiron, and have filled your most comfortable pipe. The end it is, in very truth, for all who will read the tale. But for you there will never be an end, just as there never was a beginning to it. Unbidden now, and not to be gainsaid even if you had the mind, your dream children live on in the town or country nook you made for them, live on, increase and multiply, finish their peck of dirt, add to the world's store either of folly or sanctity, come to their graves at last, each by his own inexorable road, and each leaving the seed of another tale behind. To the enviable reader, when, after much water-spilling and cracking of crowns, Jack has got his Jill, and the wedding bells are lin-lan-longing behind the dropped curtain, there is the satisfaction of certainty that so much love, and one pair of hearts at least, are safe from further chance and change in the whirligig of life. But to the teller of the tale there is no such assurance. Just as his dream children came out of an immortality he did not devise, so will they persist through an eternity not of his controlling, and forever they will be subject to the same odds of bliss or disaster as any stranger that may pass his door. Yet, being only human, he will nevertheless go on with his tales in the secret hope that Jove may be caught napping, and a little heaven be brought down to earth before its allotted time. For living in a world of law and order, where even omnipotence may not deny to every cause its outcome, is too realistically like camping under fire. The old fatalists had peace of mind because they believed it availed nothing to crouch when the bullets screamed overhead, nor even to dodge a spent shot. But to take one's stand in the face of the myriad cross-purposes and side-issues of an orderly universe needs a vastly different temper. Perhaps it is just the secret longing in all hearts to have at least a little make-believe of certitude, if nowhere else but in the pages of a story, by which the art of fiction so hugely thrives. I have put out the candles, each shining under its little red umbrella of paper, the better to see the joyous colour of the fire. When drab thoughts come, those night birds of sombre feather, the pure untinctured glow from well-kindled logs has a wonderful way of setting them to flight. Let unassailable optimism make his fire of coals. For him of questioning, craving, often craven heart, there is no warmth like that from seasoned timber. Coals, with their dynamic energy, their superfluity of smoke, their sudden, incongruous jets of flame, seem to be for ever insisting on facts you would fain forget a while, much as you may admire them and depend on them, the progress and competition of outer life. But wood fires serve to draw the mind away from modernism in all its phases. So that you burn the right kind of wood, and this is important, your fireside thoughts need never leave the realm of cheery prospect. Good seasoned logs of beech or ash are the best. Oak has no half moods. It must make either a furnace unapproachable, or smoulder away in dead, dull embers. Elm gives poor comfort, and the slightest damp appalls it. Poplar is charity fuel. Burn it will, indeed, to good purpose, but too explosively. There is no rest by a fire of poplar. One must be for ever treading out or parrying the vagrant sparks. A joyous colour it is, the wavering amber light that fills the old room now from the piled-up beechen logs. Joyous, yet having a sedate, ruminative tinge about it, like old travellers' tales of ancient times. Nor does the colour appeal only to the eye. There seems to be a fragrance in it. That this is no mere conceit, but simple fact, I was strangely reminded when I blew the candles out, and from the smouldering wicks 2 long white ribbons of vapour were borne away on the draught. The fragrance of the smoking wax brought up a picture of the summer nights when the bees lay close to fashion it. Round about the cluster in the pent-up hive were thousands of little vats of brewing honey, each giving off a steam that was the life-spirit of clover fields and blue borage and sandfoin, which spreads the hills with rose-red light. All these mingled scents had got into the nature of the wax, and now they were given off again in sweet-smelling vapour, such a fragrance as you may rarely chance upon in certain foreign churches, where the old ordinances yet prevail, and the candles are still made from the pure product of the hives. And it is the same with burning logs. Each kind of wood has its own essential odour, which pervades the room as though it were soul and body with the light. You cannot separate the two. No riding down of fancy will dissociate the flickering gypsy gold of the embers and the perfume of the simmering bark. If these do not fill your mind with memories of the green twilight of woodlands, of hours spent in leafy shadows of forest glades, then you are not made for a country fireside, and were happier hobnobbing with modernity by his sooty, coal-fed hearth. End of Chapter 1 of Neighbourhood. Chapter 1 of The Pauper, the Thief and the Convict. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Pauper, the Thief and the Convict. Sketches of some of their homes, haunts and habitats. By Thomas Archer. Introductory. In London there is little of the picturesque in poverty, still less of the romantic in crime. The records of the one are but monotonous recitals of sordid misery and destitution, which soon fail to interest the sentimentalist, and before the appalling extent of which, even philanthropy, too, often shrinks dismayed. The annals of the other disclose that the criminal has about him nothing that is heroic, and that his life is, for the most part, a wretched mistake full of poor shifts and expedients, while he himself is either a slinking pilferer or a cowardly though desperate ruffian, to whom any poor honest calling would afford, on the whole, a better hope, even of physical comfort, than a career which, while it gives him the opportunity for an occasional debauch, often includes long periods of suffering and want, and is attended with a constantly haunting fear which only a repeated experience of the jail can convert into a temporary bravado. Poverty and vice, having been carefully tabulated, entered in statistical tables, analysed, totalled, and reported on with a scientific accuracy perfectly marvellous, It would, of course, seem that nothing more remains to be done, except by judicious tinkering, to adapt our institutions, and particularly our laws, to the fresh discoveries of statisticians, and so ultimately to balance this folio of the national ledger in a way which shall make things pleasant to all parties. Whether, in spite of our wonderful mechanisms of tabulation and the reparative genius with which new pieces of social science cloth have been sewed into old garments of legislation, we have not occasionally broken down as to any very encouraging results, may be subject for sincere and earnest inquiry, but it is quite certain that there is another and more closely personal matter which demands very serious attention from English gentlemen and gentlewomen, who are God's stewards, whether they acknowledge the dignity of the office or not, and may be just or unjust in that capacity without being exonerated from its claims. During some years of literary journey work, in the completion of which I have tried with what power there is in me to learn some of those mysteries of London which have very seldom been revealed in print, and certainly have never appeared in penny numbers, I have felt a growing conviction that the failure of our institutions for the relief of poverty, and the punishment and eventual reformation of the criminal, may be attributed to the impersonal manner of their application. While any attempt to concentrate governmental interference by giving authority to one ruling body and dividing the cost of the administration equitably over the whole country, as would be the case, for instance, in equalisation of the poor rates, is met with loud cries against centralisation as un-English and unconstitutional, the administration of the laws is too often left to incompetent boards and committees who do centralise their powers in a way almost inconceivably mischievous, and employ utterly unscrupulous agents to carry out their evasion of the laws by which they profess to be bound. This goes on, and the gentlemen of England who have shouted so bravely for our institutions continue to sit at home perfectly at ease, with the satisfactory reflection that they are not called upon to take part in that local government which, if it were conducted by the class who are best fitted by education and position to assert its claims, would have power to avert any danger which could arise from the centralisation so much dreaded. Whatever excuse there may be for the sneer and the shrug with which allusions to the vestry and the Board of Guardians are so frequently accompanied, it is to the disgrace of men of birth, position, and education that parochial and corporate authority is engrossed, as it too often is, by those belonging to the most ignorant and the least independent class in England. By the provisions of the Poor Law, it was enacted that the guardians of the poor should be, quote, chosen and appointed out of the noblemen and gentlemen, inhabitants of each parish, end quote. And only in case there were no inhabitants who were entitled to be called noble or gentle, did the law direct that, quote, then the said guardians should be chosen out of the principal and most respectable inhabitants, end quote. Unless, indeed, the noblemen and gentlemen refused to serve, and unless they had good reason for refusing, the Act left them but little excuse for such a breach of duty, since it especially mentions that they were to be elected, quote, in order the more effectually to guard against all dangerous consequences which may arise from false parsimony, negligence, inadvertency, or the annual change of parish officers, end quote. Would it be too much to say that if the noblemen or gentlemen were to hold those offices which were originally assigned to them, we should hear a little less frequently of those cases which now greet us almost every day in the newspapers under the head of shocking destitution, where whole families would rather suffer all the pangs of disease and famine than drag their failing limbs to the workhouse door, there to cower before officials too anxious to oblige the board, who are too anxious to oblige the ratepayers, to do more than offer as deterrent a front as possible to want and misery. Would it be too much to ask whether it is a less noble office to take a part in the administration of the law in its most beneficent, and therefore its best and highest meaning, than to seek for a place in the assembly where the laws are made, or whether, even if this be so, it can be other than a noble thing to do God's work, even though that work is the duty that lies nearest? But there is a duty for those who hold no recognised office whatever. If we really believe that we shall one day, in some way or other, be reminded of those who are hungry and thirsty, sick and in prison, shall we be able to excuse neglect on the ground that we did not think they were people of so much consequence, or that we thought it might be allowable to subscribe a trifle, and so leave somebody else to look after them? Bare, unpicturesque, and sordid as are the conditions of poverty, there are sights in London which everybody may and should see, sights which are sometimes touched upon in newspaper articles, or in the chapters of sensation stories, but whose dread meaning and fullest horror lie in that very blank routine of misery which most lacks interest. The ragged schools have done much, and the proposed visitation of ladies to the wards of unions may do much, especially if they are made judiciously, but incalculably more may be effected by everyone recognising the work that lies next his hand, and visiting his or her own union now and then, with a silent tongue, but a keen eye for the master, and a few kind words and an encouraging look for the inmates. One great scandal has already been removed by the recent enactment, which provides that the casual poor shall no longer be permitted to stand or crouch starving at the workhouse doors. But much remains to be done, and the Metropolitan Board of Works, in whose hands is placed the duty of providing a night's lodging and a meal for the vagrant pauper, will have to concern itself not only with increased accommodation, but with some sort of dietary regulation which shall suffice to snatch fainting women and children from the jaws of death by better means than mere bread and water. In describing 2 workhouses that I have visited, I have chosen those conducted on a liberal interpretation of the poor laws. That there are others where the wretched inmates are neglected and reduced to the condition of mere animals, or almost to the level of the idiots whose companions they are, but who are perhaps less miserable than they, cannot well be doubted in the face of scores of facts which have from time to time been made known. That to keep out the starving wretches who seek admittance, and to abide by regulations which leave the poor to die, because they prescribe medical aid only on condition of fatal delay and difficulty, is the plan by which more than one set of union officials have become infamous with impunity, it is our shame to know, without also knowing that a wholesome indignation has swept away the reproach for ever. It would perhaps be too much to expect that everyone should visit the scenes, some of which I have endeavoured to depict in the following pages. Indeed, but few people could visit them without much difficulty and some danger, but we all have it in our power to reduce their number by forwarding education, and insisting on the reform of abuses whenever we can discover them. So intimately indeed are the paupers, the poor tenants of the bad neighbourhoods, and the criminals associated, that the recognition of their duties by the gentlemen who should be guardians of the poor would do much to mitigate the incalculable evils brought about by foul dwellings and undrained hovels, where poverty weds crime, and brings forth fruit that ripens for the gallows. The represser of the unwilling pauper is often the owner of those foul tenements which disgrace the parish, or is, at all events, so intimately acquainted with the parochial authorities that they are bound to make things pleasant, even to the yearly sacrifice of a few score human lives and the infection of an entire district. In the sore need of some scheme of national education, every respectable inhabitant of a parish may do something towards rescuing at least one child from the brutish ignorance to which private selfishness and official negligence would often leave it, and may help to teach it something beside that which awaits it either in the workhouse or the jail. How urgent is the need for some teaching, apart from either, may be gathered from some of those statistics, of which the only satisfactory use is to point out where the remedy is needed and what remedy shall be sufficient. From the criminal returns published by the authorities at Scotland Yard, and not including those of the City Police, it appears that there were taken into custody during last year 64,760 persons, about twice as many males as females, of whom only a few, by comparison, were under 15 years of age. Out of this number, only 2,760 could read or write well, only 173 of these being women. 46,533 could read only, or read and write imperfectly, while 9,132 could do neither, and only 86 were well taught. Of 32,676 summarily disposed of by the magistrates, or held to bail, 8,024 could neither read nor write, 23,334 could do so but imperfectly, and 1,277 could do both, while 41 had received superior instruction. Of 2,906 tried and convicted, 607 could neither read nor write, 2,077 could read only or read and write but imperfectly, and only 217 could do both well, 5 only having received superior instruction. Regarding 2 of the subjects which are concerned in the foregoing remarks, it may be necessary to say a word. Those who visit the poor would do well to abstain alike from authoritative interference and from indiscriminate almsgiving. Both are evils, and it would be difficult to say which is the worst, though they both aim at the independence of the poor, and reduce them, against their better disposition, to the level of degraded pauperism. Those who help them to help themselves are their truest benefactors, and the past session of Parliament has been distinguished by the most conspicuous statesman of his time in his recognition of what is due to the working classes of this country by the introduction of the Government Annuities and Life Assurance Bill, the benefits of which would be incalculable if it only proved to the labourer, as it does, that the government cares for him, but the influences of which are indefinitely extended by the advantages of a secure investment for the savings of some of the more fortunate and the more frugal members of a class which has so long needed examples of prudence within its own ranks. In order to extend the benefits of this provision, would it be difficult for gentlemen who are employers to help on their own people in this direction by advancing a year's premium, or the nucleus of a future provision, to a working man as a reward of good and steady conduct? It may be noticed that even within the limits of a single volume I might have said something of fences or receivers of stolen goods, or have noticed more particularly some of the phases of juvenile depravity in the metropolis. With regard to the first, it is only necessary to state that wherever there is a thief colony there are receivers, at marine store shops, at brokers' shops, in the cellars of lodging-houses and elsewhere, and that the melting pot is always on the fire for the making of golden or silver soup. The method in which thieves are kept and trained differs little from that which obtained when our great novelist wrote for us an account of the doings of Mr. Fagin, Charlie Bates, and the Artful Dodger. But it so happens that Mr. Fagin now sometimes keeps a common lodging-house, and that, to appear respectable, he provides his pupils with pencils, oranges, memorandum books, or some small wares for sale. He is still held in such awe by his satellites that they would go to prison to save him from the clutches of the law, and he passes amongst them by the endearing appellation of Father. Of juvenile crime, the only way to reduce the amount is by an early transplantation of the youthful criminal to a better soil, and a strict and determined execution of some law which shall punish either the cadgers who hold a property in these infant thieves, or the parents who sacrifice them to their own selfish and unnatural profit. End of The Pauper, the Thief, and the Convict.
Chapter 1 of Peveril of the Peak. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 1. When civil dudgeon first grew high, and men fell out, they knew not why, when foul words, jealousies, and fears set folk together by the ears. Butler. William the Conqueror of England was, or supposed himself to be, the father of a certain William Peveril, who attended him to the Battle of Hastings, and there distinguished himself. The liberal-minded monarch, who assumed in his charters the veritable title of Gulielmus Bastardus, was not likely to let his son's illegitimacy be any bar to the course of his royal favour, when the laws of England were issued from the mouth of the Norman victor, and the lands of the Saxons were at his unlimited disposal. William Peveril obtained a liberal grant of property and lordships in Derbyshire, and became the erector of that Gothic fortress, which, hanging over the mouth of the Devil's Cavern, so well known to tourists, gives the name of Castleton to the adjacent village. From this feudal baron, who chose his nest upon the principles on which an eagle selects her eyrie, and built it in such a fashion as if he had intended it, as an Irishman said of the Martello Towers, for the sole purpose of puzzling posterity, there was, or conceived themselves to be, descended, for their pedigree was rather hypothetical, an opulent family of knightly rank in the same county of Derby. The great fief of Castleton, with its adjacent wastes and forests, and all the wonders which they contain, had been forfeited in King John's stormy days by one William Peveril, and had been granted anew to the Lord Ferrers of that day. Yet this William's descendants, though no longer possessed of what they alleged to have been their original property, were long distinguished by the proud title of Peverils of the Peak, which served to mark their high descent and lofty pretensions. In Charles II's time, the representative of this ancient family was Sir Geoffrey Peveril, a man who had many of the ordinary attributes of an old-fashioned country gentleman, and very few individual traits to distinguish him from the general portrait of that worthy class of mankind. He was proud of small advantages, angry at small disappointments, incapable of forming any resolution or opinion abstracted from his own prejudices. He was proud of his birth, lavish in his housekeeping, convivial with those kindred and acquaintances who would allow his superiority in rank, contentious and quarrelsome with all that crossed his pretensions, kind to the poor except when they plundered his game, a royalist in his political opinions, and one who detested alike a Roundhead, a poacher, and a Presbyterian. In religion, Sir Geoffrey was a high churchman, of so exalted a strain that many thought he still nourished in private the Roman Catholic tenets, which his family had only renounced in his father's time, and that he had a dispensation for conforming in outward observances to the Protestant faith. There was at least such a scandal amongst the Puritans, and the influence which Sir Geoffrey Peveril certainly appeared to possess amongst the Catholic gentlemen of Derbyshire and Cheshire seemed to give countenance to the rumour. Such was Sir Geoffrey, who might have passed to his grave without further distinction than a brass plate in the chancel, had he not lived in times which forced the most inactive spirits into exertion, as a tempest influences the sluggish waters of the deadest mere. When the civil wars broke out, Peveril of the Peak, proud from pedigree and brave by constitution, raised a regiment for the king, and showed upon several occasions more capacity for command than men had heretofore given him credit for. Even in the midst of the civil turmoil, he fell in love with and married a beautiful and amiable young lady of the noble house of Stanley, and from that time had the more merit in his loyalty, as it divorced him from her society unless at very brief intervals when his duty permitted an occasional visit to his home. Scorning to be allured from his military duty by domestic inducements, Peveril of the Peak fought on for several rough years of civil war, and performed his part with sufficient gallantry, until his regiment was surprised and cut to pieces by Points, Cromwell's enterprising and successful general of cavalry. The defeated cavalier escaped from the field of battle, and like a true descendant of William the Conqueror, disdaining submission, threw himself into his own castellated mansion, which was attacked and defended in a siege of that irregular kind which caused the destruction of so many baronial residences during the course of those unhappy wars. Martindale Castle, after having suffered severely from the cannon which Cromwell himself brought against it, was at length surrendered when in the last extremity. Sir Geoffrey himself became a prisoner, and while his liberty was only restored upon a promise of remaining a peaceful subject to the Commonwealth in future, his former delinquencies, as they were termed by the ruling party, were severely punished by fine and sequestration. But neither his forced promise nor the fear of farther unpleasant consequences to his person or property could prevent Peveril of the Peak from joining the gallant Earl of Derby the night before the fatal engagement in Wigan Lane, where the Earl's forces were dispersed. Sir Geoffrey, having had his share in that action, escaped with the relics of the Royalists after the defeat to join Charles II. He witnessed also the final defeat of Worcester, where he was a second time made prisoner, and as, in the opinion of Cromwell and the language of the times, he was regarded as an obstinate malignant, he was in great danger of having shared with the Earl of Derby his execution at Bolton-le-Moor, having partaken with him the dangers of two actions. But Sir Geoffrey's life was preserved by the interest of a friend who possessed influence in the councils of Oliver. This was a Mr. Bridgenorth, a gentleman of middling quality, whose father had been successful in some commercial adventure during the peaceful reign of James I, and who had bequeathed his son a considerable sum of money, in addition to the moderate patrimony which he inherited from his father. The substantial, though small-sized brick building of Moultracy Hall was but 2 miles distant from Martindale Castle, and the young Bridgenorth attended the same school with the heir of the Peverils. A sort of companionship, if not intimacy, took place betwixt them, which continued during their youthful sports, the rather that Bridgenorth, though he did not at heart admit Sir Geoffrey's claims of superiority to the extent which the other's vanity would have exacted, paid deference in a reasonable degree to the representative of a family so much more ancient and important than his own, without conceiving that he in any respect degraded himself by doing so. Mr. Bridgenorth did not, however, carry his complaisance so far as to embrace Sir Geoffrey's side during the Civil War, On the contrary, as an act of justice of the peace, he rendered much assistance in arraying the militia in the cause of the Parliament, and for some time held a military commission in that service. This was partly owing to his religious principles, for he was a zealous Presbyterian, partly to his political ideas, which, without being absolutely democratical, favoured the popular side of the great national question. Besides, he was a moneyed man, and to a certain extent had a shrewd eye to his worldly interest. He understood how to improve the opportunities which civil war afforded of advancing his fortune by a dexterous use of his capital, and he was not at a loss to perceive that these were likely to be obtained in joining the Parliament, while the king's cause, as it was managed, held out nothing to the wealthy but a course of exaction and compulsory loans. For these reasons, Bridgenorth became a decided Roundhead, and all friendly communication betwixt his neighbour and him was abruptly broken asunder. This was done with the less acrimony that during the Civil War Sir Geoffrey was almost constantly in the field, following the vacillating and unhappy fortunes of his master, while Major Bridgenorth, who soon renounced active military service, resided chiefly in London, and only occasionally visited the Hall. Upon these visits it was with great pleasure he received the intelligence that Lady Peveril had shown much kindness to Mrs. Bridgenorth, and had actually given her and her family shelter in Martindale Castle, when Moultracy Hall was threatened with pillage by a body of Prince Rupert's ill-disciplined cavaliers. This acquaintance had been matured by frequent walks together, which the vicinity of their places of residence suffered the Lady Peveril to have with Mrs. Bridgenorth, who deemed herself much honoured in being thus admitted into the society of so distinguished a lady. Major Bridgenorth heard of this growing intimacy with great pleasure, and he determined to repay the obligation as far as he could without much hurt to himself, by interfering with all his influence in behalf of her unfortunate husband. It was chiefly owing to Major Bridgenorth's mediation that Sir Geoffrey's life was saved after the Battle of Worcester. He obtained him permission to compound for his estate on easier terms than many who had been less obstinate in malignancy, and finally, when in order to raise the money to the composition, the knight was obliged to sell a considerable portion of his patrimony, Major Bridgenorth became the purchaser, and that at a larger price than had been paid to any cavalier under such circumstances by a member of the committee for sequestrations. It is true, the prudent committee-man did not by any means lose sight of his own interest in the transaction, for the price was after all very moderate, and the property lay adjacent to Moultracy Hall, the value of which was at least trebled by the acquisition. But then it was also true that the unfortunate owner must have submitted to much worse conditions had the committee-man used, as others did, the full advantages which his situation gave him. And Bridgenorth took credit to himself, and received it from others, for having on this occasion fairly sacrificed his interest to his liberality. Sir Geoffrey Peveril was of the same opinion, and the rather that Mr. Bridgenorth seemed to bear his exaltation with great moderation, and was disposed to show him personally the same deference in his present sunshine of prosperity which he had exhibited formerly in their early acquaintance. It is but justice to Major Bridgenorth to observe that in this conduct he paid respect as much to the misfortunes as to the pretensions of his far-descended neighbour, and that with the frank generosity of a blunt Englishman he conceded points of ceremony about which he himself was indifferent, merely because he saw that his doing so gave pleasure to Sir Geoffrey. Peveril of the Peak did justice to his neighbour's delicacy, in consideration of which he forgot many things. He forgot that Major Bridgenorth was already in possession of a fair third of his estate, and had various pecuniary claims affecting the remainder to the extent of 1/3 more. He endeavoured even to forget, what it was still more difficult not to remember, the altered situation in which they and their mansions now stood to each other. Before the Civil War, the superb battlements and turrets of Martindale Castle looked down on the red brick-built hall, as it stole out from the green plantations, just as an oak in Martindale Chase would have looked beside one of the stunted and formal young beech trees with which Bridgenorth had graced his avenue. But after the siege which we have commemorated, the enlarged and augmented hall was as much predominant in the landscape over the shattered and blackened ruins of the castle, of which only one wing was left habitable, as the youthful beech, in all its vigour of shoot and bud, would appear to the same aged oak stripped of its boughs, and rifted by lightning, one half laid in shivers on the ground, and the other remaining a blackened and ungraceful trunk, rent and splintered, and without either life or leaves. Sir Geoffrey could not but feel that the situation and prospects were exchanged as disadvantageously for himself as the appearance of their mansions, and that though the authority of the man in office under the Parliament, the sequestrator and the committeeman had been only exerted for the protection of the Cavalier and the malignant, they would have been as effectual if applied to procure his utter ruin, and that he was become a client, while his neighbour was elevated into a patron. There were two considerations, besides the necessity of the case and the constant advice of his lady, which enabled Peveril of the Peak to endure, with some patience, this state of degradation. The first was that the politics of Major Bridgenorth began on many points to assimilate themselves to his own. As a Presbyterian he was not an utter enemy to monarchy, and had been considerably shocked at the unexpected trial and execution of the king. As a civilian and a man of property he feared the domination of the military, and though he wished not to see Charles restored by force of arms, yet he arrived at the conclusion that to bring back the heir of the royal family on such terms of composition as might ensure the protection of those popular immunities and privileges for which the Long Parliament had at first contended, would be the surest and most desirable termination to the mutations in state affairs which had agitated Britain. Indeed, the Major's ideas on this point approached so nearly those of his neighbour that he had well nigh suffered Sir Geoffrey, who had a finger in almost all the conspiracies of the Royalists, to involve him in the unfortunate rising of Penruddock and Groves in the west, in which many of the Presbyterian interest as well as the Cavalier party were engaged. And though his habitual prudence eventually kept him out of this and other dangers, Major Bridgenorth was considered during the last years of Cromwell's domination, and the interregnum which succeeded, as a disaffected person to the Commonwealth and a favourer of Charles Stuart. But besides this approximation to the same political opinions, another bond of intimacy united the families of the castle and the hall. Major Bridgenorth, fortunate and eminently so in all his worldly transactions, was visited by severe and reiterated misfortunes in his family, and became in this particular an object of compassion to his poorer and more decayed neighbour. Betwixt the breaking out of the Civil War and the Restoration, he lost successively a family of no less than 6 children, apparently through a delicacy of constitution which cut off the little prattlers at the early age when they most wind themselves round the heart of the parents. In the beginning of the year 1658, Major Bridgenorth was childless. Ere it ended, he had a daughter indeed, but her birth was purchased by the death of an affectionate wife, whose constitution had been exhausted by maternal grief and by the anxious and harrowing reflection that from her the children they had lost derived that delicacy of health which proved unable to undergo the tear and wear of existence. The same voice which told Bridgenorth that he was the father of a living child, it was the friendly voice of Lady Peveril, communicated to him the melancholy intelligence that he was no longer a husband. The feelings of Major Bridgenorth were strong and deep, rather than hasty and vehement, and his grief assumed the form of a sullen stupor, from which neither the friendly remonstrances of Sir Geoffrey, who did not fail to be with his neighbour at this distressing conjuncture, even though he knew he must meet the Presbyterian pastor, nor the ghastly exhortations of this latter person, were able to rouse the unfortunate widower. At length, Lady Peveril, with the ready invention of a female sharpened by the sight of distress and the feelings of sympathy, tried on the sufferer one of those experiments by which grief is often awakened from despondency into tears. She placed in Bridgenorth's arms the infant whose birth had cost him so dear, and conjured him to remember that his Alice was not yet dead, since she survived in the helpless child she had left to his paternal care. "Take her away! Take her away!" said the unhappy man, and they were the first words he had spoken. "Let me not look on her. It is but another blossom that has bloomed to fade, and the tree that bore it will never flourish more." He almost threw the child into Lady Peveril's arms, placed his hands before his face, and wept aloud. Lady Peveril did not say, "Be comforted," but she ventured to promise that the blossoms should ripen to fruit. "Never, never," said Bridgenorth. "Take the unhappy child away, and let me only know when I shall wear black for her. Wear black," he exclaimed, interrupting himself. "What other colour shall I wear during the remainder of my life?" "I will take the child for a season," said Lady Peveril, "since the sight of her is so painful to you, and the little Alice shall share the nursery of our Julian, until it shall be pleasure and not pain for you to look on her." "That hour will never come," said the unhappy father. "Her doom is written. She will follow the rest. God's will be done. Lady, I thank you. I trust her to your care, and thank God that my eye shall not see her dying agonies." Without detaining the reader's attention longer on this painful theme, it is enough to say that the Lady Peveril did undertake the duties of a mother to the little orphan, and perhaps it was owing in a great measure to her judicious treatment of the infant that its feeble hold of life was preserved, since the glimmering spark might probably have been altogether smothered, had it, like the Major's former children, undergone the over-care and over-nursing of a mother rendered nervously cautious and anxious by so many successive losses. The lady was the more ready to undertake this charge that she herself had lost 2 infant children, and that she attributed the preservation of the third, now a fine healthy child of 3 years old, to Julian's being subjected to rather a different course of diet and treatment than was then generally practised. She resolved to follow the same regimen with the little orphan which she had observed in the case of her own boy, and it was equally successful. By a more sparing use of medicine, by a bolder admission of fresh air, by a firm yet cautious attention to encourage rather than to supersede the exertions of nature, the puny infant under the care of an excellent nurse gradually improved in strength and in liveliness. Sir Geoffrey, like most men of his frank and good-natured disposition, was naturally fond of children, and so much compassionated the sorrows of his neighbour that he entirely forgot his being a Presbyterian, until it became necessary that the infant should be christened by a teacher of that persuasion. This was a trying case. The father seemed incapable of giving direction, and that the threshold of Martindale Castle should be violated by the heretical step of a dissenting clergyman was matter of horror to its orthodox owner. He had seen the famous Hugh Peters, with a Bible in one hand and a pistol in the other, ride in triumph through the court door when Martindale was surrendered, and the bitterness of that hour had entered like iron into his soul. Yet such was Lady Peveril's influence over the prejudices of her husband, that he was induced to connive at the ceremony taking place in a remote garden-house, which was not properly within the precincts of the castle wall. The lady even dared to be present while the ceremony was performed by the Reverend Master Salisgrace, who had once preached a sermon of 3 hours' length before the House of Commons upon a Thanksgiving occasion after the relief of Exeter. Sir Geoffrey Peveril took care to be absent the whole day from the castle, and it was only from the great interest which he took in the washing, perfuming, and as it were purification of the summer-house, that it could have been guessed he knew anything of what had taken place in it. But whatever prejudices the good knight might entertain against his neighbour's form of religion, they did not in any way influence his feelings towards him as a sufferer under severe affliction. The mode in which he showed his sympathy was rather singular, but exactly suited the character of both and the terms on which they stood with each other. Morning after morning the good baronet made Moultracy Hall the termination of his walk or ride, and said a single word of kindness as he passed. Sometimes he entered the old parlour where the proprietor sat in solitary wretchedness and despondency, but more frequently, for Sir Geoffrey did not pretend to great talents of conversation, he paused on the terrace, and stopping or halting his horse by the latticed window, said aloud to the melancholy inmate, "How is it with you, Master Bridgenorth?" The knight would never acknowledge his neighbour's military rank of major. "I just looked in to bid you keep a good heart, man, and to tell you that Julian is well, and little Alice is well, and all are well at Martindale Castle." A deep sigh, sometimes coupled with, "I thank you, Sir Geoffrey, my grateful duty waits on Lady Peveril," was generally Bridgenorth's only answer, but the news was received on the one part with the kindness which was designed upon the other. It gradually became less painful and more interesting. The lattice window was never closed, nor was the leathern easy-chair which stood next to it ever empty when the usual hour of the baronet's momentary visit approached. At length the expectation of that passing minute became the pivot upon which the thoughts of poor Bridgenorth turned during all the rest of the day. Most men have known the influence of such brief but ruling moments at some period of their lives. The moment when a lover passes the window of his mistress, the moment when the epicure hears the dinner bell, is that into which is crowded the whole interest of the day. The hours which precede it are spent in anticipation, the hours which follow in reflection on what has passed, and fancy, dwelling on each brief circumstance, gives to seconds the duration of minutes, to minutes that of hours. Thus seated in his lonely chair, Bridgenorth could catch at a distance the stately step of Sir Geoffrey, or the heavy tramp of his war-horse, Black Hastings, which had borne him in many an action. He could hear the hum of "The King shall enjoy his own again," or the habitual whistle of cuckolds and roundheads, die into reverential silence as the knight approached the mansion of affliction, and then came the strong hale voice of the huntsman soldier with its usual greeting. By degrees the communication became something more protracted, as Major Bridgenorth's grief, like all human feelings, lost its overwhelming violence, and permitted him to attend in some degree to what passed around him, to discharge various duties which pressed upon him, and to give a share of attention to the situation of the country, distracted as it was by the contending factions, whose strife only terminated in the Restoration. Still, however, though slowly recovering from the effects of the shock which he had sustained, Major Bridgenorth felt himself as yet unable to make up his mind to the effort necessary to see his infant, and though separated by so short a distance from the being in whose existence he was more interested than in anything the world afforded, he only made himself acquainted with the windows of the apartment where little Alice was lodged, and was often observed to watch them from the terrace as they brightened in the evening under the influence of the setting sun. In truth, though a strong-minded man in most respects, he was unable to lay aside the gloomy impression that this remaining pledge of affection was soon to be conveyed to that grave which had already devoured all, besides, that was dear to him, and he awaited in miserable suspense the moment when he should hear that symptoms of the fatal malady had begun to show themselves. The voice of Peveril continued to be that of a comforter until the month of April 1660, when it suddenly assumed a new and different tone. The king shall enjoy his own again, far from ceasing as the hasty tread of Black Hastings came up the avenue, bore burden to the clatter of his hoofs on the paved courtyard as Sir Geoffrey sprang from his great war-saddle, now once more garnished with pistols of 2 feet in length, and armed with steel cap, back and breast, and a truncheon in his hand. He rushed into the apartment of the astonished Major with his eyes sparkling and his cheek inflamed, while he called out, "Up! Up, neighbour! No time now to mope in the chimney-corner. Where is your buff coat and broadsword, man? Take the true side once in your life and mend past mistakes. The king is all lenity, man, all royal nature and mercy. I will get your full pardon." "What means all this?" said Bridgenorth. "Is all well with you? All well at Martindale Castle, Sir Geoffrey?" "As well as you could wish them, Alice and Julian and all. But I have news worth 20 of that. Monk has declared at London against those stinking scoundrels, the Rump. Fairfax is up in Yorkshire for the king, man. Churchmen, Presbyterians and all are in buff and bandolier for King Charles. I have a letter from Fairfax to secure Derby and Chesterfield with all the men I can make. Damn him, fine that I should take orders from him. But never mind that, all are friends now. You and I, good neighbour, will charge abreast as good neighbours should. See there, read, and then boot and saddle in an instant. Hey for cavaliers, ho for cavaliers. Pray for cavaliers, dub-a-dub, dub-a-dub. Have at old Beelzebub, Oliver shakes in his beer." After thundering forth this elegant effusion of loyal enthusiasm, the sturdy cavalier's heart became too full. He threw himself on a seat, and exclaiming, "Did I ever think to live to see this happy day?" he wept, to his own surprise as much as to that of Bridgenorth. Upon considering the crisis in which the country was placed, it appeared to Major Bridgenorth, as it had done to Fairfax and other leaders of the Presbyterian party, that their frank embracing of the royal interest was the wisest and most patriotic measure which they could adopt in the circumstances, when all ranks and classes of men were seeking refuge from the uncertainty and varied oppression attending the repeated contests between the factions of Westminster Hall and of Wallingford House. Accordingly, he joined with Sir Geoffrey, with less enthusiasm indeed, but with equal sincerity, taking such measures as seemed proper to secure their part of the country on the King's behalf, which was done as effectually and peaceably as in other parts of England. The neighbours were both at Chesterfield when news arrived that the King had landed in England, and Sir Geoffrey instantly announced his purpose of waiting upon His Majesty even before his return to the castle of Martindale. "Who knows, neighbour," he said, "whether Sir Geoffrey Peveril will ever return to Martindale? Titles must be going amongst them yonder, and I have deserved something among the rest. Lord Peveril would sound well, or stay, Earl of Martindale. No, not of Martindale, Earl of the Peak. Meanwhile, trust your affairs to me. I will see you secured. I would you had been no Presbyterian, neighbour. A knighthood, a knight bachelor, not a knight baronet, would have served your turn well." "I leave these things to my betters, Sir Geoffrey," said the Major, "and desire nothing so earnestly as to find all well at Martindale when I return." You will find them all well," said the baronet. "Julian, Alice, Lady Peveril, and all of them. Bear my commendations to them, and kiss them all, neighbour, Lady Peveril and all. You may kiss a countess when I come back. All will go well with you now you are turned honest man." "I always meant to be so, Sir Geoffrey," said Bridgenorth calmly. "Well, well, well, no offence meant," said the knight. "All is well now, so you to Moultracy Hall, and I to Whitehall. Said I well, aha! So, ho, mine host, a stoup of canary to the King's health ere we get to horse. I forgot, neighbour, you drink no healths." "I wish the King's health as sincerely as if I drank a gallon to it," replied the Major, "and I wish you, Sir Geoffrey, all success on your journey and a safe return." End of Chapter 1, read by Sandra, in Nova Scotia, 2024.
Chapter 1 of Pride and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vrinda Shinde. Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. Chapter 1. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man, in possession of a good fortune, must be in want of a wife. However little known the feelings or views of such a man may be, on his first entering a neighbourhood, this truth is so well fixed in the minds of the surrounding families that he is considered as the rightful property of some one or other of their daughters. "My dear Mr. Bennet," said his lady to him one day, "have you heard that Netherfield Park is let at last?" Mr. Bennet replied that he had not. "But it is," returned she, "for Mrs. Long has just been here, and she told me all about it." Mr. Bennet made no answer. "Do you not want to know who has taken it?" cried his wife impatiently. "You want to tell me, and I have no objection to hearing it." This was invitation enough. "Why, my dear, you must know Mrs. Long says that Netherfield is taken by a young man of large fortune from the north of England, that he came down on Monday in a chaise and four to see the place, and was so much delighted with it that he agreed with Mr. Morris immediately that he is to take possession before Michaelmas, and some of his servants are to be in the house by the end of next week." "What is his name?" "Bingley." "Is he married or single?" "Oh, single, my dear, to be sure. A single man of large fortune, 4,000 or 5,000 a year. What a fine thing for our girls!" "How so? How can it affect them?" "My dear Mr. Bennet," replied his wife, "how can you be so tiresome? You must know that I am thinking of his marrying one of them." "Is that his design in settling here?" Design? Nonsense! How can you talk so? But it is very likely that he may fall in love with one of them, and therefore you must visit him as soon as he comes. I see no occasion for that. You and the girls may go, or you may send them by themselves, which perhaps will be still better, for as you are as handsome as any of them, Mr. Bingley may like you the best of the party. My dear, you flatter me. I certainly have had my share of beauty, but I do not pretend to be anything extraordinary now. When a woman has 5 grown-up daughters, she ought to give over thinking of her own beauty. In such cases, a woman has not often much beauty to think of. But, my dear, you must indeed go and see Mr. Bingley when he comes into the neighbourhood. It is more than I engage for, I assure you. But consider your daughters. Only think what an establishment it would be for one of them. Sir William and Lady Lucas are determined to go merely on that account, for in general, you know, they visit no newcomers. Indeed, you must go, for it will be impossible for us to visit him if you do not. You are over-scrupulous, surely. I dare say Mr. Bingley will be very glad to see you, and I will send a few lines by you to assure him of my hearty consent to his marrying whichever he chooses of the girls, though I must throw in a good word for my little Lizzie. I desire you will do no such thing. Lizzie is not a bit better than the others, and I am sure she is not half so handsome as Jane, nor half so good-humoured as Lydia, but you are always giving her the preference. They have none of them much to recommend them, replied he. They are all silly and ignorant like other girls, but Lizzie has something more of quickness than her sisters. Mr. Bennet, how can you abuse your own children in such a way? You take delight in vexing me. You have no compassion on my poor nerves. You mistake me, my dear. I have a high respect for your nerves. They are my old friends. I have heard you mention them with consideration these 20 years at least. Ah, you do not know what I suffer. But I hope you will get over it, and live to see many young men of 4,000 a year come into the neighbourhood. It will be no use to us if 20 such should come, since you will not visit them. Depend upon it, my dear, that when there are 20, I will visit them all. Mr. Bennet was so odd a mixture of quick parts, sarcastic humour, reserve, and caprice, that the experience of 23 years had been insufficient to make his wife understand his character. Her mind was less difficult to develop. She was a woman of mean understanding, little information, and uncertain temper. When she was discontented, she fancied herself nervous. The business of her life was to get her daughters married. Its solace was visiting and news. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 1 of A Sagebrush Cinderella. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kimi Weldon. A Sagebrush Cinderella by Max Brand. Chapter 1. Whiskers. She lay prone upon the floor, kicking her heels together, frowningly intent upon her book. Outside, the sky was crimson with the sunset. Inside the room, every corner was filled with the gay phantoms of the age of chivalry. Jack would not raise her head, for if she kept her eyes upon the printed page, it seemed to her that the armoured knights were trooping about her rooms. A board creaked. That was from the running of some striped page with pointed toes. The wind made a soft rustling. That was the stir of the nodding plumes of the warriors. The pageantry of forgotten kings flowed brightly about her. "Jack!" Jacqueline frowned and shrugged her shoulders. "Jack!" She raised her head. The dreary board walls of her room looked back at her. Empty, barren, 1,000 miles and 1,000 years from all romance. She closed her book as the door of her room opened and her father stood in the entrance. "Readin' again," said Jim During in infinite disgust. "Go down and wait on the table. The cook's gone and got drunk. I've give him the run. Hurry up." She shied the book into a corner and rose. "How many here for chow?" she asked. Maurice Gordon and a lot of others," said her father. "Start moving." She started. Handsome Maurice Gordon. She had only to close her eyes, and there he stood in armor. Sir Maurice de Gordon. You might have combed the cattle ranges for 500 miles north, east, south, and west, and never found so fine a figure of a man as Maurice Gordon. Good looks are rather a handicap than a blessing in the mountain desert, but Maury Gordon was notably ready at all times for anything from a dance to a fight, and his reputation was accordingly as high among men as among women. He made a stir wherever he went, and now, as he sat in the dining room of Jim During's Crossroads Hotel, all eyes were upon him. He withstood their critical admiration with the nonchalant good nature of one who knew that from his silk bandana to his fine riding boots, his outfit represented the beau ideal of the cowpuncher. "Where you bound for?" asked the proprietor of the hotel as the supper drew toward its close. "The dance over to Bradwell," said Maury. "Damnation!" For as he mentioned the dance, Jack, who was bringing him his second cup of coffee, started so violently that a drop of the hot liquid splashed on the back of Maury's neck. "Oh!" she cried, and seized her apron to wipe away the coffee. "Excuse me," growled Maury, seeing that he had sworn at a woman, "but you took me by surprise." With that he stopped the hand which was bearing the soiled apron toward his neck, and produced from his pocket, marvelous to behold, a handkerchief of stainless white, with which he rubbed away the coffee. "Jacqueline," rumbled her father, and his accent made the name far more emphatic than Maury's damnation. That was her given title, but to every cowpuncher on the ranges she was known as Jack During, who rode, shot, and sometimes swore as well as any man of them all. She was Jacqueline to her father alone, and to him only at such a time as this. "Well?" she said belligerently, and her eyes fixed on her father as steadily and as angrily as those of a man. "Your hands was made for feet. Go back to the kitchen. We don't need you till the boys is through with their coffee." "Too bad, Maury." "Nothing at all," said the latter heartily, and waved the matter out of existence. He might banish Jack from his thoughts with a gesture, but he could not drive away her thoughts of him so easily, it seemed, for she stopped in the shadow of the doorway which led into the kitchen, and stared back with big eyes at the cowpuncher. "Who you taking to the dance?" said her father. "Dolly Maxwell," said Maury, naming the prettiest girl in many, many miles. "That pale-faced thing," muttered Jack, relapsing into a feminine vocabulary at this crisis. But she sighed as she turned back into the kitchen. She threw open the door of the stove so that the light flamed on her red hair, which was tied in a hard knot on top of her head, the quickest, easiest, and unquestionably the most ugly manner of dressing hair. A vast and unreasoning rage made her blood hot. The anger was partly for her own blunder in spilling the hot coffee. It was even more because of Maury's ejaculation. With that one word he had banished the vision of Sir Maurice de Gordon. The plumed helmet had fallen from his head. His bright armor had blown away on a gust of reality. In the fury of her chagrin, Jack caught up the poker and raked the grate of the stove loudly. The rattling helped to relieve her as swearing perhaps relieves a man. In the midst of the racket, she heard a chuckle from the dining room, and her blood went cold at the thought that someone might understand the deeps of her shame and wrath. She ran to the door. There she sighed again, but it was relief this time. At least it was not Maury who laughed. He was deep in conversation with his neighbor. She swept the other faces with a quick glance that halted at a pair of bright, quizzical eyes. Only one man had apparently understood the meaning of her racket at the stove. "That bum," said Jack, and turned on her heel. But something made her stop and look back. Perhaps it was the brightness of those eyes. Certainly nothing else could have made her look twice at this fellow. Even among these rough citizens of the mountain desert he was wild and ragged. His shirt was soiled and frayed from elbow to wrist. A bush of black hair was so long that it almost entirely hid his ears, and his face, apparently untouched by a razor for months, was covered by a tremendous growth of whiskers. She could only faintly guess at the features behind that mask. It was very puzzling, but Jack would not waste time thinking of such a caricature of a man as he of the many whiskers. She turned back into the kitchen and broke off her meditations by kicking a box across the floor. It smashed against the wall. Jack sat down to think and stared gloomily straight before her. Her throat swelled, and in her heart was that feeling of infinite age which comes upon women at all periods of their life, but most of all during the interim when a girl knows that she is mature and the rest of the world has not yet found it out. "Why was I made like this?" said Jack miserably. And from within, a still small voice that was not conscience answered her. "Aw," said the voice. "Quit kidding yourself." "Why," repeated Jack dolorously, "was I tied to such a face?" "You might as well be asking," said the voice, "how the colors are painted on a pinto." "Them colors never rub out." "Neither will your face." "It's awful." "It is." She stood in front of the speckled mirror. "There's something wrong with the way I fix my hair," she muttered. It was tied so tightly that it pulled up the skin of her forehead and raised her eyebrows to a look of continual plaintiveness. "There's certainly something wrong with the way I do my hair." "Is that all that's wrong with your face?" whispered the voice. "My hair is red," said Jack. "Like paint," said the voice. "There's no help?" "None." To escape from this merciless dialogue, Jack went back to her post of vantage. The square shoulders of Maury Gordon were just disappearing through the outer door. All the others were gone, with the exception of her father, her brother Harry, and the man of many whiskers. The last was hardly to be considered as a human being. She felt practically alone with her family, so she entered the dining room and sat on the edge of the table, swinging her feet. "Harry," she said, "do you see anything the matter with the way I fix my hair?" Her brother glanced at her with unseeing eyes. The man of many whiskers stopped stirring his coffee and glanced up with the keen twinkle which Jack had seen before. She turned her shoulder upon him. "Throw me a tobacco, Pa," said Harry. "Did you hear me ask you a question?" said Jack fiercely. Harry rolled his cigarette before he answered. "Don't get so sore you'll rope and tie yourself. What'd you say?" "I asked you if you was going to the dance at Bridewell." The stranger chuckled softly. "Say, what's eating you, Whiskers?" snapped Jack, but without turning. "Sure I'm going," said Harry. "It's going to be a big bust." "What girl are you taking?" "Nobody. I'll find plenty to dance with when I get there." Jack blinked her eyes once, twice, and again. "Why not take me?" The cigarette fell from Harry's lips. "What the—" he began. "Say, Jack, are you sick?" The ache came in Jack's throat again. Her face changed color, and the freckles across the bridge of her nose stood out with a startling distinctness. "Don't I dance good enough, Harry?" He had evidently been bracing himself for a straight-from-the-shoulder retort. At this gentle question he gasped and rose with a look of brotherly concern. "Jack, if you was a man, I'd say you'd been hitting the red-eye too much." "Oh," said Jack. Harry touched her under the chin and tilted back her head. The deep blue eyes stared miserably up to him. "What's the matter with her, Pa?" he asked. "Plain foolishness," said the latter. Jack struck the hand from her chin and leaped from the table to her feet. "Harry," she said, "if I was a man, I'd hang a bunch of fives on your chin." The chuckle of the stranger made her whirl. "Get out, Whiskers," she commanded, "or I'll pull a gun and give you a free shave." The man rose obediently and went from the room to the porch. Harry followed him out and swung into the saddle of his horse. His father delayed an instant. "Now cut out this talk of going to the dance," said Jim During. "You stay right here, and if any of the boys come in late, fix 'em up some chow. I gotta slide over to see old Jones on some business." "Sure you do," said Jack scornfully. "I know that kind of business. It comes 5 in a hand and you draw to it." The hair of her father seemed to take on a deeper tinge of red. "Well?" he said. "Well?" she replied no less angrily. "If I couldn't play no better hand of poker than you do, I'd go no farther than solitaire, believe me." "Jacqueline!" "Don't swear at me," said Jack. "If you think I ain't right, just sit down and play a hand with me." Her father was so swelled with wrath that he could make no rejoinder. At length he whirled on his heel and strode toward the door, pulling his sombrero down over his eyes. At the door he turned back and pointed a long, angry arm. "And if I catch you leaving this place tonight," he began. "Well?" His face altered, and the anger faded from his eyes. "Jack," he said gently, "why in hell wasn't you born a boy?" He went on out, and a moment later his horse clattered down the road. "Why?" repeated Jack. End of Chapter 1.
Section 1 of White Nights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Nights by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. First Night. It was a wonderful night. Such a night as is only possible when we are young, dear reader. The sky was so starry, so bright that, looking at it, one could not help asking oneself whether ill-humored and capricious people could live under such a sky. That is a youthful question too, dear reader, very youthful, but may the Lord put it more frequently into your heart. Speaking of capricious and ill-humored people, I cannot help recalling my moral condition all that day. From early morning I had been oppressed by a strange despondency. It suddenly seemed to me that I was lonely, that everyone was forsaking me and going away from me. Of course, anyone is entitled to ask who everyone was, for though I had been living almost 8 years in Petersburg, I had hardly an acquaintance. But what did I want with acquaintances? I was acquainted with all Petersburg as it was. That was why I felt as though they were all deserting me when all Petersburg packed up and went to its summer villa. I felt afraid of being left alone, and for 3 whole days I wandered about the town in profound dejection, not knowing what to do with myself. Whether I walked in the Nevsky, went to the gardens, or sauntered on the embankment, there was not one face of those I had been accustomed to meet at the same time and place all the year. They, of course, do not know me, but I know them. I know them intimately. I have almost made a study of their faces, and am delighted when they are gay, and downcast when they are under a cloud. I have almost struck up a friendship with one old man whom I meet every blessed day at the same hour in Fontanka. Such a grave, pensive countenance. He is always whispering to himself and brandishing his left arm, while in his right hand he holds a long gnarled stick with a gold knob. He even notices me and takes a warm interest in me. If I happen not to be at a certain time in the same spot in Fontanka, I am certain he feels disappointed. That is how it is that we almost bow to each other, especially when we are both in good humor. The other day, when we had not seen each other for 2 days and met on the 3rd, we were actually touching our hats, but, realizing in time, dropped our hands and passed each other with a look of interest. I know the houses, too. As I walk along, they seem to run forward in the streets to look out at me from every window, and almost to say, "Good morning, how do you do? I am quite well, thank God, and I am to have a new story in May." Or, "How are you? I am being redecorated tomorrow." Or, "I was almost burnt down and had such a fright," and so on. I have my favorites among them. Some are dear friends. One of them intends to be treated by the architect this summer. I shall go every day on purpose to see that the operation is not a failure. God forbid! But I shall never forget an incident with a very pretty little house of a light pink color. It was such a charming little brick house. It looked so hospitably at me, and so proudly at its ungainly neighbors, that my heart rejoiced whenever I happened to pass it. Suddenly, last week, I walked along the street, and when I looked at my friend, I heard a plaintive, "They are painting me yellow!" The villains, the barbarians! They had spared nothing. Neither columns nor cornices, and my poor little friend was as yellow as a canary. It almost made me bilious. And to this day I have not had the courage to visit my poor disfigured friend, painted the color of the Celestial Empire. So, now you understand, reader, in what sense I am acquainted with all Petersburg. I have mentioned already that I had felt worried for 3 whole days before I guessed the cause of my uneasiness, and I felt ill at ease in the street. This one had gone, and that one had gone, and, what had become of the other? And at home I did not feel like myself either. For 2 evenings I was puzzling my brains to think what was amiss in my corner, why I felt so uncomfortable in it. And in perplexity I scanned my grimy green walls, my ceiling covered with a spider's web, the growth of which Matrona had so successfully encouraged. I looked over all my furniture, examined every chair, wondering whether the trouble lay there, for if one chair is not standing in the same position as it stood the day before, I am not myself. I looked at the window, but it was all in vain. I was not a bit the better for it. I even bethought me to send for Matrona, and was giving her some fatherly admonitions in regard to the spider's web and sluttishness in general, but she simply stared at me in amazement and went away without saying a word, so that the spider's web is comfortably hanging in its place to this day. I only at last this morning realized what was wrong. Why, they are giving me the slip and making off to their summer villas. Forgive the triviality of the expression, but I am in no mood for fine language. For everything that had been in Petersburg had gone or was going away for the holidays. For every respectable gentleman of dignified appearance who took a cab was at once transformed, in my eyes, into a respectable head of a household who, after his daily duties were over, was making his way to the bosom of his family, to the summer villa. For all the passers-by had now quite a peculiar air which seemed to say to everyone they met, "We are only here for the moment, gentlemen, and in another 2 hours we shall be going off to the summer villa." If a window opened after delicate fingers, white as snow, had tapped upon the pane, and the head of a pretty girl was thrust out, calling to a street seller with pots of flowers, at once, on the spot, I fancied that those flowers were being bought not simply in order to enjoy the flowers in the spring in stuffy town lodgings, but because they would all be very soon moving into the country, and could take the flowers with them. What is more, I made such progress in my new peculiar sort of investigation that I could distinguish correctly from the mere air of each in what summer villa he was living. The inhabitants of Kameny and Aptekarsky Islands, or of the Peterhof Road, were marked by the studied elegance of their manner, their fashionable summer suits, and the fine carriages in which they drove to town. Visitors to Pargalovo and places further away impressed one at first sight by their reasonable and dignified air. The tripper to Krestovsky Island could be recognized by his look of irrepressible gaiety. If I chanced to meet a long procession of wagoners, walking lazily with the reins in their hands beside wagons loaded with regular mountains of furniture, tables, chairs, ottomans, and sofas, and domestic utensils of all sorts, frequently with a decrepit cook sitting on top of it all, guarding her master's property as though it were the apple of her eye. Or if I saw boats heavily loaded with household goods crawling along the Neva or Fontanka to the Black River or the islands, the wagons and the boats were multiplied 10-fold, 100-fold in my eyes. I fancied that everything was astir and moving. Everything was going in regular caravans to the summer villas. It seemed as though Petersburg threatened to become a wilderness, so that at last I felt ashamed, mortified and sad that I had nowhere to go for the holidays and no reason to go away. I was ready to go with every wagon, to drive off with every gentleman of respectable appearance who took a cab. But no one, absolutely no one, invited me. It seemed they had forgotten me, as though I really were a stranger to them. I took long walks, succeeding, as I usually did, in quite forgetting where I was, when I suddenly found myself at the city gates. Instantly I felt light-hearted, and I passed the barrier and walked between cultivated fields and meadows, unconscious of fatigue, and feeling only all over as though a burden were falling off my soul. All the passers-by gave me such friendly looks that they seemed almost greeting me. They all seemed so pleased at something. They were all smoking cigars, every one of them, and I felt pleased as I never had before. It was as though I had suddenly found myself in Italy. So strong was the effect of nature upon a half-sick townsman like me, almost stifling between city walls. There was something inexpressibly touching in nature around Petersburg, when at the approach of spring she puts forth all her might, all the powers bestowed on her by heaven, when she breaks into leaf, decks herself out, and spangles herself with flowers. Somehow I cannot help being reminded of a frail, consumptive girl, at whom one sometimes looks with compassion, sometimes with sympathetic love, whom sometimes one simply does not notice, though suddenly, in one instant, she becomes, as though by chance, inexplicably lovely and exquisite, and Impressed and intoxicated, one cannot help asking oneself what power made those sad, pensive eyes flash with such fire. What summoned the blood to those pale, wan cheeks? What bathed with passion those soft features? What set that bosom heaving? What so suddenly called strength, life, and beauty into the poor girl's face, making it gleam with such a smile, kindle with such bright, sparkling laughter? You look round, you seek for someone, you conjecture, but the moment passes, and next day you meet, maybe, the same pensive and preoccupied look as before, the same pale face, the same meek and timid movements, and even signs of remorse, traces of a mortal anguish and regret for the fleeting distraction. And you grieve that the momentary beauty has faded so soon, never to return, that it flashed upon you so treacherously, so vainly. Grieve because you had not even time to love her. And yet my night was better than my day. This was how it happened. I came back to town very late, and it had struck 10 as I was going towards my lodgings. My way lay along the canal embankment, where at that hour you never meet a soul. It is true that I live in a very remote part of town. I walked along singing, for when I am happy I am always humming to myself like every happy man who has no friend or acquaintance with whom to share his joy. Suddenly, I had a most unexpected adventure. Leaning on the canal railing stood a woman with her elbows on the rail. She was apparently looking with great attention at the muddy water of the canal. She was wearing a very charming yellow hat and a jaunty little black mantle. She's a girl, and I am sure she is dark, I thought. She did not seem to hear my footsteps, and did not even stir when I passed by with bated breath and loudly throbbing heart. Strange, I thought. She must be deeply absorbed in something. And all at once I stopped as though petrified. I heard a muffled sob. Yes, I was not mistaken. The girl was crying. And a minute later I heard sob after sob. Good heavens! My heart sank. And timid as I was with women, yet this was such a moment! I turned, took a step towards her, and should certainly have pronounced the word "Madam," if I had not known that that exclamation has been uttered 1,000 times in every Russian society novel. It was only that reflection stopped me. But while I was seeking for a word, the girl came to herself, looked round, started, cast down her eyes, and slipped by me along the embankment. I at once followed her, but she, divining this, left the embankment, crossed the road, and walked along the pavement. I dared not cross the street after her. My heart was fluttering like a captured bird. All at once a chance came to my aid. Along the same side of the pavement there suddenly came into sight, not far from the girl, a gentleman in evening dress, of dignified years, though by no means dignified carriage. He was staggering and cautiously leaning against the wall. The girl flew straight as an arrow, with the timid haste one sees in all girls who do not want anyone to volunteer to accompany them home at night. And no doubt the staggering gentleman would not have pursued her, if my good luck had not prompted him. Suddenly, without a word to anyone, the gentleman set off and flew full speed in pursuit of my unknown lady. She was racing like the wind, but the staggering gentleman was overtook her. The girl uttered a shriek, and I blessed my luck for the excellent knotted stick, which happened on that occasion to be in my right hand. In a flash I was on the other side of the street. In a flash the obtrusive gentleman had taken in the position, had grasped the irresistible argument, fallen back without a word, and only when we were very far away protested against my action in rather vigorous language, but his words hardly reached us. "Give me your arm," I said to the girl, "and he won't dare to annoy us further." She took my arm without a word, still trembling with excitement and terror. Oh, obtrusive gentleman, how I blessed you at that moment! I stole a glance at her. She was very charming and dark. I had guessed right. On her black eyelashes there still glistened a tear, from her recent terror or her former grief, I don't know. But there was already a gleam of a smile on her lips. She, too, stole a glance at me, faintly blushed, and looked down. "There, you see. Why did you drive me away? If I had been here, nothing would have happened. But I did not know you. I thought that you, too—" "Why, do you know me now?" "A little. Here, for instance. Why are you trembling?" "Oh, you were right at the first guess," I answered, delighted that my girl had intelligence. That is never out of place in company with beauty. Yes, from the first glance you have guessed the sort of man you have to do with. Precisely, I am shy with women. I am agitated, I don't deny it. As much so as you were a minute ago when that gentleman alarmed you. I am in some alarm now. It's like a dream, and I never guessed even in my sleep that I should ever talk with any woman. What? Really? Yes. If my arm trembles, it is because it has never been held by a pretty little hand like yours. I am a complete stranger to women. That is, I have never been used to them. You see, I am alone. I don't even know how to talk to them. Here, I don't know now whether I have not said something silly to you. Tell me frankly. I assure you beforehand that I am not quick to take offense. No, nothing. Quite the contrary. And if you insist on my speaking frankly, I will tell you that women like such timidity. And if you want to know more, I like it too, and I won't drive you away till I get home. You will make me, I said, breathless with delight, lose my timidity, and then farewell to all my chances. Chances? What chances? Of what? That's not so nice. I beg your pardon. I am sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. But how can you expect one at such a moment to have no desire? To be liked, eh? Well, yes, but do, for goodness' sake, be kind. Think what I am. Here I am 26, and I have never seen anyone. How can I speak well, tactfully, and to the point? It will seem better to you when I have told you everything openly. I don't know how to be silent when my heart is speaking. Well, never mind. Believe me, not one woman, never. No acquaintance of any sort. And I do nothing but dream every day that at last I shall meet someone. Oh, if only you knew how often I have been in love that way. How? With whom? Why, with no one. With an ideal. With the one I dream of in my sleep. I make up regular romances in my dreams. You don't know me. It's true, of course. I have met 2 or 3 women, but what sort of women were they? They were all landladies. But I shall make you laugh if I tell you that I have several times thought of speaking, just simply speaking, to some aristocratic lady in the street. When she is alone, I need hardly say. Speaking to her, of course, timidly, respectfully, passionately, telling her that I am perishing in solitude, begging her not to send me away, saying that I have no chance of making the acquaintance of any woman, impressing upon her that it is a positive duty for a woman not to repulse so timid a prayer from such a luckless man as me. That, in fact, all I ask is that she should say 2 or 3 sisterly words with sympathy, should not repulse me at first sight, should take me on trust and listen to what I say, should laugh at me if she likes, encourage me, say 2 words to me, only 2 words, even though we never meet again afterwards. But you are laughing. However, that is why I am telling you. Don't be vexed. I am only laughing at your being your own enemy. And if you had tried, you would have succeeded, perhaps, even though it had been in the street. The simpler the better. No kind-hearted woman, unless she were stupid or, still more, vexed about something at the moment, could bring herself to send you away without those 2 words which you ask for so timidly. But what am I saying? Of course she would take you for a madman. I was judging by myself. I know a good deal about other people's lives. Oh, thank you, I cried. You don't know what you have done for me now. I am glad. But tell me, how did you find out that I was the sort of woman with whom you think worthy of attention and friendship? In fact, not a landlady, as you say. What made you decide to come up to me? What made me? But you were alone. That gentleman was too insolent. It's night. You must admit that it was a duty. No, I mean, before. On the other side. You meant to come up to me. On the other side? Really, I don't know how to answer. I am afraid to... Do you know I have been happy today? I walked along singing. I went out into the country. I have never had such happy moments. Perhaps it was my fancy. Forgive me for referring to it. I fancied you were crying, and I could not bear to hear it. It made my heart ache. Oh, my goodness, surely I might be troubled about you. Surely there was no harm in feeling brotherly compassion for you. I beg your pardon, I said compassion. Well, in short, Surely you would not be offended at my involuntary impulse to go up to you." "Stop, that's enough. Don't talk of it," said the girl, looking down and pressing my hand. "It's my fault for having spoken of it, but I am glad I was not mistaken in you. But here I am home. I must go down this turning. It's 2 steps from here. Goodbye, thank you. Surely you don't mean that we shall never see each other again. Surely this is not to be the end." "You see," said the girl, laughing. "At first you only wanted 2 words, and now... However, I won't say anything. Perhaps we shall meet." "I shall come here tomorrow," I said. "Oh, forgive me, I am already making demands." "Yes, you are not very patient. You are almost insisting." Listen, I interrupted her. "Forgive me if I tell you something else. I tell you what, I can't help coming here tomorrow. I am a dreamer. I have so little real life that I look upon such moments as this now as so rare that I cannot help going over such moments again in my dreams. I shall be dreaming of you all night, a whole week, a whole year. I shall certainly come here tomorrow, just here to this place, just at the same hour, and I shall be happy remembering today. This place is dear to me already. I have already 2 or 3 such places in Petersburg. I once shed tears over memories. Like you. Who knows, perhaps you were weeping 10 minutes ago over some memory. But forgive me, I have forgotten myself again. Perhaps you have once been particularly happy here." "Very good," said the girl. "Perhaps I will come here tomorrow too, at 10 o'clock. I see that I can't forbid you. The fact is, I have to be here. Don't imagine that I am making an appointment with you. I tell you beforehand that I have to be here on my own account. But, well, I tell you straight out, I don't mind if you do come. To begin with, something unpleasant might happen as it did today, but never mind that. In short, I should simply like to see you. To say 2 words to you. Only, mind, you must not think the worse of me now. Don't think I make appointments so lightly. I shouldn't make it except that... But let that be my secret. Only, a compact beforehand." "A compact? Speak, tell me. Tell me all beforehand. I agree to anything. I am ready for anything," I cried delightedly. "I answer for myself. I will be obedient, respectful. You know me." "It's just because I do know you that I ask you to come tomorrow," said the girl, laughing. "I know you perfectly. But mind, you will come on the condition, in the first place. Only be good. Do what I ask, you see. I speak frankly. You won't fall in love with me. That's impossible, I assure you. I am ready for friendship. Here's my hand. But you mustn't fall in love with me. I beg you." "I swear," I cried, gripping her hand. "Hush, don't swear. I know you are ready to flare up like gunpowder. Don't think ill of me for saying so. If only you knew. I, too, have no one to whom I can say a word, whose advice I can ask. Of course, one does not look for an adviser in the street, but you are an exception. I know you as though we had been friends for 20 years. You won't deceive me, will you?" "You will see. The only thing is, I don't know how I'm going to survive the next 24 hours. Sleep soundly, good night, and remember that I have trusted you already. But you exclaimed so nicely just now. Surely one can't be held responsible for every feeling, even for brotherly sympathy. Do you know, that was so nicely said that the idea struck me at once that I might confide in you." "For God's sake, do. But about what? What is it?" "Wait till tomorrow. Meanwhile, let that be a secret. So much the better for you. It will give it a faint flavor of romance. Perhaps I will tell you tomorrow, and perhaps not. I will talk to you a little more beforehand. We will get to know each other better. Oh yes, I will tell you all about myself tomorrow. But what has happened? It is as though a miracle had befallen me. My God, where am I? Come, tell me, aren't you glad that you were not angry and did not drive me away at the first moment, as any other woman would have done? In 2 minutes you have made me happy forever. Yes, happy. Who knows, perhaps, you have reconciled me with myself, solved my doubts. Perhaps such moments come upon me. But there, I will tell you about it tomorrow. You shall know everything, everything. Very well, I consent. You shall begin. Agreed. Goodbye till tomorrow. Till tomorrow. and we parted. I walked about all night. I could not make up my mind to go home. I was so happy. Tomorrow. End of section 1. Read by PlagueMonk.
Chapter 1 of Woodstock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Woodstock by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 1. Some were for gospel ministers, and some for redcoat seculars, as men most fit to hold forth the word, and wield the one and t'other sword. From Butler's Hudibras. There is a handsome parish church in the town of Woodstock. I'm told so, at least, for I never saw it, having scarce time, when at the place, to view the magnificence of Blenheim, its painted halls and tapestried bowers, and then return in due season to dine in hall with my learned friend, the Provost of being one of those occasions on which a man wrongs himself extremely if he lets his curiosity interfere with his punctuality. I had the church accurately described to me with a view to this work, but as I have some reason to doubt whether my informant had ever seen the inside of it himself, I shall be content to say that it is now a handsome edifice, most part of which was rebuilt 40 or 50 years since, although it still contains some arches of the old chantry, founded, it is said, by King John. It is to this more ancient part of the building that my story refers. On a morning in the end of September or beginning of October in the year 1652, being a day appointed for a solemn thanksgiving for the decisive victory at Worcester, a respectable audience was assembled in the old chantry or chapel of King John. The condition of the church and character of the audience both bore witness to the rage of civil war and the peculiar spirit of the times. The sacred edifice showed many marks of dilapidation. The windows, once filled with stained glass, had been dashed to pieces with pikes and muskets, as matters of and pertaining to idolatry. The carving on the reading desk was damaged, and 2 fair screens of beautiful sculptured oak had been destroyed, for the same pithy and conclusive reason. The high altar had been removed, and the gilded railing, which was once round it, was broken down and carried off. The effigies of several tombs were mutilated, and now lay scattered about the church, torn from their destined niche, unworthy meed of knightly counsel or heroic deed. The autumn wind piped through empty aisles, in which the remains of stakes and trevises of rough-hewn timber, as well as a quantity of scattered hay and trampled straw, seemed to intimate that the hallowed precincts had been, upon some late emergency, made the quarters of a troop of horse. Note. Little remains now of this ancient church, it being rebuilt in 1785, except on the southern side, where a portion of the old structure with a Norman doorway is still preserved. End of note. The audience, like the building, was abated in splendour. None of the ancient and habitual worshippers during peaceful times were now to be seen in their carved galleries, with hands shadowing their brows, while composing their minds to pray where their fathers had prayed, and after the same mode of worship. The eye of the yeoman and peasant sought in vain the tall form of old Sir Henry Lee of Ditchley, as, wrapped in his laced cloak, and with beard and whiskers duly composed, he moved slowly through the aisles, followed by the faithful mastiff, or bloodhound, which in old time had saved his master by his fidelity, and which regularly followed him to church. Bevis, indeed, fell under the proverb which avers, "He's a good dog which goes to church," for bating an occasional temptation to warble along with the accord, he behaved himself as decorously as any of the congregation, and returned as much edified, perhaps, as most of them. The damsels of Woodstock looked as vainly for the laced cloaks, jingling spurs, slashed boots, and tall plumes of the young cavaliers of this and other high-born houses, moving through the streets and the churchyard with the careless ease which indicates perhaps rather an overweening degree of self-confidence, yet shows graceful when mingled with good humour and courtesy. The good old dames, too, in their white hoods and black velvet gowns, their daughters, the cynosure of neighbouring eyes, where were they all now, who, when they entered the church, used to divide men's thoughts between them and heaven? But Alice Lee, so sweet, so gentle, so condescending in thy loveliness, Thus proceeds a contemporary annalist whose manuscript we have deciphered. Why is my story to turn upon thy fallen fortunes, and why not rather to the period when, in the very dismounting from your palfrey, you attracted as many eyes as if an angel had descended, as many blessings as if the benignant being had come fraught with good tidings? No creature wert thou of an idle romancer's imagination, no being fantastically bedizened with inconsistent perfections. Thy merits made me love thee well, and for thy faults, so well did they show amid thy good qualities, that I think they made me love thee better. With the house of Lee had disappeared from the chantry of King John others of gentle blood and honoured lineage. Freemantles, Winklecombes, Drycots, etc., for the air that blew over the towers of Oxford was unfavourable to the growth of Puritanism, which was more general in the neighbouring counties. There were among the congregation, however, one or two that by their habits and demeanour seemed country gentlemen of consideration, and there were also present some of the notables of the town of Woodstock, cutlers or glovers chiefly, whose skill in steel or leather had raised them to a comfortable livelihood. These dignitaries wore long black cloaks, plaited close at the neck, and, like peaceful citizens, carried their Bibles and memorandum books at their girdles instead of knife or sword. This custom among the Puritans is mentioned often in old plays, and among others in The Widow of Watling Street. This respectable but least numerous part of the audience were such decent persons as had adopted the Presbyterian form of faith, renouncing the liturgy and hierarchy of the Church of England, and living under the tuition of the Reverend Nehemiah Holdenough, much famed for the length and strength of his powers of predication. With these grave seniors sat their goodly dames in ruff and gorget, like the portraits which in catalogues of paintings are designed wife of a burgomaster, and their pretty daughters, whose study, like that of Chaucer's physician, was not always in the Bible, but who were, on the contrary, when a glance could escape the vigilance of their honoured mothers, inattentive themselves, and the cause of inattention in others. But besides these dignified persons, there were in the church a numerous collection of the lower orders, some brought thither by curiosity, but many of them unwashed artificers, bewildered in the theological discussions of the time, and of as many various sects as there are colours in the rainbow, the presumption of these learned Thebans being in exact proportion to their ignorance. The last was total, and the first boundless. Their behaviour in the church was anything but reverential or edifying. Most of them affected a cynical contempt for all that was only held sacred by human sanction. The church was to these men but a steeple-house, the clergyman an ordinary person, her ordinances dry bran and sapless pottage, unfitted for the spiritualized palates of the saints, and the prayer and address to heaven, to which each acceded or not, as in his too critical judgment he conceived fit. The elder amongst them sat or lay on the benches, with their high steeple-crowned hats pulled over their severe and knitted brows, waiting for the Presbyterian parson, as mastiffs sit in dumb expectation of the bull that is to be brought to the stake. The younger mixed, some of them, a bolder license of manners with their heresies. They gazed round on the women, yawned, coughed, and whispered, ate apples and cracked nuts as if in the gallery of a theatre ere the piece commences. Besides all these, the congregation contained a few soldiers, some in corselets and steel caps, some in buff, and others in red coats. These men of war had their bandoliers with ammunition slung round them, and rested on their pikes and muskets. They too had their peculiar doctrines on the most difficult points of religion, and united the extravagances of enthusiasm with the most determined courage and resolution in the field. The burghers of Woodstock looked on these military saints with no small degree of awe, for, though not often sullied with deeds of plunder or cruelty, they had the power of both absolutely in their hands, and the peaceful citizen had no alternative save submission to whatever the ill-regulated and enthusiastic imaginations of their martial guides might suggest. After some time spent in waiting for him, Mr. Holdenough began to walk up the aisles of the chapel, not with the slow and dignified carriage with which the old rector was of yore wont to maintain the dignity of the surplice, but with a hasty step, like one who arrives too late at an appointment and bustles forward to make the best use of his time. He was a tall, thin man with an adust complexion, and the vivacity of his eye indicated some irascibility of temperament. His dress was brown, not black, and over his other vestments he wore, in honour of Calvin, a Geneva cloak of a blue colour, which fell backwards from his shoulders as he posted on to the pulpit. His grizzled hair was cut as short as shears could perform the feat, and covered with a black silk skull-cap, which stuck so close to his head that the two ears expanded from under it as if they had been intended as handles by which to lift the whole person. Moreover, the worthy divine wore spectacles and a long grizzled peaked beard, and he carried in his hand a small pocket Bible with silver clasps. Upon arriving at the pulpit, he paused a moment to take breath, then began to ascend the steps by two at a time. But his course was arrested by a strong hand, which seized his cloak. It was that of one who had detached himself from the group of soldiery. He was a stout man of middle stature, with a quick eye and a countenance which, though plain, had yet an expression that fixed the attention. His dress, though not strictly military, partook of that character. He wore large hose made of calves' leather, and a tuck, as it was then called, or rapier, of tremendous length, balanced on the other side by a dagger. The belt was morocco, garnished with pistols. The minister, thus intercepted in his duty, faced round upon the party who had seized him, and demanded in no gentle tone the meaning of the interruption. "Friend," quoth the intruder, "'tis thy purpose to hold forth to these good people?" "Ay, marry is it," said the clergyman, "and such is my bounden duty. Woe to me if I preach not the gospel. Prithee, friend, let me not in my labour." "Nay," said the man of warlike mien, "I am myself minded to hold forth, therefore do thou desist. Or if thou wilt do by mine advice, remain and fructify with these poor goslings, to whom I am presently about to shake forth the crumbs of comfortable doctrine." "Give place, thou man of Satan," said the priest, waxing wroth. "Respect mine order, my cloth." "I see no more to respect in the cut of thy cloak, or in the cloth of which it is fashioned," said the other, "than thou didst in the bishop's rochets. They were black and white, thou art blue and brown. Sleeping dogs, every one of you, lying down, loving to slumber. Shepherds that starve the flock, but will not watch it, each looking to his own gain, Scenes of this indecent kind were so common at the time that no one thought of interfering. The congregation looked on in silence, the better class scandalized, and the lower orders, some laughing and others backing the soldier or minister as their fancy dictated. Meantime the struggle waxed fiercer. Mr. Holdenough clamoured for assistance. "Master Mayor of Woodstock," he exclaimed, "wilt thou be among those wicked magistrates who bear the sword in vain? Citizens, will you not help your pastor? Worthy aldermen, will you see me strangled on the pulpit stairs by this man of buff and Belial? But lo, I will overcome him and cast his cords from me." As Holdenough spoke, he struggled to ascend the pulpit stairs, holding hard on the banisters. His tormentor held fast by the skirts of the cloak, which went nigh to the choking of the wearer, until, as he spoke the words last mentioned in a half-strangled voice, Mr. Holdenough dexterously slipped the string which tied it round his neck, so that the garment suddenly gave way. The soldier fell backwards down the steps, and the liberated divine skipped into the pulpit and began to give forth a psalm of triumph over his prostrate adversary. But a great hubbub in the church marred his exultation, and although he and his faithful clerk continued to sing the hymn of victory, their notes were only heard by fits like the whistle of a curlew during a gale of wind. The cause of the tumult was as follows. The mayor was a zealous Presbyterian, and witnessed the intrusion of the soldier with great indignation from the very beginning, though he hesitated to interfere with an armed man while on his legs and capable of resistance. But no sooner did he behold the champion of independency sprawling on his back, with the divine's Geneva cloak fluttering in his hands, than the magistrate rushed forward, exclaiming that such insolence was not to be endured, and ordered his constables to seize the prostrate champion, proclaiming in the magnanimity of wrath, "I will commit every red coat of them all. I will commit him were he Noll Cromwell himself." The worthy mayor's indignation had overmastered his reason when he made this mistimed vaunt, for 3 soldiers who had hitherto stood motionless like statues, made each a stride in advance, which placed them betwixt the municipal officers and a soldier, who was in the act of rising. Then, making at once the movement of resting arms according to the manual as then practised, their musket butts rang on the church pavement, within an inch of the gouty toes of Master Mayor. The energetic magistrate, whose efforts in favour of order were thus checked, cast one glance on his supporters, but that was enough to show him that force was not on his side. All had shrunk back on hearing that ominous clatter of stone and iron. He was obliged to descend to expostulation. "What do you mean, my masters?" said he. "Is it like a decent and God-fearing soldiery, who have wrought such things for the land as have never before been heard of, to brawl and riot in the church, or to aid, abet, and comfort a profane fellow who hath upon a solemn thanksgiving excluded the minister from his own pulpit? We have naught to do with thy church, as thou callest it," said he who, by a small feather in front of his morion, appeared to be the corporal of the party. "We see not why men of gifts should not be heard within these citadels of superstition, as well as the voice of the men of crape of old, and the men of cloak now. Wherefore we will pluck you, Jack Presbyter, out of his wooden sentinel box, and our own watchman shall relieve the guard, and mount thereon, and cry aloud, and spare not." "Nay, gentlemen," said the mayor, "if such be your purpose, we have not the means to withstand you, being, as you see, peaceful and quiet men. But let me speak first with this worthy minister, Nehemiah Holdenough, to persuade him to yield up his place for the time without further scandal." The peacemaking mayor then interrupted the quavering of Holdenough and the clerk, and prayed both to retire, else there would, he said, be certainly strife. "Strife!" replied the Presbyterian divine with scorn. "No fear of strife among men that dare not testify against this open profanation of the church, and daring display of heresy. Would your neighbours of Banbury have brooked such an insult?" "Come, come, Master Holdenough," said the mayor, "put us not to mutiny and cry clubs. I tell you once more, we are not men of war or blood." "Not more than may be drawn by the point of a needle," said the preacher scornfully. "Ye tailors of Woodstock, for what is a glover but a tailor working on a kidskin? I forsake you in scorn of your faint hearts and feeble hands, and will seek me elsewhere a flock which will not fly from their shepherd at the braying of the first wild ass which cometh forth from out the great desert." So saying, the aggrieved divine departed from his pulpit, and shaking the dust from his shoes, left the church as hastily as he had entered it, though with a different reason for his speed. The citizens saw his retreat with sorrow, and not without a compunctious feeling, as if conscious that they were not playing the most courageous part in the world. The mayor himself and several others left the church to follow and appease him. The independent orator, late prostrate, was now triumphant, and inducting himself into the pulpit without further ceremony, he pulled a Bible from his pocket and selected his text from the 45th Psalm. "Gird thy sword upon thy thigh, O most mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty, and in thy majesty ride prosperously." Upon this theme he commenced one of those wild declamations common at the period, in which men were accustomed to wrest and pervert the language of Scripture by adapting it to modern events. The language which, in its literal sense, was applied to King David, and typically referred to the coming of the Messiah, was, in the opinion of the military orator, most properly to be interpreted of Oliver Cromwell, the victorious general of the infant Commonwealth, which was never destined to come of age. "Gird on thy sword," exclaimed the preacher emphatically, "and was not that a pretty bit of steel as ever dangled from a corselet, or rung against a steel saddle? Ay, ye prick up your ears now, ye cutlers of Woodstock, as if you should know something of a good fox broadsword. Did you forge it, I trow? Was the steel quenched with water from Rosamond's well, or the blade blessed by the old cuckoldy priest of Godstow? You would have us think, I warrant me, that you wrought it, and welded it, grinded and polished it, and all the while it never came on a Woodstock stithy. You were all too busy making whittles for the lazy crape men of Oxford, bouncing priests whose eyes were so closed up with fat that they could not see destruction till she had them by the throat. But I can tell you where the sword was forged, and tempered, and welded, and grinded, and polished. when you were, as I said before, making whittles for false priests and daggers for dissolute, God-damn-me cavaliers to cut the people of England's throat with. It was forged at Long Marston Moor, where blows went faster than ever rung hammer on anvil, and it was tempered at Naseby in the best blood of the cavaliers, and it was welded in Ireland against the walls of Drogheda, and it was grinded on Scottish lives at Dunbar, and now of late it was polished in Worcester, till it shines as bright as the sun in the middle heaven, and there is no light in England that shall come nigh unto it. Here the military part of the congregation raised a hum of approbation, which, being a sound like the hear, hear of the British House of Commons, was calculated to heighten the enthusiasm of the orator by intimating the sympathy of the audience. And then, resumed the preacher, rising in energy as he found that his audience partook in these feelings, what saith the text? Ride on prosperously, do not stop, do not call a halt, do not quit the saddle, pursue the scattered flyers, sound the trumpet, not a levant or a flourish, but a point of war, sound, boot, and saddle, to horse and away, a charge, follow after the young man, what part have we in him? Slay, take, destroy, divide the spoil. Blessed art thou, Oliver, on account of thine honour. Thy cause is clear, thy call is undoubted. Never has defeat come near thy leading staff, nor disaster attended thy banner. Ride on, flower of England's soldiers, ride on, chosen leader of God's champions. Gird up the loins of thy resolution, and be steadfast to the mark of thy high calling. Another deep and stern hum, echoed by the ancient and bowed arches of the old chantry, gave him an opportunity of an instant's repose, when the people of Woodstock heard him, and not without anxiety, turn the stream of his oratory into another channel. But wherefore, ye people of Woodstock, do I say these things unto you, who claim no portion in our David, no interest in England's son of Jesse? You who were fighting as well as your might could, and it was not very formidable, for the late man under that old bloodthirsty papist Sir Jacob Aston, are you not now plotting, nor ready to plot, for the restoring, as you call it, of the young man, the unclean son of the slaughtered tyrant, the fugitive after whom the true hearts of England are now following, that they may take and slay him? Why should your rider turn his bridle our way, say you in your hearts? We will none of him. If we may help ourselves, we will rather turn us to wallow in the mire of monarchy with the sow that was washed but newly. Come, men of Woodstock, I will ask, and do you answer me. Hunger ye still after the flesh pots of the monks of Godstow? And ye will say, Nay. But wherefore, except that the pots are cracked and broken, and the fire is extinguished wherewith thy oven used to boil? And again I ask, drink ye still of the well of the fornications of the fair Rosamond? Ye will say, Nay. But wherefore? Here the orator, ere he could answer the question in his own way, was surprised by the following reply, very pithily pronounced by one of the congregation. Because you and the like of you have left us no brandy to mix it with. All eyes turned to the audacious speaker, who stood beside one of the thick, sturdy Saxon pillars, which he himself somewhat resembled, being short of stature but very strongly made, a squat, broad, Little John sort of figure, leaning on a quarterstaff and wearing a jerkin, which, though now sorely stained and discoloured, had once been of the Lincoln green, and showed remnants of having been laced. There was an air of careless, good-humoured audacity about the fellow, and though under military restraint, there were some of the citizens who could not help crying out, Well said, Jocelyn Jolliffe. Jolly Jocelyn, call ye him, proceeded the preacher, without showing either confusion or displeasure at the interruption. I will make him Jocelyn of the jail if he interrupts me again. One of your park keepers, I warrant, that can never forget they have borne C.R. upon their badges and bugle horns, even as a dog bears his owner's name on his collar. A pretty emblem for Christian men. But the brute beast hath the better of him. The brute weareth his own coat, and the caitiff thrall wears his master's. I have seen such a wag make a rope's end wag ere now. Where was I? Rebuking you for your backslidings, men of Woodstock. Yes, then, you will say ye have renounced popery, and ye have renounced prelacy, and then you wipe your mouth like Pharisees as ye are, and who but you for purity of religion? But I tell you, ye are but like Jehu the son of Nimshi, who broke down the house of Baal, yet departed not from the sins of Jeroboam. Even so ye eat not fish on Friday with the blinded papists, nor mince pies on the 25th day of December like the slothful prelatists. But ye will gorge on sack posset each night in the year with your blind Presbyterian guide, and ye will speak evil of dignities and revile the Commonwealth, and ye will glorify yourselves in your park of Woodstock, and say, was it not walled in first of any other in England, and that by Henry son of William, called the Conqueror? And ye have a princely lodge therein, and call the same a royal lodge, and ye have an oak which ye call the King's Oak, and ye steal and eat the venison of the park, and ye say, this is the King's venison, we will wash it down with a cup to the King's health. Better we eat it than those round-headed Commonwealth knaves. But listen unto me, and take warning. For these things come we to controversy with you, and our name shall be a cannon shot before which your lodge, in the pleasantness whereof ye take pastime, shall be blown into ruins. And we will be as a wedge to split asunder the King's Oak into billets to heat a brown baker's oven. And we will dispark your park, and slay your deer, and eat them ourselves. Neither shall ye have any portion thereof, whether in neck or haunch. Ye shall not haft a tenpenny knife with the horns thereof. Neither shall ye cut a pair of breeches out of the hide, for all ye be cutlers and glovers. And ye shall have no comfort or support neither from the sequestered traitor Henry Lee, who called himself Ranger of Woodstock, nor from any on his behalf. For they are coming hither who shall be called Mahar Shalahash Baz, because he maketh haste to the spoil. Here endeth his wild effusion, the latter part of which fell heavy on the souls of the poor citizens of Woodstock, as tending to confirm a report of an unpleasing nature which had lately been circulated. The communication with London was indeed slow, and the news which it transmitted were uncertain. No less uncertain were the times themselves, and the rumours which were circulated, exaggerated by the hopes and fears of so many various factions. But the general stream of report, so far as Woodstock was concerned, had of late run uniformly in one direction. Day after day they had been informed that the fatal fiat of Parliament had gone out for selling the park of Woodstock, destroying its lodge, disparking its forest, and erasing, as far as they could be erased, all traces of its ancient fame. Many of the citizens were likely to be sufferers on this occasion, as several of them enjoyed, either by sufferance or right, various convenient privileges of pasturage, cutting wood, and the like, in the royal chase, and all the inhabitants of the little borough were hurt to think that the scenery of the place was to be destroyed, its edifices ruined, and its honours rent away. This is a patriotic sensation often found in such places, which ancient distinctions and long-cherished recollections of former days render so different from towns of recent date. The natives of Woodstock felt it in the fullest force. They had trembled at the anticipated calamity, but now, when it was announced by the appearance of those dark, stern, and at the same time omnipotent soldiers, now that they heard it proclaimed by the mouth of one of their military preachers, they considered their fate inevitable. The causes of disagreement among themselves were for the time forgotten, as the congregation, dismissed without psalmody or benediction, went slowly and mournfully homeward, each to his own place of abode. End of chapter 1. Read by Sandra. Chapter 1 of the Works of George Berkeley, Bishop of Cloyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Works of George Berkeley, Chapter 1, concerning the principles of human knowledge, wherein the chief causes of error and difficulty in the sciences, with the grounds of skepticism, atheism, and irreligion, are inquired into. Introduction. 1. Philosophy being nothing else but the study of wisdom and truth, it may with reason be expected that those who have spent most time and pains in it should enjoy a greater calm and serenity of mind, a greater clearness and evidence of knowledge, and be less disturbed with doubts and difficulties than other men. Yet so it is, we see the illiterate bulk of mankind that walk the high road of plain common sense, and are governed by the dictates of nature, for the most part easy and undisturbed. To them, nothing that is familiar appears unaccountable or difficult to comprehend. They complain not of any want of evidence in their senses, and are out of all danger of becoming skeptics. But no sooner do we depart from sense and instinct to follow the light of a superior principle, to reason, meditate, and reflect on the nature of things, but 1,000 scruples spring up in our minds concerning those things which before we seemed fully to comprehend. Prejudices and errors of sense do from all parts discover themselves to our view, and endeavoring to correct these by reason, we are insensibly drawn into uncouth paradoxes, difficulties, and inconsistencies, which multiply and grow upon us as we advance in speculation, till at length, having wandered through many intricate mazes, we find ourselves just where we were, or, which is worse, sit down in a forlorn skepticism. 2. The cause of this is thought to be the obscurity of things, or the natural weakness and imperfection of our understandings. It is said the faculties we have are few, and those designed by nature for the support and comfort of life, and not to penetrate into the inward essence and constitution of things. Besides, the mind of man being finite, when it treats of things which partake of infinity, it is not to be wondered at if it runs into absurdities and contradictions, out of which it is impossible it should ever extricate itself, it being of the nature of infinite, not to be comprehended by that which is finite. 3. But perhaps we may be too partial to ourselves in placing the fault originally in our faculties, and not rather in the wrong use we make of them. It is a hard thing to suppose that right deductions from true principles should ever end in consequences which cannot be maintained or made consistent. We should believe that God has dealt more bountifully with the sons of men than to give them a strong desire for that knowledge which he had placed quite out of their reach. This were not agreeable to the wonted indulgent methods of Providence, which, whatever appetites it may have implanted in the creatures, doth usually furnish them with such means as, if rightly made use of, will not fail to satisfy them. Upon the whole, I am inclined to think that the far greater part, if not whole, of these difficulties which have hitherto amused philosophers and blocked up the way to knowledge are entirely owing to ourselves, that we have first raised a dust and then complain we cannot see. 4. My purpose, therefore, is to try if I can discover what those principles are which have introduced all that doubtfulness and uncertainty, those absurdities and contradictions, into the several sects of philosophy, insomuch that the wisest men have thought our ignorance incurable, conceiving it to arise from the natural dullness and limitation of our faculties. And surely it is a work well deserving our pains to make a strict inquiry concerning the first principles of human knowledge, to sift and examine them on all sides, especially since there may be some grounds to suspect that those lets and difficulties which stay and embarrass the mind in its search after truth do not spring from any darkness and intricacy in the objects or natural defect in the understanding, so much as from false principles which have been insisted on and might have been avoided. 5. How difficult and discouraging soever this attempt may seem, when I consider how many great and extraordinary men have gone before me in the same designs, yet I am not without some hopes upon the consideration that the largest views are not always the clearest, and that he who is short-sighted will be obliged to draw the object nearer, and may perhaps by a close and narrow survey discern that which had escaped far better eyes. 6. In order to prepare the mind of the reader for the easier conceiving what follows, it is proper to premise somewhat, by way of introduction, concerning the nature and abuse of language. But the unravelling this matter leads me, in some measure, to anticipate my design by taking notice of what seems to have had a chief part in rendering speculation intricate and perplexed, and to have occasioned innumerable errors and difficulties in almost all parts of knowledge. And that is the opinion that the mind hath a power of framing abstract ideas or notions of things. He who is not a perfect stranger to the writings and disputes of philosophers must needs acknowledge that no small part of them is spent about abstract ideas. These are, in a more especial manner, thought to be the object of those sciences which go by the names of logic and metaphysics, and of all that which passes under the notion of the most abstracted and sublime learning, in all which one shall scarcely find any questions handled in such a manner as does not suppose their existence in the mind, and that it is well acquainted with them. 7. It is agreed on all hands that the qualities or modes of things do never really exist each of them apart by itself, and separated from all others, but are mixed, as it were, and blended together several in the same object. But we are told, the mind being able to consider each quality singly, or abstracted from those other qualities with which it is united, does by that means frame to itself abstract ideas. For example, there is perceived by sight an object extended, colored, and moved. This mixed or compound idea, the mind resolving into its simple constituent parts, and viewing each by itself exclusive of the rest, does frame the abstract ideas of extension, color, and motion. Not that it is possible for color or motion to exist without extension, but only that the mind can frame to itself by abstraction the idea of color exclusive of extension, and of motion exclusive of both color and extension. 8. Again, the mind having observed that in the particular extensions perceived by sense there is something common and alike in all, and some other things peculiar, as this or that figure or magnitude, which distinguish them one from another, it considers apart or singles out by itself that which is common, making thereof a most abstract idea of extension, which is neither line, surface, nor solid, nor has any figure or magnitude, but is an idea generally entirely prescinded from all of these. So likewise the mind, by leaving out of the particular colors perceived by sense that which distinguishes them one from another, and retaining that only which is common to all, makes an idea of color in abstract which is neither red nor blue nor white nor any other determinate color. And in like manner, by considering motion abstractedly, not only from the body moved, but likewise from the figure it describes, and all particular direction and velocities, the abstract idea of motion is framed, which equally corresponds to all particular motions whatsoever that may be perceived by sense. 9. And as the mind frames to itself abstract ideas of qualities or modes, so does it, by the same precision or mental separation, attain abstract ideas of the more compounded things, which include several coexistent qualities. For example, the mind having observed that Peter, James, and John resemble each other in certain common agreements of shape and other qualities, leaves out of the complex or compounded idea it has of Peter, James, and any other particular man, that which is peculiar to each, retaining only what is common to all, and so makes an abstract idea wherein all the particulars equally partake, abstracting entirely from and cutting off all those circumstances and differences which might determine it to any particular existence. And after this manner it is said we come by the abstract idea of man, or, if you please, humanity or human nature, wherein, it is true, there is included color, because there is no man but has some color. But then it can be neither black nor white, nor any particular color, because there is no one particular color wherein all men partake. So likewise there is included stature, but then it is neither tall stature nor low stature, nor yet middle stature, but something abstracted from all these, and so of the rest. Moreover, there being a great variety of other creatures that partake in some parts, but not all, of the complex idea of man, the mind leaving out those parts which are peculiar to men, and retaining those only which are common to all the living creatures, frameth the idea of animal, which abstracts not only from all particular men, but also all birds, beasts, fishes, and insects. The constituent parts of the abstract idea of animal are body, life, sense, and spontaneous motion. By body is meant body without any particular shape or figure, there being no one shape or figure common to all animals, without covering either of hair or feathers or scales, etc., nor yet naked, hair, feathers, scales, and nakedness being the distinguishing properties of particular animals, and for that reason left out of the abstract idea. Upon the same account, the spontaneous motion must be neither walking nor flying, nor creeping. It is nevertheless a motion, but what that motion is, it is not easy to conceive. 10. Whether others have this wonderful faculty of abstracting their ideas, they best can tell. For myself, I find indeed I have a faculty of imagining or representing to myself the ideas of these particular things I've perceived, and of variously compounding and dividing them. I can imagine a man with 2 heads, or the upper parts of a man joined to the body of a horse. I can consider the hand, the eye, the nose, each by itself abstracted or separated from the rest of the body. But then whatever hand or eye I imagine, it must have some particular shape and color. Likewise, the idea of man that I frame to myself must be either of a white or a black or a tawny, a straight or a crooked, a tall or a low, or a middle-sized man. I cannot by any effort of thought conceive the abstract idea above described. And it is equally impossible for me to form the abstract idea of motion distinct from the body moving, and which is neither swift nor slow, curvilinear nor rectilinear, and the like may be said of all other abstract general ideas whatsoever. To be plain, I own myself able to abstract in one sense, as when I consider some particular parts or qualities separated from others, with which, though they are united in some object, yet it is possible they may really exist without them. But I deny that I can abstract one from another, or conceive separately those qualities which it is impossible should exist so separated, or that I can frame a general notion by abstracting from particulars in the manner aforesaid, which 2 last are the proper acceptations of abstraction. And there are grounds to think most men will acknowledge themselves to be in my case. The generality of men, which are simple and illiterate, never pretend to abstract notions. It is said they are difficult and not to be attained without pains and study. We may therefore reasonably conclude that, if such there be, they are confined only to the learned. 11. I proceed to examine what can be alleged in defense of the doctrine of abstraction, and try if I can discover what it is that inclines the men of speculation to embrace an opinion so remote from common sense as that seems to be. There has been a late deservedly esteemed philosopher who no doubt has given it very much countenance by seeming to think that having abstract general ideas is what puts the widest difference in point of understanding betwixt man and beast. The having of general ideas, saith he, is that which puts a perfect distinction betwixt man and brutes, and is an excellency which the faculties of brutes do by no means attain unto. For it is evident we observe no footsteps in them of making use of general signs for universal ideas, from which we have reason to imagine that they have not the faculty of abstracting or making general ideas, since they have no use of words or any other general signs. And a little after, therefore I think we may suppose that it is in this that the species of brutes are discriminated from men, and it is that proper difference wherein they are wholly separated, and which at last widens to so wide a distance. For if they have any ideas at all, and are not bare machines, as some would have them, we cannot deny them to have some reason. It seems as evident to me that they do, some of them, in certain instances, reason as that they have sense, but it is only in particular ideas, just as they receive them from their senses. They are the best of them, tied up within those narrow bounds, and have not, as I think, the faculty to enlarge them by any kind of abstraction. Essay on Human Understanding. I readily agree with this learned author that the faculties of brutes can by no means attain to abstraction, but then if this be made the distinguishing property of that sort of animals, I fear a great many of those that pass for men must be reckoned into their number. The reason that is here assigned why we have no grounds to think brutes have abstract general ideas is that we observe in them no use of words or any other general signs which is built on this supposition, to wit, that the making use of words implies the having general ideas, from which it follows that men who use language are able to abstract or generalize their ideas. That this is the sense and arguing of the author will further appear by his answering the question he in another place puts, quote, "Since all things that exist are only particulars, how come we by general terms?" His answer is, words become general by being made the signs of general ideas. From the Essay on Human Understanding. But it seems that a word becomes general by being made the sign not of an abstract general idea, but of several particular ideas, any one of which it differently suggests to the mind. For example, when it is said the change of motion is proportional to the impressed force, or that whatever has extension is divisible, these proportions are to be understood of motion and extension in general, and nevertheless it will not follow that they suggest to my thoughts an idea of motion without a body moved, or any determinate direction and velocity, or that I must conceive an abstract general idea of extension, which is neither line, surface, nor solid, neither great nor small, black, white, nor red, nor any other determinate color. It is only implied that whatever motion I consider, whether it be swift or slow, perpendicular, horizontal, or oblique, or in whatever object, the axiom concerning it holds equally true, as does the other of every particular extension. It matters not whether line, surface, or solid, whether of this or that magnitude or figure. 12. By observing how ideas become general, we may the better judge how words are made so. And here it is to be noted that I do not deny absolutely there are general ideas, but only that there are any abstract general ideas. For in the passages above quoted, wherein there is mention of general ideas, it is always supposed that they are formed by abstraction, after the manner set forth in sections 8 and 9. Now, if we will annex a meaning to our words, and speak only of what we can conceive, I believe we shall acknowledge that an idea, which, considered in itself, is particular, becomes general by being made to represent or stand for all other particular ideas of the same sort. To make this plain by an example, suppose a geometrician is demonstrating the method of cutting a line in two equal parts. He draws, for instance, a black line of an inch in length. This, which in itself is a particular line, is nevertheless, with regard to its signification, general, since as it is there used, it represents all particular lines whatsoever, so that what is demonstrated of it is demonstrated of all lines, or, in other words, of a line in general. And as that particular line becomes general by being made a sign, so the name line, which taken absolutely is particular, by being a sign is made general. And as the former owes its generality not to its being the sign of an abstract or general line, but of all particular right lines that may possibly exist, so the matter must be thought to derive its generality from the same cause, namely, the various particular lines which it indifferently denotes. 13. To give the reader a yet clearer view of the nature of abstract ideas and the uses they are thought necessary to, I shall add one more passage out of the Essay on Human Understanding, which is as follows, quote, "Abstract ideas are not so obvious or easy to children, or the yet unexercised mind, as particular ones. If they seem so to grown men, it is only because by constant and familiar use they are made so. For when we nicely reflect upon them, we shall find that general ideas are fictitious and contrivances of the mind that carry difficulty with them and do not so easily offer themselves as we are apt to imagine. For example, does it not require some pains and skill to form the general idea of a triangle, which is yet none of the most abstract, comprehensive, and difficult? For it must be neither oblique nor rectangle, neither equilateral, equicrural, nor scalenon, but all and none of these at once. In effect, it is something imperfect that cannot exist, an idea wherein some parts of several different and inconsistent ideas are put together. It is true, the mind in this imperfect state has need of such ideas, and makes all the haste to them it can, for the conveniency of communication and enlargement of knowledge, to both which it is naturally very much inclined. But yet, one has reason to suspect such ideas are marks of our imperfection. At least, this is enough to show that the most abstract and general ideas are not those that the mind is first and most easily acquainted with, nor such as its earliest knowledge is conversant about." End quote. If any man has the faculty of framing in his mind such an idea of a triangle as is here described, it is vain to pretend to dispute him out of it, and nor would I go about it. All I desire is that the reader would fully and certainly inform himself whether he has such an idea or not, and this, methinks, can be no hard task for anyone to perform. What more easy than for anyone to look a little into his own thoughts, and there try whether he has or can attain to have an idea that shall correspond with the description that is here given of the general idea of a triangle, which is neither oblique nor rectangle, equilateral, equicrural, nor scalanon, but all and none of these at once. 14. Much is here said of the difficulty that abstract ideas carry with them, and the pains and skill requisite to the forming them, and it is on all hands agreed that there is need of great toil and labour of the mind to emancipate our thoughts from particular objects, and raise them to those sublime speculations that are conversant about abstract ideas, from all which the natural consequence should seem to be that so difficult a thing as the forming abstract ideas was not necessary for communication, which is so easy and familiar to all sorts of men. But, we are told, if they seem obvious and easy to grown men, it is only because by constant and familiar use they are made so. Now, I would fain know at what time it is men are employed in surmounting that difficulty, and furnishing themselves with those necessary helps for discourse. It cannot be when they are grown up, for then it seems they are not conscious of any such painstaking. It remains therefore to be the business of their childhood, and surely the great and multiplied labour of framing abstract notions will be found a hard task for that tender age. Is it not a hard thing to imagine that a couple of children cannot prate together with their sugar plums and rattles, and the rest of their little trinkets, till they have first tacked together numberless inconsistencies, and so framed in their minds abstract general ideas, and annexed them to every common name they make use of? 15. Nor do I think them a whit more needful for the enlargement of knowledge than for communication. It is, I know, a point much insisted on, that all knowledge and demonstration are about universal notions, to which I fully agree. But then it doth not appear to me that those notions are formed by abstraction in the manner premised. Universality, so far as I can comprehend, not consisting in the absolute, positive nature or conception of anything, but in the relation it bears to the particulars signified or represented by it, by virtue whereof it is that things, names, or notions, being in their own nature particular, are rendered universal. Thus, when I demonstrate any proposition concerning triangles, it is to be supposed that I have in view the universal idea of a triangle, which ought not to be understood as if I could frame an idea of a triangle which was neither equilateral nor scalanon, nor equicrural, but only that the particular triangle I consider, whether of this or that sort it matters not, doth equally stand for and represent all rectilinear triangles whatsoever, and is in that sense universal, all which seems very plain, and not to include any difficulty in it. 16. But here it will be demanded, how can we know any proposition to be true of all particular triangles, except as we have first seen it demonstrated of the abstract idea of a triangle which equally agrees to all? For, because a property may be demonstrated to agree to some one particular triangle, it will not thence follow that it equally belongs to any other triangle, which in all respects is not the same with it. For example, having demonstrated that the three angles of an isosceles rectangular triangle are equal to two right ones, I cannot therefore conclude this affection agrees to all other triangles, which have neither a right angle nor two equal sides. It seems, therefore, that to be certain this proposition is universally true, we must either make a particular demonstration for every particular triangle, which is impossible, or once for all demonstrative of the abstract idea of a triangle in which all the particulars do indifferently partake and by which they are all equally represented. To which I answer that though the idea I have in view, whilst I make the demonstration be, for instance, that of an isosceles rectangular triangle, whose sides are of a determinate length, I may nevertheless be certain it extends to all other rectilinear triangles of what sort or bigness soever, and that, because neither the right angle nor the equality nor determinate length of the sides is not at all concerned in the demonstration. It is true, the diagram I have in view includes all these particulars, but then there is not the least mention made of them in the proof of the proposition. It is not said the three angles are equal to two right ones, because one of them is a right angle, or because the sides comprehending it are of the same length, which sufficiently shows that the right angle must have been oblique, and the sides unequal, and for all that the demonstration have held good. And for this reason it is that I conclude that to be true of any oblique angular or scalenon which I had demonstrated of a particular right-angled equiquirral triangle, and not because I demonstrated the proposition of the abstract idea of a triangle. And here it must be acknowledged that a man may consider a figure merely as triangular without attending to the particular qualities of the angles or relations of the sides. So far he may abstract, but this will never prove that he can frame an abstract general inconsistent idea of a triangle. In like manner we may consider Peter so far forth as man, or so far forth as animal, without framing the forementioned abstract idea either of man or of animal, inasmuch as all that is perceived is not considered. 17. It were an endless as well as a useless thing to trace the schoolmen, those great masters of abstraction, through all the manifold inextricable labyrinths of error and dispute, which their doctrine of abstract natures and notions seems to have led them into. What bickerings and controversies, and what a learned dust have been raised about those matters, and what mighty advantage hath been from thence derived to mankind, are things at this day too clearly known to need being insisted on. And it had been well if the ill effects of that doctrine were confined to only those who make the most avowed profession of it. When men consider the great pains, industry, and parts that have for so many ages been laid out on the cultivation and advancement of the sciences, and that, notwithstanding all this, the far greater part of them remain full of darkness and uncertainty, and disputes that are like never to have an end, and even those that are thought to be supported by the most clear and cogent demonstrations, contain in them paradoxes which are perfectly irreconcilable to the understandings of men, and that, taking altogether, a small portion of them does supply any real benefit to mankind, otherwise than by being an innocent diversion and amusement. I say the consideration of all this is apt to throw them into a despondency and perfect contempt of all study. But this may perhaps cease upon a view of the false principles that have obtained in the world, amongst all which there is none, methinks, hath a more wide influence over the thoughts of speculative men than this of abstract general ideas. 18. I come now to consider the source of this prevailing notion, and that seems to me to be language, and surely nothing of less extent than reason itself could have been the source of an opinion so universally received. The truth of this appears as from other reasons, so also from the plain confession of the ablest patrons of abstract ideas, who acknowledge that they are made in order to naming, from which it is a clear consequence that if there had been no such thing as speech or universal signs, there never had been any thought of abstraction. Let us therefore examine the manner wherein words have contributed to the origin of that mistake. First, then, it is thought that every name hath, or ought to have, only one precise and settled signification, which inclines men to think there are certain abstract, determinate ideas which constitute the true and only immediate signification of each general name, and that it is by the mediation of these abstract ideas that a general name comes to signify any particular thing, whereas in truth there is no such thing as one precise and definite signification annexed to any general name, they all signifying indifferently a great number of particular ideas, all which doth evidently follow from what has been already said. and will clearly appear to anyone by a little reflection. To this it will be objected that every name that has a definition is thereby restrained to one certain signification. For example, a triangle is defined to be a plane surface comprehended by 3 right lines, by which that name is limited to denote one certain idea and no other. To which I answer that in the definition it is not said whether the surface be great or small, black or white, nor whether the sides are long or short, equal or unequal, nor with what angles they are inclined to each other, in all which there may be great variety, and consequently there is no one settled idea, which limits the signification of the word triangle. It is one thing for to keep a name constantly to the same definition, and another to make it stand everywhere for the same idea. The one is necessary, the other useless and impracticable. 19. But, to give a further account how words come to produce the doctrine of abstract ideas, it must be observed that it is a received opinion that language has no other end but the communicating our ideas, and that every significant name stands for an idea. This being so, and it being withal certain that names which are yet not thought altogether insignificant do not always mark out particular conceivable ideas, it is straightway concluded that they stand for abstract notion. That there are many names in use amongst speculative men which do not always suggest to others determinate particular ideas is what nobody will deny, and a little attention will discover that it is not necessary, even in the strictest reasonings, significant names which stand for ideas should, every time they're used, excite in the understanding the ideas they're made to stand for. In reading and discoursing, names being for the most part used as letters are in algebra, in which, though a particular quantity be marked by each letter, yet to proceed right it is not requisite that in every step each letter suggests to your thoughts that particular quantity it was appointed to stand for. 20. Besides, the communicating of ideas marked by words is not the chief and only end of language, as is commonly supposed. There are other ends, as the raising of some passion, the exciting to or deterring from an action, the putting the mind in some particular disposition, to which the former is in many cases barely subservient, and sometimes entirely omitted, when these can be obtained without it, as I think doth not unfrequently happen in the familiar use of language. I entreat the reader to reflect with himself and see if it does not often happen, either in hearing or reading a discourse, that the passions of fear, love, hatred, admiration, disdain, and the like arise immediately in his mind upon the perception of certain words without any ideas coming between. At first, indeed, the words might have occasioned ideas that were fit to produce those emotions, but if I mistake not, it will be found that when language is once grown familiar, the hearing of the sounds or sight of the characters is often immediately attended with these passions, which at first were wont to be produced by the intervention of ideas that are now quite omitted. May we not, for example, be affected with the promise of a good thing, though we have not an idea of what it is? Or is not the being threatened with danger sufficient to excite a dread, though we think not of any particular evil likely to befall us, nor yet frame to ourselves an abstract? If any one shall join ever so little reflection of his own to what has been said, I believe it will evidently appear to him that general names are often used in the propriety of language without the speaker's designing them for marks of ideas in his own, which he would have them raise in the mind of the hearer. Even proper names themselves do not seem always spoken with the design to bring into our view the ideas of those individuals that are supposed to be marked by them. For example, when a schoolman tells me Aristotle hath said it, all I conceive he means by it is to dispose me to embrace his opinion with the deference and submission which custom has annexed to that name. And this effect may be so instantly produced in the minds of those who are accustomed to resign their judgment to the authority of that philosopher, as it is impossible any idea either of his person, writings, or reputation should go before. Innumerable examples of this kind may be given, but why should I insist on those things which every one's experience will, I doubt not, plentifully suggest unto him? 21. We have, I think, shown the impossibility of abstract ideas. We have considered what has been said for them by their ablest patrons, and endeavored to show they are of no use for those ends to which they are thought necessary, and lastly we have traced them to the source whence they flow, which appears to be language. It cannot be denied that words are of excellent use, in that by their means all that stock of knowledge which has been purchased by the joint labours of inquisitive men in all ages and nations may be drawn into the view and made the possession of one single person. But at the same time it must be owned that most parts of knowledge have been strangely perplexed and darkened by the abuse of words and general ways of speech wherein they are delivered. Since therefore words are so apt to impose on the understanding whatever ideas I consider, I shall endeavour to make them bare and naked into my view, keeping out of my thoughts, so far as I am able, those names which long and constant use hath so strictly united with them, from which I may expect to derive the following advantages. 22. First, I shall be sure to get clear of all controversies purely verbal, the springing up of which weeds in almost all the sciences has been a main hindrance to the growth of true and sound knowledge. Secondly, this seems to be a sure way to extricate myself out of that fine and subtle net of abstract ideas which has so miserably perplexed and entangled the minds of men, and that with this peculiar circumstance, that by how much the finer and more curious was the wit of any man, by so much the deeper was he like to be ensnared, and faster held therein. Thirdly, so long as I confine my thoughts to my own ideas divested of words, I do not see how I can easily be mistaken. The objects I consider I clearly and adequately know. I cannot be deceived in thinking I have an idea which I have not. It is not possible for me to imagine that any of my own ideas are alike or unlike, that they are not truly so. To discern the agreements or disagreements that are between my ideas, to see what ideas are included in any compound idea, and what not, there is nothing more requisite than an attentive perception of what passes in my own understanding. 23. But the attainment of all these advantages doth presuppose an entire deliverance from the deception of words, which I dare hardly promise myself. So difficult a thing it is to dissolve a union so early begun and confirmed by so long a habit as that betwixt words and ideas, which difficulty seems to have been very much increased by the doctrine of abstraction. For so long as men thought abstract ideas were annexed to their words, it doth not seem strange that they should use words for ideas, it being found an impracticable thing to lay aside the word and retain the abstract idea in the mind, which in itself was perfectly inconceivable. This seems to me the principal cause why those men who have so emphatically recommended to others the laying aside of all use of words in their meditations, and contemplating their bare ideas, have yet failed to perform it themselves. Of late, many have been very sensible of the absurd opinions and insignificant disputes which grow out of the abuse of words, and in order to remedy these evils, they advise well that we attend to the ideas signified, and draw off our attention from the words which signify them. But how good soever this advice may be, they have given others. It is plain they could not have a due regard to it themselves, so long as they thought the only immediate use of words was to signify ideas, and that the immediate signification of every general name was a determinate abstract idea. 24. But, these being known to be mistakes, a man may with greater ease prevent his being imposed on by words. He that knows he has no other than particular ideas will not puzzle himself in vain to find out and conceive the abstract idea annexed to any name, and he that knows names do not always stand for ideas will spare himself the labour of looking for ideas where there are none to be had. It were, therefore, to be wished that every one would use his utmost endeavours to obtain a clear view of the ideas he would consider, separating from them all that dress and encumbrance of words which so much contribute to blind the judgment and divide the attention. In vain do we extend our view into the heavens and pry into the entrails of the earth. In vain do we consult the writings of learned men and trace the dark footsteps of antiquity. We need only draw the curtain of words to behold the fairest tree of knowledge, whose fruit is excellent and within the reach of our hand. 25. Unless we take care to clear the first principles of knowledge from the embarrass and delusion of words, We may make infinite reasonings upon them to no purpose. We may draw consequences from consequences and be never the wiser. The further we go, we shall only lose ourselves the more irrecoverably, and be the deeper entangled in difficulties and mistakes. Whoever therefore designs to read the following sheets, I entreat him to make my words the occasion of his own thinking, and endeavour to attain the same train of thoughts in reading that I had in writing them. By this means it will be easy for him to discover the truth or falsity of what I say. He will be out of all danger of being deceived by my words, and I do not see how he can be led into an error by considering his own naked, undisguised ideas. End of Chapter 1 of the Works of George Berkeley, Bishop of Cloyne. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024.
Capítol 1 de La Xava. Això és una gravació de LibriVox. Tots els enregistraments de LibriVox són de domini públic. Per a més informació o per presentar-vos voluntaris, visiteu librivox.org. La Xava, de Juli Vallmitjana. Tant el marrà com el pinxa eren dos homes que pel més petit insult s'atreien el ganivet i lo mateix l'endinsaven en el cos d'una persona que l'utilitzaven per qualsevol ús casolà. S'havien ofès tant que l'un a l'altre es desitjaven la mort, i la ira es manifestava en ells amb tota l'acritud de què és capaç un ser humà, a l'extrem de que cada un d'ells hauria donat sa pròpia vida per robar la de l'altre. No tenien més remei que fer-se qui quedaria dels dos. Ni l'un ni l'altre es tenien por, arribant a l'hora convinguda amb una serenitat que estava al nivell del seu mal instint. En Serrallonga acompanyava el marrà i el bocamoll el pinxa. Com de costum, els que estaven enterats de lo que anaven a fer, aprofitant la foscor de les parets negroses dels magatzems de carbó mineral, amagats espiaven lo que succeïa, nerviosos i encuriosits per un fet que ells consideraven molt natural. Aquells espectadors, en esperit, prenien part molt directa en aquell acte. Cada apreciació feta vers cada un dels contrincants formava un nucli a favor seu, quals conseqüències degenerarien en altres crims, perquè aquelles ànimes anèmiques s'exaltaven pel més petit incident. Tots els que eren amics del marrà resultaven uns enemics enconats del seu contrari, i per a demostrar aquesta afecció, per pròpia vanitat, no tindrien altre remei que arribar a la realització d'un fet consemblant al d'aquella nit. Fos qui fos que morís, els seus companys propagarien un desig de venjança, no solament per l'amistat, encara que aquesta no hagués existit mai, perquè desapareixent l'acció material queda el fet, o el nom com a símbol, preferint això els homes a la realitat. Els que havien de vigilar que no vingués pasma o algun nas s'havien posat en un lloc oportú perquè d'un tros lluny poguessin fer la senyal. En aquella hora de nit, per aquells verals no hi sol passar ningú. Sols de tant en tant se sent el brugit de la ciutat i la fressa de les dones que, emparades per la fosca, exploten el vici impel·lides per la misèria o per la perversió. «Pinxera si ve algú, Serrallonga, que vull servir en aquest blanc», va dir el marrà amb el ganivet obert. «Sí, pinxareu», contestà el pinxa, afegint. «Per poc temps que em deixin l'enllestiré». El marrà ja estava en guarda, i el seu contrari va dir-li «Tira!». El marrà va embestir de dret, senyalant una punta de pit. El pinxa va buidar-se i va prendre terreno, sense girar la cara, fent un bon salt endarrere, però amb la mirada fixa en el seu contrari, quals ulls semblaven sortir-li de la cara, descobrint la seva expressió tot l'odi reclòs en aquell ser humà, que en aquells instants estava posseït de la més repulsiva feresa. Al veure el marrà que li havia fallit l'entrada, sense que li hagués fregat la roba, sentia en el seu interior un sobresalt que l'encoratjà més, girant-se amb extraordinària llestesa, però trobà el pinxa en guàrdia altra vegada. Saltironant cap a l'esquerra per enganyar el contrari, preparar una entrada de costat, i al moment que estirava, allargant la mà per arribar al pit del pinxa, aquest, com que ja li coneixia aquestes entrades, li donà en llestesa un cop al braç, desviant-lo. però amb l'embranzida que duia el marrà va allargar-se unes quantes passes. Van girar-se tots dos amb tanta lleugeresa que van tornar cada l'un davant de l'altre. Aquells dos homes es bufegaven, regalant-los la suor cara avall, i panteixaven de cansament i tremolaven de ràbia. De la fosca se sentia la remor oprimida de la impressió que feia cada salt. Van tornar altra vegada a intentar si podien ferir-se, però el cos no resistia als embats del seu ànim, i els esbufecs se perdien en la soledat trista d'aquella nit de lluna un xic ennuvolada per la boirina. Amb perfidiosa nerviositat s'escometien, avançant i retrocedint. Feia bona estona que la lluita durava, i els espectadors admiraven aquella resistència i, sense defallir d'esperit, apesarats pel cansanci, no deixaven d'escometre's, com si l'un se volgués engolir l'alè de l'altre. Les fulles dels ganivets relluïen llampants com les escates dels peixos dintre de l'aigua, però a l'últim un gemec esglaiador esborronà fins als espectadors més perversos. El marrà havia sigut malferit, i l'assassí volia sadollar la seva ira a còpia de ganivetades, però, sorprès per la remor de dintre les ombres, va deixar-lo, i tots van fugir internant-se en la ciutat. El marrà va quedar-se estenellat damunt d'un bassal de sang. La lluna, amb el seu trist somrís, semblava que s'ho mirés, i fent-se ruta, allargar les ombres d'unes parets com si amb el vel d'aquella foscor abrigués el cadàver. Els dos padrins van trobar-se novament en la taverna anomenada La Mina, i allí, asseguts en un dels bancs de fusta i recolzats damunt de les enllafardades taules, comentaven el fet rodejats de gent de la vida, que escoltaven els detalls de la lluita. Puix la major part d'ells havien intervingut en la disputa que va motivar-la, i amb tal motiu s'armaven fortes qüestions. Sentint cada un d'ells desitjos de ser al lloc del vencedor, perquè aquests fets els causen una admiració que els fa supeditar el domini del que es guanya el nom de valent. El bocamoll explicava el fet amb tots els detalls, i els oients, a l'escoltar-lo, demostraven amb llurs cares incolores, per medi de l'excitació de llurs faccions, la impressió interna que els produïa aquella narració. La llum d'un aparell de gas que queia verticalment esmortuïda per la gran alçària del sostre i els clars i obscurs que marcaven les faccions, en conjunt els feia tindre un aspecte estrany, confosos, a més, per la boira del tabac. Al costat del bocamoll, agenollat damunt del banc i com caigut a la taula, s'estava el titella, que era un minyó d'uns 20 anys, afaitat, amb americana blava, molt ajustada, i solament cordada amb el primer botó del capdamunt, mocadoret blau al coll, tirat una mica endarrere, pantalons de vellut i una mena de boina amb visera. El xatín, com si estigués adormit, mirava sempre de reüll, com si fos un defecte natural de la vista, i això contribuïa que la seva expressió fos repulsiva. Anava també vestit amb americana blava i l'indispensable mocadoret blanc al coll, i duia la gorra tirada una mica endarrere per lluir un manyoc de cabells que li queien damunt del front. Lo que el bocamoll se deixava per explicar, el Serrallonga li recordava, tenint aquest al seu costat el gallet, que amb veu escardada interrompia amb impertinentes preguntes, i tot per voler presumir que ell també sabia tirar el ganivet. Aquest, aguantada a l'orella, hi duia la punta d'un caliquenyo que gairebé no se li veia perquè la boina li tapava. El seu mirar penetrant denunciava el seu embrutiment. Era sec de cara, ullerós, i de cada extrem del triangular del nas se li marcava un cec que queia fins a les extremitats llabials, característica remarcable en certes persones de mals instints. I sa brusa negra feia destacar la del Titus, que era blanca, com les que usen els pintors. Aquest era l'únic que s'escoltava la conversa amb indiferència. N'havia passat tantes, anant a fatigar, que per ell allò no tenia més importància que la que aquells companys novells de la vida li volien donar. Tenint la salut malmesa de les maldats que havia fet i de les pallisses que havia rebut, se dedicava únicament a fer de santer. El seu hàbit el feia dubtós entre la gent normal, i l'aspecte bonatxó que li donava el bigoti gruixut i canós feia que pogués introduir-se en certes cases per estudiar el sistema o manera de robar-les. Sempre renyava el moret, que era un xato perillós, d'ulls petits i pòmuls sortits, i que encara que fos en ple hivern sempre anava amb mànigues de camisa. Duia gorra esparracada, pantalons estripats i bruts i espardenyes esbocinades, i la rossor dels cabells se li confonia amb el borrissol de la cara, perquè encara no s'havia afaitat mai. Més enllà d'aquests, i en la mateixa taula, formant el conjunt d'oients, s'hi trobava el noiet, que encara que tenia més de 30 anys, semblava un xavalet. Aquest s'havia fet cèlebre per anar pel cuento del confiança. Ses condicions físiques el feien aparentar un jovenet que volia ser aprenent o dependent, i així, amb la impunitat del seu aspecte, podia posar en pràctica la seva refinada maldat. També hi havia el pixapeces, que anava vestit amb americana i pantalons de vellut, qual aspecte feia confiar les víctimes de son engany i pel procediment dels pastos. La Mina era una taverna que des del carrer de 30 Claus donava pas a un pati que feia fatxada al carrer d'en Cid. Per la seva llargada prenia aquest establiment un aspecte ben singular. Entrant, a la dreta, adossat a les vidrieres, hi havia el taulell del copeig, i els dos mossos que els servien, arremangats de braços, no paraven un moment de posar begudes. A l'esquerra, darrere una vidriereta que tapava un petit portalet, una dona hi venia bunyols de bacallà i d'arengada, i sardines escabetxades. Tots aquells menjars, més o menys apetitosos, estaven exposats damunt d'una taula coberta per unes estovalles que amb el temps havien sigut blanques. La venedora, amb unes pantamosques de paper, esporuguia en aquells animalets, molts dels quals, buscant la vida, trobaven la mort nedant damunt del suc del bacallà a la llauna o encastades en el fangueig de l'allioli. La impaciència de la dona feia ser més perfidioses a les mosques que, atretes per aquell tuf, bronzinant voltaven la taula. Entre la taula i el taulell hi havia una columna, qual sòcol, tot sovint, s'havia rodejat de bordegassos que, bruts i espallifats, explicaven llurs picardies o fruïen amb rialles de llur corrupció. Més endintre hi havia un espai que formava corredor, sense que destorbés la visió general d'aquell negrós interior. Era un tros de paret mestra que feia un compartiment. A la dreta, botes de vi, que per l'aspecte d'elles semblava de qualitat més escollida que el que contenia la bateria de botes que a continuació estaven arrenglerades fins al fons de la botiga, on n'hi havia ben bé una vintena. Davant d'aquesta renglera de botes hi havien també taules i bancs de fusta, en els quals a mitja tarda es feia difícil trobar un espai per inquibir-s'hi una persona. En una taula, uns homes desfeien puntes de cigarro que havien recollit pels carrers. I novament refets els cigarros d'aquell tabac podrit i bavejat, ne feien paquets o se'ls venien a uns acaparadors d'aquell producte. N'hi havia d'altres que contemplaven amb èxtasi un porró que escandalosament oferia el seu líquid per emborratxar d'una manera insolenta en aquell que, amb ignorant perfídia, anés buidant-lo per omplir-se l'estómac d'un suc maligne. Aquell interior contínuament està atapeït de gent de totes edats, que amb el cap caigut damunt de la taula vigilen de reüll qui entra i qui surt de la taverna. Els uns estan amb la por de si hauran sigut descoberts. Els altres saben que el jutjat els reclama per haver estat complicats en algun robo o perquè pròpiament han robat. En aquests llocs és on s'hi solien reunir els esquivats de la policia, els que estan renyits amb tots els preceptes del nostre règim social i els que la fatalitat atàvica els endinsa en el fangueig de la maldat. Cada personatge dels que allí es veien, quin cúmul de coses feia pensar. Allí, en aquells barris, ells han creat el seu ambient i li han donat l'aspecte trist, com si per l'espai sols hi rondessin els pensaments malèfics. Dintre d'aquelles sentines, la bardaixa afalaga el sodomita i riu impúdica, amb la mateixa rialla contemplant el ferit per mà criminal o el que l'excitació alcohòlica ha fet estavellar el crani en el cantell d'una paret. I la borratxa vomita el més insolent vocabulari, refregant-se els muscles amb el bardage indecorós, barrejant-se esbaves, unint-se instantàniament com si fos el verb de la maledicció. Per les causes d'atracció al medi van reunir-se a la mina, però les resplendors que van fer les vidrieres de la part del carrer d'en Cid va esbarar-los, sobretot els consortes, Serrallonga i Bocamoll, perquè el titella va dir «El balondro i la bul!» I els dos padrins van esbarar-se. L'un amaga el cap entre els braços aparentant que dormia, i l'altre va ajupir-se a l'extrem del banc, dient en veu baixa «Titus, tapieja!» Sobtadament va obrir-se la vidriera i entrar el sereno. Però com que la llestesa d'ells no pot ponderar-se mai prou, l'escena que formaven interiorment quedà transformada aparentant la més completa indiferència. passar el sereno i l'inspector de policia per si trobaven el coll d'ànec, que al matí d'aquell mateix dia, anant pel descuit, havia robat una caixa de sucre d'un carro. Insinuadament miraren les cares de la concurrència i com que el coll d'ànec ja sabia que anant allí fora carregat, ja tingué prou esma de deixar passar uns dies. Escamats per aquesta impertinenta visita, suposaren que ja s'havia descobert el crim i, per a no cridar l'atenció, van anar sortint de la taverna d'un a un, anant-se'n cadascú pel seu cantó. El pinxa, excitat per l'emoció de lo que havia fet, se n'anà a casa la dona per la qual ell estava tan obcecat i que probablement l'havia induït a fer aquell crim, perquè encara que vivia amb el marrà, l'odiava, i la por era el que la feia estar amb ell, perquè la tenia estamordida. L'una vegada perquè estava begut, l'espavilava, l'altra perquè se li havia descobert algun fet, s'indignava i tot explicant-lo en ella acabava per pagar-li. És clar que ella no hauria viscut amb un home que no li hagués pagat de tant en tant, però no amb l'accés i persistència que ho feia el marrà, perquè de blaus i esgarrinxades sempre n'anava plena. Les que sofrien moltes de les conseqüències de la vida de la seva mare eren les dues germanetes, Roseta i Dolors, i miraven en aquell home esglaiades. Un gest qualsevol d'ell les estamordia i fins al to de la seva veu les tenia corpreses. Mai estaven tan tranquil·los com quan era passar quinzena. Encara que no menjaven quan volien perquè la mare ho treia d'elles per dur-ho a la presó. Perquè no hi ha cap dona de la vida que no perdoni totes les ofenses del seu home quan el té pres. Si no hagués temut la recompensa de la policia, ella mateixa l'hauria enllestit aprofitant qualsevol impunitat, perquè ell també podia ser la seva mort, segons com s'aprengués les coses quan el botxinet hauria complert. Atorrollant-la amb els cops, el marrà feia d'ella el que volia. Quan arribava alguna esquadra estrangera li feia treballar mariners, fent-los pujar a la cambra d'ella, i els prenien tot el que podien, fent-ho més per l'atraco que pel gat, perquè ells, per allunyar les penes del mar i satisfer les abstinències a què es veuen sotmesos viatjant, se deixen anar per aquells barris esmaperduts i obregats de vi i de llibertat, essent víctimes dels més repugnants enganys. Dormia en la seva cambra, que era composta de 2 quartos. Ell estava en el més gran, que era l'indret de la porta vella, i les nenes al petitet, essent tan reduït el conjunt de l'habitació que se sentia el respirar de les noietes. L'assassí entrà per la part de les drassanes, per aprofitar més la foscor. Les dones de la vida que corren per allí com a ocelles de nit les cometien. I ell, amb llargues i seguides gambades, no contestava un mot, sols fent un gest de despreci. S'allargava, fins que a l'arribar a l'escala quedà sobtat, perquè pensà que hauria de cridar el sereno i no li convenia de cap de les maneres. No obstant, s'hi atensà. Va empènyer la porta amb la mà i aquesta va cedir al seu embat. Respirà de satisfacció. Allò era una senyal que demostrava que la cosa li sortiria per bé. L'escala recargolada conduïa fins al terrat, i d'un replà a l'altre rebia un reflexe somort de la llum del fanal del carrer, que traspassava per unes reixetes recobertes de pols i taranyines. Els graons gastats i humits se feien relliscosos. Pujava escales amunt cansat i esporuguit, perquè en cada pis hi vivien molts rellogats i temia ser vist. Cada vegada que s'apujava a la barana, aquesta trontollava com si es planyés. Amb passos pausats anava pujant, i en el seu interior hi batallava el dubte i la satisfacció de trobar la gravada, per la qual sentia fonda inclinació. Tot palpant, trobà la porta de la cambra d'ella, coneixent-ho perquè hi havia una llarga escletxa. Trucà, i de dins no va respondre ningú, perquè ella dormia el primer son, estimulat per uns quants gotets d'aiguardent. Tornà a trucar, i la Dolors va despertar-se cridant a sa mare, i des de fora se sentia la veu feble d'aquell infantó que desvetllava a qui li havia donat el ser. «Qui hi ha?» contestà ella. «Obre, tona, sóc el pinxa». Al sentir aquest nom, saltà del llit sobresaltada, i descalça s'atensà a la porta. Ell va encendre un misto, ella obrí i tots dos entraren a l'habitació. Ella va encendre una mica d'espelma que tenia damunt del barró de la cadira, prop del llit, i tant l'estranyesa com la por no li deixaven pronunciar cap paraula. La nena plorava, i ella distreia el seu estat maleint-la perquè callés. Ell tampoc va dir res, sols que fent 2 o 3 passes s'atensà al llit i s'hi assegué. «I si ve ell?» va dir ella amb to indecís. «No tinguis bua, l'he pringat», contestà. La dona no va entendre bé la paraula. Va pensar-se que volia dir que l'havia fet carregar, perquè pringat vol dir ferit i carregat, agafat. Estava tan enamorada del pinxe que la satisfacció de tenir-lo dominava el pensament de qualsevol mala conseqüència per part del marrà. Ja tant se n'hi donava de tot. Al contrari, potser així acabarien d'un cop aquella vida tan penada. Amb natural coqueteria va dir-li ella: «Si hagués sabut que tenies de venir, m'hauria arreglat. Me fa pena que em vegis amb aquesta camisa tan vella». Eren tants els forats de la camisa que no ocultava per res el seu blanc desnu, fent un remarcat contrast al to de la seva pell abrigada per la roba amb la de la seva cara i mans, completament morenes. Els cabells li queien per damunt de les espatlles i de vegades li tapaven part de la cara. Els peus, calçats per uns espardanyots vells i esbocinats, mostraven sa negrenca brutícia. Ell no es movia d'assegut en el llit i escodrinyava en ella. Els desitjos de posseir-la no li deixaven veure la negror de la camisa ni sentir el tuf de la suor corrompuda dels sotaixelles. No era tan sensible per a sentir aquestes repugnàncies. A l'entrar van deixar-se la porta oberta i ell, amb un signe, li indicà que la tanqués. Tancada la porta i tirada la baldeta, retornà ella cap al llit, agarbonant-la ell com una fera. Ella refusà un xic el contacte que tant desitjava. Ell la besà i l'apretà entre els seus braços estirant-li fortament els cabells. Per accedir en aquell dolor, aixecà el cap i ell, febrós, li mossegà el coll per acariciar-la. El flam de l'espelma oscil·lava i aquells 2 sers, entrelligats de braços i cames, fruïen pressentint major goig. Van deixar-se anar i ell, que tenia el coll ressec, va preguntar: «No tens res per pillar? Ni puc xamullar de tanta set que tinc. Una mica de panyalí, que m'ha sobrat i que en guardava per quan me llevés». I atensant-li un got, va beure d'un glop el líquid que contenia. Va fer petar la llengua al paladar i va refer-se un xic. «Vols dir que no vindrà?», preguntà ella. «No, no tinguis tanta bua. Si vingués, li recargolaria la noella». Prou va comprendre ell que no l'havia entès de que fos ferit o mort, però tement que tal vegada s'ho prendria malament l'afalagà. Tot traient-se la roba, el llum s'apagà. La dona ploriquejava, gemegant com una núvia, i al moment d'escampar-se el vi que tan obriacs els tenia, en lloc de besar-la, la mossegava, i en tal desvari li va dir que creia que havia mort el seu amant, que tan oprimida la tenia. «De panxa en l'aire l'he deixat!» Aquestes paraules, en lloc d'esfereir-la i fer-li sentir repugnància per l'assassí que tenia damunt d'ella, l'excità tan perversament que, obriagada per la impressió, sentia goig de les urpes d'ell, les quals li clavava el coll, igual com si fos una fera que de molt temps no hagués vist femella, com de la sensació sinistra d'aquell crim. Era un d'aquells moments de plaer en els quals, fugint de la realitat, les bèsties humanes s'enlairen o cauen en lo més refinat. Passats aquells breus instants, una lassitud muscular els abatí, i a mida que llurs cossos defallien fadigats, se'ls despertà una crisi cerebral, i ell, foll de por, s'amagà pels racons de l'esquifida cambra. També a la dona, en el seu interior, el remordiment la feia culpable, com si ella mateixa hagués enfonsat el ganivet dintre del cor bategant del seu amant. La visió de la sang, quals clap es pressentia tenir en el seu cos, no sols la feia sofrir, sinó que la torturava, recordant les maldats de la seva vida, com si totes li cridessin venjança i sofriment per la pèrfida donota, i estirant-se ella mateixa els cabells, sentia els plors de ses filletes, com si per un contacte misteriós sapiguessin de què plorar, i cada plor era una punyida que l'estremia com si sentís cremar-se la part més sensible del seu cos. Ell sentia el despreci que sent el gos, far del tros de carn que moments abans delira per mossegar-lo, i encongit de por i fàstic meditava sa fugida. Els plors de les criatures li desordenaven les idees. Estava tan endinsat en si mateix que poc li hauria costat d'entrar a la cambra de les nenes i apagar aquell plor d'una ganivetada. En aquell amagatall s'inicià en un moment la més gran lluita moral. L'esperit d'intuïció perversa d'aquella dona, la d'aquell home de perversió reflexiva, els quals contrastaven amb la puresa dels dos angelets que no minvaven els seus plors, com si amb les seves llàgrimes volguessin exhalar llur ser, que es corrompia per les emanacions malignes que allí es desenrotllaven. Tot d'una, amb veu baixa, va dir la dona: «Fuig!» Estava posseïda de por i repugnància de si mateixa, perquè encara que sa vida impunament havia estat complicada amb tota mena de perversitats, el misteri de la mort s'imposa a les ànimes més caduques, i aquell tràngol de sensacions els tenia a tots dos en una situació tan indecisa que els feia estar abstrets de tot, i llur sensibilitat era tanta que la més mínima remor els esglaiava, esfereint-los fins llur mateix refrec. Hi havia moments que era tanta la por que ella tenia que amb el llençol se tapava la cara, recargolant-se nerviosa, i si ses carns sentien el contacte febrós d'ell, s'apartava, sentint amb dos una forta convulsió nerviosa que els feia separar instantàniament, fins que, sense donar-se en compte, s'unien pensant en la vida de llibertat, confrontant-se d'una manera il·lusòria. Apretats l'un a l'altre, els afalagava la mútua escalfor i, encoratjats, decidien sortir d'aquella fosca per anar-se en camins enllà fins a ser desconeguts de tothom i fruir nova vida emparats per llur destresa en el furt. Seia l'home a la cadira, i ella, de boca terrosa damunt del llit, l'agafà pel coll, passant-li els seus braços nusos per sobre l'espatlla. De sobte van sentir passes llunyanes que s'apropaven. Callaren un instant, sentint-se quasi només batre el cor. Les petjades s'apropaven, la por creixia, i per l'escletxa de la porta penetrà una llenca de claror que, com una pinzellada lluminosa, resseguí la cambra. En aquell instant fins van perdre la respiració, com si caiguessin d'una gran alçada a un abim terrible. El pols els batia amb extraordinària rapidesa i el cervell semblava que s'hagués parat. Foren breus instants d'esglai, recobrant un xic la serenitat al veure que la claror desapareixia per l'escletxa i les passes s'anaven perdent escales avall. Les nenes tornaven a dormir, i tal vegada el seu somni era dolç i hermós, mentre el seu pare era a presidi, pervertint més els seus instints, i sa mare anava enfangant-se en el xipoll d'immundícia que la cobria per a ofegar-la. Passades unes hores, fou qüestió de pensar com sortiria, perquè, sens dubte, la mala nova s'hauria escampat per tota aquella barriada, i havent succeït el fet a la nit, no podia orientar-se amb els diaris del dematí. Això, en ell, li era un gros inconvenient. Per de prompte, convenia trobar la manera de sortir del pis, i quan va creure que el vigilant i el sereno ja podien ser fora, decidia anar-se'n. En ella no li agradava tenir a casa aquell home que tant la podia comprometre, i el que volia era tenir-lo fora, i per aquest motiu l'estimulava que marxés. 6 rals que tenia va donar-los-hi. «Xalo», va dir ell, «i quan pugui ja et faré saber on soc». «Sí, xapesca, pinxa, que aquí et podria encarregar, perquè sembla estrany com ja no ha vingut la bòfia». Esquivat, baixà les palpentes l'escala, que encara era fosca perquè tot just apuntava el dia. Encén l'últim replà, ensopegà amb un bulto, que el seu contacte va remoure's fent una exclamació. De sobte va creure que era el marrà, que, ferit, havia pogut arribar-se fins allí. Feu un salt i fugí. La porta estava oberta i pel carrer no hi passava ningú, escodrinyada cap a cap. Feu com un farcellet amb un mocador i se'l posà sota el braç, com si portés l'esmorzar i se n'anés al treball. Encén de dia, per tot arreu s'escampà la nova de que el marrà havia sigut assassinat. I així que van anar a casa d'ella, perquè era allí on ell vivia, van trobar-la plorant desesperada com si fos una viuda de debò. Les veïnes la consolaven, i encomanant-se'ls als plors, també ploraven, sentint-se només les exclamacions de la gravada que no es cansava d'elevar les bones condicions del pinxa. Les demés també feien lo mateix, i la vida perversa d'aquell home que moria amb desitjos de matar anava canviant d'aspecte a mida que l'entusiasme contagiós dels planys anava creixent. «Tan bo que era per mi! Hauria dat 100 vides!» va dir la viuda aparent. Les dones contestaven afirmant lo que ella deia, i cada una hi afegia les virtuts que en aquells instants li atribuïa. Un cop les dones s'havien enterat de tot, sortien de pressa, perquè cada una d'elles tenia la il·lusió de ser la primera d'anar-ho a explicar, i afegia tots els detalls que li convenien perquè els altres la tinguessin per ben enterada. En tot el dia no es parlava d'altra cosa, i ningú sabia a qui atribuir aquell crim. En canvi, la policia treballava dintre el seu medi tot el que podia per orientar-se. De la gent que anava a la mina, ningú en sabia res. A tots els que es preguntava ningú coneixia el marrà, i el que no podia excusar sa coneixença, encara que el dia abans hagués estat amb ell, deia que feia ben bé mig any que no l'havia vist. El vigilant i el sereno no es cansaven de preguntar i de fer a sa manera tota mena d'indagacions. A les tavernes no hi havia la concurrència que en altres ocasions hi solia haver, però el Murata, que sols li fiaven alguna vegada per aquell veïnat, no va poder-se'n anar i varen agafar-lo. De bones en bones varen induir-lo a que digués el que sabia, afegint que si deia la veritat el deixarien anar. Fent el ploricó i plorant de veritat, esfereït perquè pressentia el que havia de succeir, jurava que no sabia res. Varen endur-se'l cap a les afores, no sense que ell se resistís tant com el seu esforç li permetia, però no tingué altre remei que resignar-se a seguir. Va escaure's que per aquells mateixos indrets el Titus i el Gallet, esporuguits de la llum de la ciutat, buscaven la foscor de les afores i, considerant-se segurs, se passejaven aprofitant les ombres de les parets. A mida que anaven caminant van sentir fressa de gent, però ells, creient que no fossin les dones que solen córrer per allí, a poc s'anaven atensant a la remor, quan van sentir un ai que va esglaiar-los. «Mau!», va dir el Titus. «Sents, Gallet? Això és un gemec». «Ca, això és alguna marcota que treballa un penant». «Escolta, escolta!» «No sento res», contestà el Gallet amb veu escardada. «Mala negada faci la mare que et va parir, que ets xivata, calla!» El Gallet callà, i en quietud va sentir-se altra vegada aquell mateix plany que corprenia de por i llàstima. No varen fer-se pregar gens per fugir a més no poder. Foren moltes i variades les versions que durant alguns dies corrien respecte a qui havia mort al marrà, però totes les investigacions foren inútils, perquè cap dels preguntats va voler sucumbir per cap medi. Prou sabien que valia més sofrir aquells interrogatoris a les afores que no pas la venjança i repudiació dels seus companys de mala vida. No obstant aquest silenci vers la policia, tota la gent de la barriada sabia que el Pinxa havia fet la mort, i aquells detalls que en principi quedaven dintre del misteri se comentaven a la taverna, a casa de la droguer i en tots els punts on s'hi trobava gent que no sabia de què parlar. Aleshores, la gravada es veié obligada a aparentar un odi irreconciliable pel Pinxa, fent veure als coneguts d'ella que investigava on se podia trobar, i fins a anar a dir-ho a la policia, mostrant-se la més interessada en agafar l'assassí del seu amant. Aquest estat anormal no la deixava viure tranquil·la, i totes les conseqüències requeien com cosa de càstig sobre la Roseta i la Dolors, les quals passaven tot el dia jugant pels carrers. I posades en contacte amb la petita morrialla, a poc anaven corrompent-se, com si iniciessin ja el seu fatal destí. La Lola, que era la més grandeta, avivada, corria entremig dels xicots que començaven els seus estudis anant a robar blat i cotó al moll, i al passar per davant d'una botiga prenien el que es venia a mà, sense que per ells allò comprengués el més mínim delicte, ans al contrari, els semblava la cosa més natural, perquè des de que havien tingut la més petita idea ja s'havien iniciat en aquest medi. Les paraules més repugnants eren la seva conversa més distingida, perquè cada un d'ells, a casa seva i en totes les ocasions, no sentia altra cosa que blasfèmies i se'ls adaptava d'una manera extraordinària, com regularment sol succeir, per lo molt fàciles que són les criatures en aprendre les coses dolentes. Tant a l'una com a l'altra nena, res de lo que aquella desgraciada quitxalleta del seu temps pogués dir-los els venia de nou. Coses pitjors veien a casa seva, quan la seva mare hi feia pujar algú. Des de la seva cambra sentien les obscenitats més repugnants de què una criatura pugui enterar-se. De vegades escoltaven la calorada disputa del borratxo que havia sigut enganyat, o les amenaces de l'home pervers que pretenia repugnàncies que la gravada, tot i sent tan embrutida, procurava estalviar-se. Cap al tard d'alguns dies, quan les feines i moviment del moll són parades, sabeu per aquells carrers un eixam de criatures. Xicots de 8 a 11 anys juguen a cartes prop de l'aparador de casa Ladroguer i les mossetes, apilotades al seu voltant, s'interessen pel joc. I aquell constant contacte fa iniciar-los desitjos d'imitar el que en els interiors han vist. Els uns criden i corren, els altres juguen a bales i es barallen empaitant-se com vols de falsies fent-se la traveta, fent servir d'obstacle a l'indiferent vianant. Aquell cridar anima l'hora i el xivarri dels petits se confon amb les converses desentonades dels grans, que trets per la gana acuden a les tavernes. Les prostitutes es cometen amb persistència impertinenta els que passen pel carrer, i pels interiors de les botigues, totes fosques i brutes, la gent s'hi atapeeix fins a les portes, cantant i discutint, afalagant-se o buscant qüestions produïdes pel mateix estat anèmic. En aquella hora, tots aquells cossos estan en febrosa excitació. Els uns, capbaixos, són molt a prop de l'hora de sopar i molt lluny de poder-lo obtenir. Altres, preocupats per lo del dia, ronden d'allí i d'allà buscant si hi ha cap mala nova. I la quitxalleta juga que jugaràs pel carrer, minvant els seus crits a mida que la fosca de la nit s'ensenyoreja del cel, com si pausadament amagués en son si l'entusiasme de la infantesa. La gent gran formen grupos que a poc van desapareixent, i aquell trasbals va perdent-se com les ondulacions del llac on una mà indiscreta hi ha llançat una pedra. Pel contrast, se notava més el canvi d'hora i els interiors foscos s'il·luminaven d'una llum esgrogueïda que, recoberta per la fumera, unia les formes que des del carrer eren indesxifrables. L'aspecte d'aquella concurrència es confonia a l'interior com un misteri. En canvi, les dues nenes quedaven encara al carrer, jugant amb en Sèbio i en Mateu, entretenint-se sota la llum d'un fanal prop de casa la madrilenya. No els feia res en aquelles 4 criatures sentir com les dones, des de la porta, cridaven als homes que passaven distrets, atalaiats, amb els seus jocs distreien la gana, tenint cert abatiment per la debilitat. En Sèbio, per motiu de tenir més edat que els altres 3, l'afalagava un xic estar-se amb la Roseta, i tot era apropar-se en ella, i moltes de les vegades, fingint una disputa, l'agafava i, agarbonant-la amb la força de la malícia que se li iniciava, aprofitava la inconsciència de la nena per estimular el seu instint. Els demés reien innocentament o es disputaven per qualsevol tonteria, i tant les rialles com les raons els unien a tots 4 amb especial germanor. Fins que del pis se sentia un crit enrogallat que les cridava, no pujaven a dalt a rebre unes quantes bufetades. Si sa mare, la gravada, les tenia de cridar, rebien perquè no havien pujat abans. Si pujaven sense que les cridés, rebien perquè només pensaven en menjar i no compareixien fins que tenien gana. «I quines ganes tinc de que sigueu dones!», exclamava la gravada amb malèvola intenció. Les nenes, davant de tal desorientament per part de sa mare, anaven formant el seu ser de la manera més incoherenta. No tenien idea del so de les paraules. A voltes, per res, feien crits estridents. Sempre estaven fora de to. Cap idea seguia son natural ordre, sinó que, al contrari, havien entrat de ple en un desvari cerebral que sols un ser iniciat hauria pogut contenir. Un cop havien menjat un plat de qualsevol cosa que sa mare havia anat a comprar a la mina, mig despullades, se tiraven damunt del llit, que per lo abandonat i brut semblava un jaç. Eren ben clars els dies que se n'anaven a dormir sense que sa mare les hagués espavilades, adormint-se sanglotejant i amb la cara amarada de llàgrimes. L'una i l'altra, tot i barallant-se tan sovint, s'estimaven, encara que la més petita, per sa inferioritat d'edat, tingués de rebre les conseqüències per la llei de domini de la més gran. S'abolien l'una a l'altra sense tindre cap idea de lo que era estimar o avorrir, i les dues passaven els desgraciats dies de la seva vida d'infantesa preparant el seu destí a l'embat de les coses que havien de succeir-los. Tots els dies, per les dues germanetes, tenien el mateix aspecte, i com a ocells sense niu, corrien per aquells carrerons plens d'escombraries i brutícies que els veïns tiraven dels pisos, i cada vespre acudien els xicots i es reunien jugant com era sa costum. En Sèbio, que ja tenia 12 anys complerts, la vida del qual poc més o menys no es diferenciava per res de la Roseta, únicament que aquest ja posava en pràctica la seva habilitat anant al moll a robar blat i a estirar cotó dels carros. Pel contacte amb els seus companys de la mateixa calanya, tenia un esma per la maldat que pocs l'haurien endevinada en un xicot desnerit com aquell. Vestia una brusa esparracada i bruta, pantalons de vellut que per lo molt estripats de tot arreu descobrien ses carns anèmiques i el gruix de porqueria barrejada amb els cabells rossencs li estalviaven la gorra. S'agratava amb una perfídia que feia agafar picor a qui se'l mirava. No buscava altra ocasió que jugar amb la Roseta i tot atraient-la amb la seva astúcia la portà a l'escala del 12 d'una travessia del carrer d'en Cid. Va dir-li que hi tenia tou i que se l'anirien a polir. La Roseta, tal vegada sense dir-li això, també hi hauria anat, perquè no tenia la més mínima prevenció ni tenia l'edat pròpia d'aquests miraments, ni el seu medi de viure era per recelar ni resguardar sa persona. Una nena en aquella edat no pensa encara cap cosa de mal, i menys en aquells barris on tot el dia no veuen altra cosa que perversitats, sobretot ella, que sa pròpia mare no tenia altre medi de guanyar diners que llançar son cos o el furt. Un cop a l'escala amb en Sèbio, permeté tot lo que aquest intentà, sense que la malícia d'ell pogués tenir els efectes d'una persona més gran. En ella la captivava tot lo que el xicotet li deia, i l'estranyesa la feia cedir als desitjos d'en Sèbio. Aquest contacte continuat amb el vici fa que a primera edat no es desenrotlli la malícia amb tota la seva força, però quan la persona està en edat de desenrotllar tot el que pensa, sense sentir la flaquedat de les sensacions, aleshores, com un riu fugit de mare, ho invadeix tot, i el record de lo vist en altre temps augmenta el desig fins a la més desesperada degradació. Molts vespres passava el mateix, i la Roseta, atreta per la curiositat de coses que ella ni pressentia, encara acudia com una ovella desgarriada a les urpes del llop. En Sèbio havia sigut despreciat de casa a la mallorquina perquè no servia per res, i el que era rebutjat d'aquella casa ningú el volia per cap cuento. No és que el noi sigués tonto, estava tan distret que l'ensenyar-li de tentar ho feia tan barroerament que ningú s'hauria atrevit a sortir amb ell sense exposar-se a tenir bronca. A casa la mallorquina s'hi aprenien tota mena de treballs, perquè tant el capitan com el borni lleig eren grans mestres per tots els cuentos. Allí s'hi aprenia d'anar pel topo, quan l'habilitat consistia en entrar en una habitació fosca sense que toqués ni fos sentit per persona posada allí a propòsit. Deia el potro: «Més de 10 vegades seguides vaig tentar el capitan sense que s'abronqués, i pel topo mai la porta em va roncar, perquè si volem obrir una porta sense que grinyoli, s'apreta per l'escletxa de sota cap amunt per fer la pressió de les frontisses en sentit contrari. Ara, si hi ha xivarrera, és natural que hi haurà bronca». Molt de temps va durar l'escola del furt sense que fos molestada per ningú, i d'allí van sortir-ne sainistes i topistes que han deixat son nom en els desgraciats records de la gent de la vida, que sols els anomenen amb admiració i acatament, com l'Anton de les Unces, del qual se conta que quan algun home de la vida li demanava diners li deia: «Fica les mans a la butxaca i pren, però si en fas massa, amb una vegada en tindràs prou». L'altre obeïa i treia amb discreció algunes monedes d'or. El músic mateix havia sigut un topista cèlebre. La mestressa del pis tenia la vivor de la rata de claveguera o bé del reptil repugnant, i en les negroses cambres del seu pis ensinistrava la quitxalleta, pervertint-los criminalment els seus instints i ensinistrant-los a tots els procediments del furt, preparant-los pel camí del presidi o del patíbul. Enjugassat com era en Sèbio, ni pagant-li pogueren sortir de que aprengués d'estar amb atenció per a res, condició imprescindible per a portar a terme aquesta horrenda ensenyança. Havent penetrat en son intern la perversitat moral, ja sia perquè son límit no havia traspassat del medi del mal, perquè sa mare des de feia molts anys estava complint condemna i son dubtós pare no sabia com deixar les borratxeres, perquè l'una li atanyia l'altra, feia que aquest noi rondés sempre pel moll i moltes vegades, reunint-se amb alguna camarilla de xicots de la seva edat, anaven pel descuit, penetrant amb cínic atreviment en qualsevolga drogueria o botiga. No passà gaires dies, sense que la de més quitxalla del barri s'hagués enterat de lo que succeïa amb en Sèbio i la Roseta, quals burles tot sovint els feia anar a tomballons, pagant-se i esgarrapant-se la cara. Ella també es veia tossigada per les altres mossetes del veïnat i cada broma que li feien li dava a entendre la maldat inconsciente que havia comès i li feia obtindre major desig. Sa mare, la gravada, des de la mort del marrà, corria com embogida i un neguit estrany li feia tenir un caràcter que es barallava amb tothom, fins amb els mateixos homes que, aprofitant la fosca de la nit per amagar sa vergonya, s'esqueien a pujar al seu pis. Se'n veien un embull de sortir-se'n sense tenir raons o anar-se'n amb les butxaques buides. Si per casualitat passava un dia que no hi hagués pujat ningú i s'escaigués anar algun home a casa a la seva veïna anomenada la Lleganyeta, perquè quasi sempre tenia mal d'ulls, ja es podia comptar amb baralles segures. Mentre l'altre tenia l'home dins, ella des del llindar de la porta de la seva cambra cridava, satirejant, o amb forts crits feia el gat perquè aquell home s'escamés. Movia tan gran esvalot que les demés veïnes del mateix sistema de vida l'escandalitzaven. El que li feia més ràbia a la Lleganyeta és que quan sortia l'home de la seva cambra, aleshores, per despit, la gravada l'insultava. Una nit que s'esqueia a haver-hi l'Àfrica, que segons se deia per l'escala estava enamorada de la Lleganyeta, començà la gravada a escandalitzar, fent al·lusions a la perversitat que se'ls atribuïa. Com que l'Àfrica també tenia un gènit endimoniat, sortí de la seva cambra i el replà trobà a la gravada. I d'un cop a la cara quasi la va fer caure. De moment, la gravada, atorrollada pel cop, no es defensà. Però a l'agafar coratge s'abraonà damunt de l'Àfrica i d'una estirada de cabells va tirar-la a terra i volia pujar-li de peus damunt del ventre, però en aquell instant sortí també la Lleganyeta, que anava amb esparracada camisa, i aprofitant el moment que l'Àfrica havia clavat mossegada al braç de la gravada, que per dit motiu estava corbada defensant-se de la presa del braç, qual dolor li feia saltar les llàgrimes, se li tirà al damunt. Més la de sota per retre-hi a les dents, fent-li brollar la sang de la ferida. Engolint-se-la imprescindiblement. Caigué a terra la gravada per l'embat de la Lleganyeta i s'aixecà l'Àfrica d'una revolada i de genolls damunt del pit li pagava cops de puny a la cara. Les dues nenes al llindar de la porta feien crits que esborronaven. Les demés veïnes cridaven. Crits, plors i malediccions se confonien com si fos una simfonia de la més depravada blasfèmia. Els vianants des del carrer escoltaven estranyats l'escàndol i per més esforços que feien per a desagarbonar aquelles tres dones no era possible descompartir-les. Pels balcons cridaven auxili, al carrer tocaven pitos, la gent corria amunt i avall i els plors de les nenes cada vegada eren més accentuats i corprenien d'esglai i tristesa. En pocs instants quedà aquell tros de carrer embussat de gent i a l'acudir la policia, cadascuna era a casa seva, no podent ocultar el que llurs desgraciades cares descobrien ni el que el rastre de sang ensenyava. Quina desesperació fou la de les nenes quan la policia va endur-se'n a sa mare. De cap manera la volien deixar sortir, estirant-li les faldilles que bé es podia dir que s'estripaven abans de deixar-les anar. A baix del carrer se sentia la remor de la gent que comentaven les baralles. Tothom se creia que s'havia comès algun crim, i quan sortiren les dones s'armà un gros esvalot que va dissipar-se a cops de sabre. Les nenes, sanglotejant de tant plorar i esfereïdes, van quedar-se soles a sa cambra, i a mida que les hores transcorrien, l'abatiment les dominava, i defallides d'angoixa, tancaren sus ulls a la vida real per a deixar sa pensa lliure al desvari misteriós dels somnis. Fi del capítol 1 de la Xava. Llegit per Rafael, Ferran i Peralta, Mollet del Vallès, 25 de febrer de 2024.